aggressive. Breeze looking for it, and Hill got it!
Have to push for the kill. Have to go to the Lucy.
Transfers on 1-3! What a passion! It's high noon, there's the 1v2, and 5-1 half for serve.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final day of our SCS NSG standalone tournament, where once again, Jonah, the teams are competing for $5,000 as well as another coveted spot at our Pro-Am.
Yeah, we're jumping right back into the action here. We are resuming our winner's bracket final game from yesterday that we just couldn't quite get completed. Of course, it was quite a game. We saw two maps, both overtime, all 15 rounds. First, an 8-7 victory on Oregon for the Wolves, then an 8-7 victory on Cafe, coming right back for the side of Garfield or West Garfield. Now, Pug Stacks, they're all looking good. They've been tearing up this tournament so far. A couple of highlights here from the one-shot Wichita Wolves game as well. Just from all day, we saw some really crazy stuff. Some highlight plays the last 2 days, but it's all coming to an end here today, Harrison, where we are going to decide, who is that team getting that coveted Pro-Am spot and who is walking away with that grand prize.
And of course, I believe One Shot have actually lost after being sent out of the losers bracket by Wichita Wolves. Mirage, the NAL team, was competing. They forfeited their game. They're out. And One Shot actually lost to a team called Juicers. I have no idea who's on that team. Actually, wait, no. I think Dunny and Badger are on that team.
And
so that might
Razor
be
as
like,
well from
Oh, okay. So that might be kind of like a Pug Stack with the remnants of ink. I'm not quite sure, but...
Yeah, Razor, Dunny, Badger, Tragical Pixel.
Yeah, I think the lesson to be learned so far in this tournament is that the Pug Stacks are doing pretty well for themselves. I mean, we have a Pug Stack in the winners final, and if they beat Wichita Wolves, we could quite possibly be seeing 2 Pug Stacks in the grand final.
I mean, that would be quite fun. I mean, we have been seeing impressive performances from them pretty consistently, and the fact that one of them is going toe-to-toe with the Wichita Wolves in this grand final. So much so that they couldn't even finish the game in one day. We had to move forward to another day. Always something worth mentioning. That is West Garfield Park, the other Pug Stack we're talking about. That is Psychosis, Biologic Bio, Rudy, Matt Bonger, and Forrest. Just a stack of incredible players who will be looking to continue their 1-0 lead, I believe they have right now on Villa before we go into it, and they'll be looking to send Wichita Wolves down to that lower bracket. Some team today could end up playing 3 games in a row if the team who gets knocked to that losers bracket ends up winning and then going to the grand final.
Yeah, and it's a very good possibility that, Wichita Wolves or West Garfield Park is, going to be one of those teams just by their history in this tournament so far. I believe our last map, if I'm not mistaken, is Villa. I know CJ and Connor were making a point about the 3 maps in this series being the exact same as the 3 maps in the Wichita Wolves one-shot series. And something else they touched on too is, like you said, the roster of West Garfield Park. A lot of CL talent, a lot of PL talent or XPL talent, and then Matt Bonger, who has never played anything above T3. I guess technically he's on Okami, which is a T2 roster, even though they're in relegations technically, but he's never actually played a T2 game, and he's actually been doing pretty well for himself in this series. He's had plenty of standout rounds. Of this match and the matches he's played thus far, his teammates, and actually being able to keep up with them. So well done, Matt Bonger. We are going to load right into Villa. In the spirit of continuation, we're getting right into the game. And of course, this game was interrupted yesterday. As you mentioned, we got servered and they just would not work. They kept crashing over and over again, so we had to wait till today to get the rest of this game going, and West Garfield Park are already up 1-0.
Yeah, we're getting right into it here, and with an early edge, I'm not exactly sure, what bomb site, do you know what bomb site they won and is already locked out? That is something.
I think it was Trophy.
Probably Trophy. I
think West Garfield won an attack on AV, I think.
Okay, so they won an attack on Aviator, and so Wichita Wolves, they will be continuing to defend, and they will defend AVG once again. Of course, going to the same site twice, I don't think it would apply here because we've had a full, little bit less than 24 hours between their games, so complete reset, essentially. And Wichita Wolves, they are continuing maybe to spice things up a bit. We already can see the Caviera in play. Mohes is going to just head down below, tuck himself in a corner, and hope he does not get spotted out by any of these drones as they work their way in the building. But he's going to have to do a bit to counter the Jackal of Forest as well. He may suspect there is that Jackal in play, something that they possibly saw a good bit yesterday. And so with that knowledge, the Caveira theoretically is a good counter for that Jackal tracker.
Yeah, this is Cav is a very, 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 very rare pick at this level of play, even less so than operators like the Warden, just because she brings nothing really. Especially with the flash changes and with Ying, being prevalent in the meta, and Warden has a C4 and a shield, he can be very impactful. But the Cav does not bring a shield. She doesn't bring any utility really at all. She doesn't hard counter anyone. She's just real quiet. I guess, well, okay, she technically kind of hard counters the Jackal, so that might be why Mo is bringing her, because Forest is on that roam clear, and of course, if you have your silent step activated when the Jackal tracks you, it completely negates that. So maybe that's the play with the Cav? But otherwise, her secondary ability, the interrogation, doesn't really get used all that often, because normally, if you're gonna kill someone, there's backup. Normally, if she does get an interrogation, it's in the very, very, very late stages of the round where the attackers are kind of spread out and preoccupied already. But hey, we'll see if Mo is able to do anything. Jackal track's already coming out. I believe that was on the Wamai of Freak, who has already backed off as West Garfield continue to try and take the main stairs.
Yeah, a lot of main stairs pressure being applied right now. Same goes for Study. A pretty typical two-pronged approach as this attack wants to get as much pressure over towards the games and Aviator side of things as possible, not opting for that full trophy and statuary clear. And well, right now they're not going to be punished by that. They're actually going to be punished by the very position that they put so much pressure into challenging early on. Matt Bonger, he will already drop down, should be recoverable, but Mohes is now going to step up in an effort to stop that. Looks like he'll be spotted though, and actually downed on the stairs, unable to fall back at the last second. Rudy doing a good job to make sure that Mohes is felled and that his teammate is picked back up. Both Rudy and Matt Bong are pretty low on HP now, but with that kill onto Mohes now confirmed, as Forest will deliver that final blow, it's going to have to be, well, an uphill battle for the Wolves. As I say that, looks like Freak will bounce back, lining up a double kill for himself, taking down both Psychosis and Matt Bonger, but another trade in return found by Rudy.
Matt Bonger, of course, being the player who was earlier downed and then res, so that kill is confirmed, though Rudy is low on HP. We're at an even 3v3, but main stairs control is still in the hands of Wichita Wolves, and that's probably the biggest factor thus far. Jay is still positioned on the stairs with the SMG-11 shotgun combo, and his shield is still up, meaning Bio can't safely push into Study with that diffuser. So West Garfield are going to completely change up the push. They've now got two men outside of Skull, but the problem remains that the case is over towards Study, being halted by Jay. Rudy's going to attempt to push right through the objective, though. He's already in the rotate looking for the kill. He'll catch the back of the Jaeger. That's an effective pinch. The smoke goes down as well, and now it's just that main stairs player left to pick up the pieces, and the secondary shotgun comes out. It does not land. Jay finds one kill, but he's so low on HP, and now the plant will go down. Rudy is now tucked inside of maps along with his teammate, and they've already backed off. They're holding these post-plant positions. They know they can play passive. Jay doesn't quite have for sure intel on where it's planted. He checked the close angle, but it's not there. That reveals his position, and Bio gets an easy cleanup. West Garfield now up 2-0.
Yeah, that's a nice way to continue your attacking success from yesterday, opening things up with a strong Aviator and games approach. The really turning point in that round was kind of just the full send on into the site. The two-pronged approach dealing with the Vault player that, immediately changed the course of the round, and like you said, forced the Mute to be that last player standing. The Jaeger, I believe it was called out again, who will be taking up that role here. Just wasn't looking the right way. I had no idea that Rudy had kind of taken an aggressive step through that Aviator door, just kind of walked on in through the rotate and behind. At the same time, Forest pressuring from the very same position. He pinched out the player from the other side of the Vault. So with that, it became, a 3-4v1, and not much that the last player could do. So strong attack from Garfield. It may have slowed down or started a little bit slower than they would have liked. They didn't have as much success clearing out main stairs as quickly as they would have expected. They actually lost two players to Freak, who just swung on the main stairs and challenged them. A couple of maybe points or credit can be given towards Mohes, who challenged from behind and delayed that a little bit, caused their attention to focus, which then allowed Freak to step up. But at the end of the day, West Garfield, they prevailed.
That was a really beautiful adjustment, honestly. Not something we're used to seeing from pug stacks. A lot of times, if a pug stack is being hit with a brick wall, they just continue hammering at it until it breaks. But West Garfield, I think that's the experience showing. You've got Pro League caliber players like Forrest, Bio, and Rudy, Psychosis, who's been in CL for a few stages now. That adjustment was really good. They, figure, hey, we can't push up main anymore. We're not going to be fighting that shotgun close range. They end up going for Skull. And Wichita Wolves, who I guess thought they were pretty safe because they still have that main control, were caught completely off guard by Rudy's aggression, who, by the way, got a 3K in that round. Well done to the Buck. Wichita Wolves, they're going to swap up the bomb site. They'll be going to Trophy, and they have no info on Mohes, who's just sitting in Pantry. Psychosis comes blazing in and will be cut down first. You've now lost your Iana. Luckily, there's no Aruni for her to clear, but still, that's nades, and that's a Gone 6 that will be sorely missed.
Yeah, ironic that it was the Yana who fell to that same position. Typically, those rat roams, something that the Yana Gemini clone can actually just eliminate herself. Just throw that clone in first before actually jumping in the building. Failing to do so will punish them this time, but Rudy will bounce back with the fact that Callout is just kind of crouch walking down the Aviator stairs, or rather the Astro stairs. Yeah, that was a curious decision from the Jaeger. I suspect he wanted to rotate down to provide support for the Mozzie, for Mohes, who initially found himself stuck and being droned out, but he has since found himself back upstairs, safely retreating and joining his team. And now the Wichita Wolves have given up the early advantage they worked so hard to secure. Rudy has been cut down to very low HP, so that is at least the saving grace that the Wolves can look back on and say, you know what, it's okay, we lost Callout, but we've done our job. And your Jaeger, to lose him at this point in the round is not a big deal. He's already put down those ADSs. You're already going to get the full use that he could possibly have in a given round, except for other than ADS tricking, but we're not going to see that in this round because, of course, Fallout has been taken care of. So as we cross that minute mark, it is still going to be this even 4v4, and Bio is going to be that next player to step up. Straight into the bathroom here, drone at his feet, trying to figure out if anyone is tucked around the corner. Looks like Freak, though, from that very same position, will once again get a double kill for the second round in a row. That is 2 more players taken off the board. Now Reed steps up. Combination with Freak from below. They take out Rudy. It is all up to Matt Bonger now in a 1v4. He gets 1 free kill because Freak was looking the wrong way, but he cannot get the second. It is Reed to clean it up and the Wolves to bounce back.
Yeah, well done to especially Freak in Astro. Nothing really there to clear him out except the Maverick pushing through bathroom. One Maverick pushing through bathroom. Hadn't used his nades yet. I guess there's really nowhere for him to hard breach because Master was open, so that's a little bit unfortunate, but he brought the case with him, and that was the biggest issue there. He brings case, Freak just swings on him and kills him. There's one singular player downstairs left to try and push up Astro stairs, who's getting pinched by the defense because of Psychosis is early death. West Garfield seemed like they had a plan of attack, and the defense completely put a wrench in it. Not only was Psychosis dying early, leaving Rudy all alone, but also the fact that all West Garfield had in terms of hard breach was the Maverick. Master Wall was already open for them, and they didn't really know what to do except just push into bathroom with no clear. I mean, there wasn't even anyone repelled on the Astro window. That's kind of like a beginner's mistake, right? If you're trying to push into Astro, you want to go through bathroom. There's someone playing aggressively in Astro that you know about and that you're attempting to take a fight with. Why not place someone on the window? I mean, placing someone on that window would have completely stopped Freak's aggression. He can no longer safely, swing and roam out and about in the middle of that room, and you give him all that freedom for, all that freedom for free. So West Garfield, I guess after a beautiful adjustment, have a very poor one to follow.
Well, I mean, credit goes to Freak there, no question about that. Seeing the opportunity that the window hadn't been cracked, that nobody was actively challenging that position, so he felt comfortable to swing on the bathroom. And the moment that West Garfield actually jumped on in, the damage had pretty much been done. It's hard to make an on-the-fly adjustment like that, rotating someone all the way around when you've already got people in bathroom and you just had somebody there playing for that trade. So good awareness and a heads-up play from Freak, and that is exactly what is going to give Wichita Wolves the edge they needed to take the round. So some good adjustments there, proper defensive trophy and statuary, but they can't go back there again, and once again, they are going to avoid Aviator in games. 2 unsuccessful defenses there on this map. They are going to head downstairs to to kitchen and dining instead. As usual, we've got a pulse in play. That's going to be Reed's job here, using that heartbeat sensor, figuring out where any one of these West Garfield attackers are positioning from. And I believe with a good bit of intel, Freak will now be enabled to swing. Once again, the bathroom window, deadly for West Garfield so far this matchup, and Freak continuing to punish these attackers who just aren't clearing their corners enough.
Looking like he wants more. He'll run out. Unfortunately, Matt Bonger is not there in time to receive Freak on the jump back in. But yeah, like you said, that's Rudy dead first and on a top floor clear, trying to transition downstairs to dining. That could potentially be a big pick, but they still have the sledge, and they'll find 2 kills. That'll free up Psychosis to just move on through, but he can't catch Jay, and as he whiffs on that kill, he gets flanked by the Ella. Call out for 2, and Freak with the finisher. It looked really bad for Wichita Wolves towards the mid-round there as the attacks start to move in through the objective, but the defenders just pinch them back on in.
Well, from the moment Freak got that first kill, it's like we saw the Wolves just flip a switch and decide, let's play this one insanely aggressive. With the intel they had from Reed on the pulse, they decided to just throw themselves at everything. Freak, after getting the initial kill onto Rudy, we saw him jump out on that master balcony and hunt for a kill there. And even though he wasn't able to find it and eventually worked his way back into the map and downstairs, I mean, we saw the entire Wolves defense just spring into action and go for kills. That's also why we saw the scoreboard light up blue for a second and West Garfield get 2 kills back to back, because that's the kind of consequences that happens when you get insanely aggressive. But from there, after having lost that advantage, the Wolves said, you know what? Let's just continue that aggression. Let us just swoop back onto this site. Let's just double, triple swing everything. They did that, and they did a good job shutting down those remaining West Garfield attackers. So good job from them. That's going to equalize us at 2-2. So the damage that was done yesterday negated and now equalized as we once again head back to the tough site the Wolves have yet to fully get a finger on.
They've got to go back to AVG. They have now lost this site 3 times, if I'm not mistaken, with once today and once yesterday. I guess technically also today, because I think that match was still going on at like 1 in the morning, so on the East Coast at least. But they'll bring out Clash. We now have Mo on the defensive shield. A lot of times you'll see Clash play either in and around the books hallway or kind of towards Skull, depending on where the attackers push in, but it's actually Mo in Vault, I guess, kind of just waiting out his opportunities or waiting out his choices, seeing where the attackers are going to be pushing from first before he ends up pushing somewhere. And it looks like he's keen to join Freak on this master extension. Reed, though, after window breaks, the bore window, in fact, will eat a lot of damage, and Freak will be the first casualty. The roam clear working wonders. Matt Bonger lands a nasty shot to finish off that Legion, and that's 2 kills in the first 45 seconds. Or rather, the first 40 seconds there for West Garfield.
I don't know what it is about this bomb site, but the aggression that may have paid off for the Wolves in the 2 previous sites, it's not working so well this time. Mohes has no idea someone's on the rappel, despite the obvious sound cue, so he'll fall with his head turned completely the other direction. Jay is able to get one back, but he takes quite a few bullets for his troubles. It'll be a 2v4, as only 60 seconds have transpired in this round, and the Wichita Wolves defense has all but crumbled to pieces. Call out will be hoping to maybe adjust some of these ADSs and just hope that maybe a couple of minor changes on the site could give him a little bit more of an edge, while Jay uses this moment as maybe an opportunity to go for a little bit of a flank. Barbed wire, though, blocking that flank will telegraph his position. A C4 ripped, and I do believe that is right on towards the position of Matt Bonger, and yes, it is. Well played by Jay. Well placed and replaced, that is, and I suspect there was a bit of intel supplementing that because that was perfectly timed. So not quite over yet. West Garfield still have a little bit of work to do. They've lost their entry player from below. They have to not only pinpoint Jay's position, who has worked his way back to the site, but they've got to deal with a full HP callout with that 416.
Rudy will go jump through the bore window, probably joining Bio here on Skull, leaving Forrest alone to pinch through Study. Callouts and Vault, and Jay has since pushed out towards 90, attempting the flank, but it's going to have to come soon. The attackers are raring to go, but it looks like they've got info. Rudy will shut that down. It's Callout in the 1v3, stuck in Vault. As he moves out, he just narrowly spots Forrest through those floor holes. As he tries to jump through the rotate, though, the plant goes down. The attackers know, though. That was a pretty decent sound cue. He'll get one kill, but luckily there's the trade. Rudy's still playing around the doorway. I'm surprised they didn't take the aggressive stance against Callout earlier as he vaulted, but still works out in their favor anyway. And like you said, it seems like AVG is just the site Wichita Wolves can't seem to defend.
Yeah, luckily for them, they don't have to go back there anymore. They only have this final defensive round to work with, and it'll be on Trophy and Statuary, a site that they were able to take, again, due to their aggressive decisions, and Freak just popping off and fragging out. And no wonder that Matt Bonger swinging into the map and getting 2 opening kills, one onto Freak, definitely hindered the chances that the Wolves had. We did see a substantial change from their previous AVG defense. That time, there was a lot more defensive focus put over in the red stairs area on that Trophy and Statuary side, a lot more of a roam trying to heavily contest just the bare minimum of entries that West Garfield were attempting to make, but West Garfield caught on. They had felt that aggression for 2 rounds. They said, you know what, we are not going to get punished by that aggression for 3 rounds in a row, and they made some adjustments of their own and dealt with that swiftly. But now, we are at, finally, returning to one of the bomb sites we've seen before, and we've seen the Wolves defend successfully with that aggression, with a dominant top floor hold. Specifically, this is a top floor bomb site, a hold of Master, Master and Astro just holding that down, not allowing anyone to hop in, or especially take control of closet or bathroom whatsoever. I wonder what adjustments West Garfield are going to make here. We saw how effective they were in the previous round. Let's see how they counter the aggression this time.
Well, Rudy has hopped off the Buck and onto the Twitch. Very different operator. No more upwards vertical play there, but they do have those shock drones if they want to clear some early utilities such as Wamidis, ADSs, jammers, kind of alleviate that utility clear if they want to get rid of that shield that's probably placed in Astro. You've also got Forest off Jackal on Nomad. So with Wichita Wolves, kind of playing around the map a little fluidly, obviously wanting to get aggressive against West Garfield, Forest can put a stop at least to some of those flexible avenues. And look at this, West Garfield already gonna have someone on that Astro Repel. They do not want to get punished by someone like Freak aggressively swinging the bathroom doorway again. And actually that shield is not in Astro, it's actually pushed up inside bathroom itself.
Well, that means that once that window control is secured, it's going to be very hard for the Wolves to maintain that position. And well, we're already seeing the result and the consequences of a little bit of that very issue. Already the player sitting in bathroom taken care of, that was Reed. That was your smoke player who you've already lost, and not a single bullet, not a single bit of that toxic smoke either has connected with a West Garfield attacker. So this attack is already off to a much better start than last time, and West Garfield may be well on their way to a 4-2 attacking half unless the Wolves have a counter for this. One option could be a flank from below. Mohes, he wants to try it and he wants to get aggressive, but he's got to be careful because his team is crumbling around him. Callout is taken care of. C4 up and away right towards the feet of Bio, but it's not quite on the mark. And with that, he's going to have to rotate back to the site because Freak, last player on the site, now needs to be desperately supported by his 2 teammates. Jay, as he rotates up, will take care of Rudy on the upside down rappel, and Freak will get one as the surrounding pressure from West Garfield continues to build. Mohes, he also steps up, but a nade at his feet. Great C4 from Jay. Another pre-placed Nitro doing wonders. It's all up to Psychosis now. What a turn of events.
Wow, Wichita Wolves push perfectly, timing their pushes there, and everyone from West Garfield who had attempted to enter the building was stumped by all 3 remaining players of the Wolves. Not a single person on the team has not found a kill. Psychosis is going to get aggressive. He'll catch Freak reloading. He's still in a 1 versus 2. Low HP, but so is Mo. This is still doable for the Iana if he can find the angles. He'll let someone slip into Astro. He's very worried about a potential pinch coming out from the defense. The player who slipped into Astro now on the staircase. That's Mo with the Roni. Jay, shotgun in hand, protecting the case. Nades go out from Psycho, though. Those will force Mo down the stairs so he can take this 1v1 against Jay. He knows about the player tucked in, and he'll find it. Now both these players such low HP, but the time, it's going to run out if Psycho doesn't get the bomb down very soon, and Mo knows this. He's playing passively, playing for the clock. 4 seconds left. Is Psychosis going to be able to bait this out? Mo is just next to it. He'll let the plant go down. Up comes the Iana, but he looks the wrong way. It was a 50-50 decision, and Psychosis, you chose wrong. It's a 3-3 half now for the Wolves.
Well, the Wolves recovered that one in a big way. Surprising to see West Garfield let that advantage kind of slip out of their fingers for a moment. They had seemingly control of the bomb site, control of that top floor at the very least. And when the Wolves had to kind of force their way up the Astro stairs, West Garfield kind of let them. They only had the one player dealing with them from bathroom, trying to just lock them in and just basically pre-fire the stairs. But a great swing from Jay to deal with the player on the window. Somebody right behind, Mohes quickly swinging on the bathroom player. And just like that, all of the pressure that West Garfield was applying to those rotating players, preventing them from returning to the site and supporting Freak, who was all on his lonesome, it was denied. And the Wolves were able to come back to the site, storming back successfully, getting all the kills back. And yeah, a very successful recovery of what could have been a rough defensive half here on Villa. But Harrison, we're tied up at 3-3. The Wolves will take a quick timeout here as they head into their second half.
I mean, like I said, that entire retake from the defense, whether purposefully or not, was perfectly timed, because you saw Jay and Mo coming up the staircase and killing the Twitch before the attackers had full control of bathrooms. So they couldn't stop them just yet. Then the attackers are like, oh, they're coming back up. Come on, let's go push. We know this Wamai is in statuary. We can try and go for this. But you have Mo already tucked in the corner. He was just fighting against Matt Bonger. Jay has that pre-placed C4. Actually, I don't know if that was pre-placed or if he had rotated downstairs to go get that. But either way, the C4, again, perfectly timed, whether on purpose or not. And I mean, from there, the round just kind of fell away. So that was really good from the Wichita Wolves. Really funny how they end up in a 3-3 half because they couldn't defend Aviator. It tried 3 times. Weren't successful any of those times. Kind of makes you wonder, hey, maybe if they tried one less, they could have had a 4-2 half. But I digress. Now we're going to see how West Garfield do on their defense. So far, if I'm not mistaken, the trend through this game so far has been either team being really, really, really good on their defense. Both teams being able to take, 5-1 defensive half, I think, on Oregon. So clearly the defense is favored on both these sides. I mean, that's kind of how pug stacks end up working out anyway. Usually pug stacks are a much, much better defensive team than they are an attacking team, because attacking tends to require a lot more coordination and, and stratting out and stuff like that. So who knows? Maybe this 3-3 half is what does Wichita Wolves in. Maybe West Garfield run it up here, but who knows? Wichita Wolves also taking a very, very, very different lineup than we saw West Garfield running. A lot from West Garfield was like Lion, Maverick, Ace sometimes, Jackal, stuff like that. From Wichita Wolves, we've got Ash, Finka, Dokkaebi, and Hibana. So completely different. There's no vertical play. There's no Sledge or Buck. No hard flank watch operators. Completely different hard breacher. It's interesting seeing how different the philosophy is.
Well, I hate to do this to you, Harrison, but I just took a look at the Liquipedia stats, and it looks like Cafe was actually attacker side.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, 4-2, both halves, both teams, again, going to OT every time.
So what you're telling me is now that we've had a defensive map and an attacking map, this one's going to be another 3-3 half.
Exactly. I mean, we have to. It's just got to stick with the pattern. I mean, these
Perfectly
two teams,
balanced.
I mean, the first 2 maps, they were insanely close. I mean, we went to overtime, round 15 both times. The score of both maps, 8-7. I frankly would not be surprised if we see another 8-7. I can't tell you who's going to be on top just yet, because these two teams, they seem to be trading rounds. They seem to be evenly matched, but it's going to come down to how, I would say, the Wolves really step things up on their attack, and already it is not going too well for them. Interesting question, though. Where Mohesi exactly, where was he positioned? It's possible that Forrest just went for the run out there, out of that downstairs looking towards that Master Rappel. That is possible. But either way, Mohes, a sole pick, no trade found, and an opening for West Garfield. That's a good start.
Yeah, no idea where the Iana died, but she's dead, and that's a lot of utility now off the board. Now, luckily for the Wichita Wolves, you've got Ash charges, you've still got nades. Both the Finka and the Dokkaebi have the Gone 6 if they brought it, so they're not completely out of opportunities when it comes to explosives, but still, you'd much rather have that extra leeway when it comes to your utility clear. We're about halfway down the round now. Wichita Wolves have completely taken control of the master side of the map, are starting to move in for 90 and establish this skull control. It looks like Reed is going to attempt the standard plant over by Vault Door. They'll clear the Goyo shield by the maps table and attempt to hard breach 90, giving themselves that nice little crossfire and avenue into Vault. 1 minute left now. Wichita Wolves, other than that one shield, haven't really made much progress because that vault wall is muted. and there's no one clearing it. I guess Jay was maybe attempting to rotate downstairs to nade it from below, but Psychosis is there to receive him. Now you've lost 2 members of the attack for really nothing on the defense at all. Not even utility. Everyone's still got their C4s. Rudy will finally die inside Study, so maybe Callout can make a play there. But otherwise, this is going to be real tough for the attack. But never mind, as I say that, it's been equalized. 2 versus 3. Callout now actually going to find the trade. 2 versus 2 with 25 seconds left.
Every single kill so far has been just one by one. Every single fight, it's a 1v1. Someone's coming out on top, and we have seen only that one trade just a moment ago. But with only 15 seconds left, more 1v1 gunfights are needed, or at the very least, somebody's got to get this bomb down. And Freak, he's not going to be able to do it because he no longer has Callout on the coverage, and he can't quite connect the shots onto Bio, who whips out the Mossberg, whips out the shotgun, and just, well, sends that last player gone. Freak, you got to shoot him, Forrest. Telling the truth there. Couldn't quite get that final kill. But either way, a messy round to say the least from the Wolves. It looked like they almost pulled it back, but definitely a concerning attacking round where you start off with 2 entries, 2 deaths, and no trades found anywhere in at least that first half of the round. Every single gunfight, it was the Wolves taking individually. There was very little of that, pack mentality, you could say, that we often see the Wolves exuding, and that's going to cost them in this round.
Yeah, I've got to imagine that a lot of that was down to the lack of vault pressure, right? Clearly, the play from Wichita Wolves was set up by Skull, open vault wall, establish the crossfire, go for plant. But they were not able to do that. 1, Mo is dead. You've lost a set of nades. 2, there's a jammer on the vault wall preventing the breach. Now, typically, you'd kind of expect, with Wichita Wolves fully taking master and fully establishing 9D control, why not just take the Finka over and nade through the drone hole? It seems easy as that. I mean, maybe the jammer was around the corner, like in games itself, but either way, rotating your Finka down alone was definitely not the play. You saw with West Garfield having full 5 men up, they clearly had enough manpower to spare to have someone meet Jay there. Jay was obviously going in, as CJ likes to say, no drone Jerome, so you didn't have any info on that Malusi already downstairs. You lose your Finka, you're pretty much out of options. You have to go for some kind of hero play. I mean, sure, you're able to find the trades, but at the end of the day, the time was just way too low, and Wichita Wolves were forced into a situation in which they were just very unlikely to come out on top. Now 4-3 up. It's a horizontal clear from the Wichita Wolves. Their first target being this Legion of Forest, but he's able to get away. Waste about 40 seconds. Catch Jay was a couple, actually, a decent bit of damage with the goo mine. Now down to about maybe 90 HP, so about 20 damage with that goo mines. But point is, the Legion's able to get away scot-free. Wichita Wolves have now established that horizontal pressure, though. The question is is this vertical presence from West Garfield that has not been dealt with going to be adequate enough to stop Wichita Wolves when they try pushing in the site?
Well, it looks like the Wolves are going to take that gamble. Like you said, not even a lick of pressure heading towards that top floor right now. We could see somebody rotate and try to pressure at least master from the balcony. That's something that's easy to do, but as I say that, it looks like they're just going to begin the full send into the site. Reed is the first player to make the move. Callout joins him with a bearing 9 and catches 2 players stuck in the pantry. Bio C4 is going to be well off the mark. He's going to have to go for the wide swing, and that will cost him his life. Last player standing, Matt Bonger from above. He has to clutch up now massively in a 1v5, and it seems that the Wolves have a little bit of a suspicion that he was lingering upstairs. Freak will swing the corner, and a quick pre-fire will shut down the remaining player and will give Wolves a flawless attacking round. A very well-calculated rush play, a very direct and aggressive move straight into the site, catching West Garfield off guard and really giving that round to the Wolves in just a few seconds.
Yeah, I talked about the vertical players, or the players upstairs from West Garfield maybe going to have an impact when Wichita Wolves blitz onto the site, but they did not. They did not at all. Wichita Wolves were simply too fast. There was one player pushing in through China, distracting both the pantry players, making way for Callout to flank up the pantry stairs as Hibana. I didn't even expect that. West Garfield obviously didn't either. He gets an easy double kill, and that completely opens up the site. The rest of the Wolves barrel on in. Biologic completely whiffs his C4. in Memo, so not being able to find the kill in painting, he's distracted, just gets shot in the back by Callout, and your top 2 players, or your top 2 floor players, are now left to retake. And there's really nothing they're going to be able to do in that 2v5, especially with that case going down. Well done to the Wolves. Flawless round to answer the previous. And now West Garfield immediately going to swap sites. They'll be on Trophy, Statuary, and they'll extend all the way over towards Study. This is not something we saw from Wichita Wolves. West Garfield are looking to meet that clear head on.
5 seconds to go. Ready.
West Garfield now setting this one up.
Attackers are moving out to
Like you said, all on this AVG side as well. They do not want to let this clear go down uncontested. Based on the spawns from the Wolves, we might see a good bit of this clear, but they do have a couple of people just going very direct towards the Trophy and Statuary side of things. Just 2 people, that is. The rest of the team will be opting for that clear. The question now remains, will the Wolves identify this and then continue to clear it out? Or will they want to just shortcut that and head over towards Master at the onset of this round? It looks like they're going to opt with the former. We can see the 90 repel now a pivotal rotation point, or rather a cutoff for the Wolves. Once they identify these West Garfield defenders kind of ratting in these corners, Psychosis being one of them, as long as they force them out, they should have a relatively free kill on the exit. They do have the Z-pings. They know exactly where Psychosis is positioned, but that's not going to prevent Forrest from getting a kill of his own. Here comes Jay on the pre-fire. More than enough bullets in that LMG to get the job done there. Looks like the repel from the 90 window, though, won't be able to get another cut off. Everyone else on the side of West Garfield has made their way back towards the site, or at least downstairs. Rudy, initially on that Aviator and game side, will now drop down below, maybe play for a late flank a bit later in the round.
Yeah, sure, they're able to get the kill on Psychosis, but it comes at the cost of Reed. And about 1:20 down, all those defenders, like you said, have since fallen back. We saw Rudy downstairs a bit earlier, and he's still there, of course, playing for that C4 from below as the only C4 on the squad. Bio's also still got these 3 gas canisters. We haven't seen a lot of usage of the smoke, curiously enough. I just realized, Jonas, staring at Bio, the few times we've seen smoke played, he's only used like 1 or no gas canisters, if that. Rudy's going to miss his initial attempt of the C4. That will alert Wichita Wolves of his presence, and they are immediately going to start backing off. Finally, gas canisters going to come into play. Bio sending the first one out. Mo trying to make his way through the statue door will nade over towards Matt Bonger's position, and it will destroy the shield, making so that the Jaeger, if he wants to play, he'll have to do it behind the bomb chassis, but Matt Bonger finds the kill. Bio with 2, and Rudy finding a C4 not vertically, but on the window, on Astro window instead. And okay, Wichita Wolves, I guess, just taking a little bit too long to move in. They allow the defense to set up, and they are thwarted at every entry point.
Well, right, it was a little bit of both. They took a little bit too long, I mean, initially, if they were going for that kind of aggressive move, but they also didn't take long enough if they wanted to push in and actually have some sort of idea about where the defenders were. I mean, much like the last round, the Wolves saw an opportunity, right? They said, you know what? Maybe we have a little bit of a gap here. West Garfield aren't quite paying attention. No way they think we're going to just sprint on into the site with still 60 seconds to go in the round. But because they just did that, downstairs on Kitchen and Dining, I think West Garfield were more than prepared. We saw, I mean, Bio with a shotgun, sitting prone, very prepared for that swing. We saw someone from West Garfield take the time to rotate around towards Master, establish another angle on that statuary doorway to prevent somebody from pushing in there. All of these slight adjustments that West Garfield made, it seemed that Wichita Wolves, they just were not aware of those things because they did not take the time in the mid to late round to continue to gain that intel. Much like you said, Harrison, I would have liked to see the Wichita Wolves either speed it up or slow it down. They found this odd middle ground that actually gave West Garfield more of an advantage than I think the Wolves thought. Didn't get the intel on that player prone in the corner, didn't get the intel on what was going on the Master side or even back towards the Astro side of things, so they were pushing in with a little bit of some unanswered questions, and those questions cost them their lives.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, and a Pug Stack is now 2 rounds away from being in our grand final. I think that goes to show, even if you don't have a team, you can still make waves, and if you want to make history, you can sign up for our Stage 2 qualifiers coming up later this week, and they will continuing on next week as well. If you want to be like West Garfield, like the Wichita Wolves, find yourself in our stream. competing for $5,000 in a spot at the Pro-Am, sign yourselves up. Again, you don't even need a team. Teams like West Garfield, teams like Juicers, teams even like Aerial Arise Academy, proving that if you're good enough, doesn't matter if you have an already established team, your skill can carry you through. In Psychosis, putting that on display, dumpstering Freak J in the dirt as well. It's an opening 2 picks for West Garfield at the cost of only some HP.
Hey, I think it'd be great to see, 3 former pro players at the Pro-Am. I feel like that could be a great time. Get to go up against some of your former teammates, some people that you maybe wish you were still playing with.
Rudy
And
and Bio versus Beast Coast?
I mean, right. That'd be fucking amazing. I mean, we could see really how this team develops. I would love to see these players develop. But now we'll see how the Wolves develop this round and how they want to bring things back. I mean, they are in a 3v5. And, yeah, they've got a lot of ground to make up. You got a nade in the hand of Mohes. You've got not a lot else in terms of that soft destruction. Read 3 flashes, call out 3 flashes. And with less than 90 seconds to go, they're going to have to find something, because right now they are just scrambling. We see a couple of nades come in. They're not going to connect. We see Reed just hoping that West Garfield get aggressive. They try to swing. They try to get something done. But right now, West Garfield are just playing a patient game. They know they hold the advantage. They know they hold a 2-man advantage, and they have full sight control. So all they have to do is sit back and wait for the Wolves to step up.
Mo's trying to establish himself over towards Study, playing for that solo clear. Reed is distracted by a phantom in Trophy Statuary, and Callout pushes into the site alone. Curious decision from the IGL of the Wolves. He gets caught in a Malusi Banshee and promptly dispatched. Rudy finds another force, will shotgun down Reed, and West Garfield will take a flawless defense of Aviator Games and put themselves on map and match point.
Well, there it is. Match point for West Garfield. I don't know exactly how the last 2 games went, or last 2 maps went. We'll see exactly if the Wolves can make this 2-round comeback. Obviously, continuing our pattern would be great, and setting us to OT would be fantastic. Round 15, that's where I've got my eye on. But the Wolves, to get there, they will need 2 rounds unanswered. West Garfield now have their pick of their bomb sites. Rather, they can go back to Kitchen and Dining and then pick another after that in an effort to change things up and try to find that win. But starting things off at Kitchen and Dining is a good option, especially because the Wichita Wolves, last time they attacked this, it was aggressive and it was surprising. West Garfield not likely to get caught off guard by the same tactic yet again. And I do believe that the Wichita Wolves know that. They're no longer going to be bringing that same operator selection here, doing away with the Habana completely, doing away with the Dokkaebi as well, but in place of that, favoring operators that may, in fact, be aggressive. I mean, you've got the Lion now, you've got the Finka from Jay, and with the Yana to provide that intel, with the nades that the Yana and the Sledge bring as well, we could see another explosive round if the Wolves dare to get aggressive again.
They were able to win their previous attack of Dining. They started with that horizontal clear and then blitzed their way into the site. It looks like West Garfield are a little bit more prepared for that lateral clear, though. Wolves got Pulse on Psychosis. We saw the Pulse being in play last time, only with a shotgun. And Forrest is bringing out something we've seen him do several times across this series now. And, well, it working almost every single time. It's the Ella shotgun. He'll peek out with the pistol, though, and he'll get felled by Freak. Well, I was excited to see the FO12, but it seems we won't. He got a little bit too big for his britches, and now Wichita Wolves lead by 1 man.
Mohes now burning that Aruni gate, allowing himself the opportunity to jump in if needed, but the Wolves this time, they will be committed to what looks like a full-fledged top floor clear. They've got the people they need in position, but there are a couple of defenders they haven't quite pinpointed just yet, so they will have to be careful about that a bit later. Matt Bonger has been forced back to the red stairs. Rudy has been, forced back to the site itself, and of course with Forrest dealt with, that does mean control of the top floor is all but secured. At the same time, you're going to have some pressure being applied from Laundry, Psychosis, or rather Mohes at the helm of that pressure, supported, looks like, by Freak from behind. C4 from Psychosis now up and away, but over, and it looks like somebody from the Wolves was very aware of that plan. They backed off in the nick of time, and Reed will get a lot of bullets onto Psychosis, but cannot quite close the kill out. Reed will now be lit up. So will Psychosis, but call out from above will finish off that kill. Now the Wolves are in this one. Now it's a 5v3, a 5v2 with Freak lighting up the scoreboard, and now it is Bio and Rudy to have to pull out a miracle here, and Freak is not going to want that one to happen. Mohes will take care of his teammate, but it's still a 4v1, and after wasting that C4, Rudy will have to find the planter and find 3 other players, well, with no other options. A couple of pre-fires will occur there. The shield's going to get exploded with 40 seconds. Nade coming his way, picks up 1. Doesn't know where Freak is, has the pings, has the kill. That's 2. This one's very achievable on low HP. Obviously a lot of work to do, but it's not out of the question. He'll now swing outside. He sees the gun. He has to pre-fire, but not quite getting the bullet before Mohesi could line up that kill. A good round, no doubt. A back and forth one. The Wolves will hang on, and they won't lose this one quite yet.
That was far too close for comfort. Wichita Wolves, instead of going for horizontal, they go for vertical through laundry. The sledge does wonders. They get all the kills they need. It's a 1v4 for Rudy, and they know he's in pantry, but Wichita Wolves kept giving him the 1v1s he was looking for. That's what was dangerous about that round. Now, of course, luckily for the Wolves, he had to run out, and Mo was ready for the fight. Even if Mo dies, you've still got Jay, I believe, who was still upstairs. So, things didn't spiral out of control. Wichita Wolves, though, initially had a really good execute. The Ella was dead first, so you already lead by a man. It seemed like with West Garfield setting up for or preparing for a horizontal clear, they did not leave enough upstairs. It was pretty straightforward for Wichita Wolves. Just clear in, take control, and start sledging down. The sledge did work. Well done to call out, finding one of the anchors on Matt Bonger, and I believe another kill over the course of the round as well. But it's still 6-5. West Garfield still only need one more round. So, are we going to OT, or is this where it ends? We're seeing about trophy statuary, where I believe... Did West Garfield win their previous attempt on this site? Yes, they did.
Yes,
yeah, they did.
I had to take a look at my notes. They did. And I think... I'm trying to think about... Oh, yes, it was the Wolves taking a little bit too long, or also not taking long enough. It was that weird round that was kind of like in the middle, where they pushed up but just didn't get quite enough intel, or they pushed up and got a little bit too quick for themselves. So now we'll have to see how they remedy that. Obviously, they made some strong corrections in that previous round to get that attacking win there. And the adjustments that West Garfield tried to make were not sufficient. So now we have to see if the Wolves can continue that very thing. Already getting some early pressure up towards Master and towards Bathroom, right? Again, you're rocking with the Finka. That's Jay's move here. He's got the nades he needs. He's got the early pressure he needs and all the bullets that one could ever need in that LMG. Doing away with the Lion, it is going to be Reed now returning to the Habana. A little bit more important to have that hard breach on this site, especially if you want to get that triple wall open. But now, Wichita Wolves, in addition to mounting that pressure on the top floor, they've got a lot more than that to worry about. Psychosis, as you can see, lurking there on the back stairs, trying not to get spotted out by Callout's drone down below. And so far, it looks like he's successful in doing that. But right now, without supporting the site, Jay is actually going to be allowed to walk in.
He's going to dry nade up over the wall, but there's no ADSs to catch him. That'll do away with all those jammers, but there's a C4 in response. Forrest, with a very well-placed nitro cell, takes out the Finka. That's the rest of those nades, and the Gone 6 done away. Mo's going to grab Psychosis, but Freak, thinking that he can just walk into Astro for free, is proven very, very wrong. He gets sideswiped, and now Wichita Wolves have lost that equilibrium. They are down a man. Bio, playing with the shotgun on Astro Stairs, is looking for Mo, who's still over by clock. He'll send a nade up through the wall, and it'll only succeed in damaging Rudy just a bit. Another nade goes up from Callout, but that will miss as well. These players on Wichita Wolves not on the mark when it comes to their nades, and Mo is still stumped by this shotgun player on Astro Stairs. He can't make progress just yet. We'll try and get aggressive, but Callout dies, and now it's a 4 versus 2. Mohes and Reed with it all left to do. Forrest will get taken out, so now we're within one man, but does Reed know about the man to his left? It doesn't matter. Rudy just swings on him, takes out what little was left of the Habana. And that's an easy pre-fire for Matt Bonger. West Garfield will solidify their place in our grand finals, sending Wichita Wolves down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, the Wolves are not quite out of this one yet. They still have that lower bracket final to work their way through. They still have a tough opponent, but a manageable one, right? This is a team that we've seen how impressive they can be in the past. They've looked very impressive in this winner's bracket final, but they're going to have to put in one more strong performance in a best of 3 if they work their way into that grand final. It will be 3 matches in a row for them. Not ideal, in terms of just playing that much Siege in that little amount of time. But This team has a lot of experience. They've done it before. They've played plenty of best of 5. They've done plenty of, marathon runs, and they're going to have to do that again if they want to end up back in this grand final and go for that rematch against this West Garfield stack that is proving a little bit tougher to handle than I think many of these well-established teams expected.
Yeah, and I mean, again, that just goes to prove that sometimes these pug stacks, if the players individually are skilled and experienced enough, and if those 5 players just happen to click in the right way, pug stacks can be capable of anything. Now Wichita Wolves, they go down to fight yet another pug stack. They have to fight Juicers, who actually, right after Wichita Wolves beat One Shot, eliminated one of the top Challenger League teams in that lower bracket. So Juicers may not be as straightforward a win as the Wichita Wolves are looking for. But of course, we got to wait a little bit for that match as we have the highlights from this game on the board, at least from our finished map. So it was an 8-7 map 1, 8-7 map 2, but unfortunately, Jonah, we will have to settle for a max regulation victory here for West Garfield. As you can see, this is how the bracket has ended up. In the lower bracket, after our upcoming intermission, we will have Wichita Wolves versus Juicers to see who will face West Garfield. Actually, who will have their rematch against West Garfield in the grand final.
Right, it's going to be both teams with that rematch. It was the semifinal that saw the Juicers lose to West Garfield and the Wichita Wolves after that loss. I mean, both of these teams, they've got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, and they would love to get to that grand final, not only to compete for, that Pro-Am spot and for that $5,000 prize pool, but of course, maybe, work on that chip a little bit. Get that chip dealt with by taking care of West Garfield for the first time. Obviously, the Wolves done that on one map, and I think Juicers as well took a map off of West Garfield, but neither team able to win out the series. So before we go to this quick break, perfect time to thank one of our amazing sponsors, Mike and Ike. As you all know, if you've tuned into us before, we love Mike and Ike's here. And if you want to love Mike and Ike's, or you should love Mike and Ike's, you can take your candy game to your next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. Their delicious, fruity, chewy flavors can help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. You can power up with Mike and Ike, one of just the amazing sponsors here at SCS6 and NerdStreet for a long time, and hopefully for the foreseeable future. So stick around. We're going to have a quick intermission, and when we come back, we've got our losers bracket final game on the queue, and hopefully see how the Wolves and the Juicers go toe-to-toe to work their way to the grand final. We'll see you in a moment.
Have to get aggressive. Breach looking for it, and Hill got it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to kill the Maluski.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2. It's 5-1 for certain.
Welcome to the NerdStreet Winter Championships, featuring SCS6, a yearly open tournament series hosting the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in a community favorite, the Pro-Am. So let's discuss format. During the Winter Champs season, SCS6 will consist of 2 stages, where each stage begins with 2 open qualifiers. Once Stage 1 is complete, there will be an additional tournament offering 1 more qualification spot prior to Stage 2. Through participating in SCS6, players will acquire leaderboard points and cash prizing. The winning teams from Stage 1 and 2, as well as the additional tournament, will qualify for the Pro-Am. The top 2 teams from the leaderboard will also qualify. As we approach the end of the season, the final qualification spot will be determined through a last chance qualifier. The grand finals of the Winter Champs SCS 6 will feature the return of the Pro-Am, where the top amateur teams have an opportunity to define their talent against the North American Pro League. But in the end, only one team will be crowned Winter Champs. Sign up today and make history.
There once was a tournament during the season of snow, filled with contenders of might, with names Deez, Ligma, and Joe. Their road was a trying one, wrists aching with cramps. In the end, victors rose. We call them Winter Champs. Before they departed, they left us these words. Our journey's just begun. All thanks to the nerds.
Have to get aggressive. Reed's looking for it, and Hill got it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to kill the Malusi.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2. It's 5-1 half for serve.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And after finishing the match that was supposed to finish yesterday, we finally returned to our regularly scheduled program. We have the losers bracket final between Wichita Wolves and Juicers.
Yeah, best of three. Most of the losers bracket games up till now, I think all of them up till now have been just a best of one, just for the sake of time. Nobody wants to be slugging out like endless hours in best of threes in the losers bracket. But finally, we're here. And the one that matters, it's 3 maps to decide who goes up against West Garfield once again in that grand final for all the marbles. Here are the rosters you've got in front of you. Obviously, you're familiar with the Wichita Wolves if you were just tuned into our previous matchup. That is Call Out, that's Reed, that's Freak J, and Mohesi. On the side of the Juicers, though, you may not be familiar with this team because it is, after all, a pug stack. You've got Badger, you've got Pixel, you've got Dunny, Tragical, and Razor, formerly, still on XSET, just the relegated team from the NAL. Razor, working with this team, and they have been putting in some pretty impressive stuff. They actually took down One Shot, one of the favorites to win this entire tourney, down in the losers bracket just 1 round ago.
I'm also trying to figure out which Pixel is this. Okay, it is underage Pixel. Okay, I was trying to see because we've had so many ex pros competing. I don't know if it was that Pixel or if it was underage Danny T3 Pixel. It is Danny Pixel. And we got the map bands rolling in, and it's the same 3 frickin' maps. Why?
Hey, it's pug stacks.
Why?
Why
Why
want to
would
go
they
to
do
these
this
maps?
to us?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't love it. Don't
Well,
love it.
we're gonna have to go through Cafe Oregon Villa again, but hey, it's a different pug stack against Wichita Wolves, so maybe things will end up differently. I don't know.
Who knows?
I haven't seen the guys on Juicers compete in a while. It's been a hot minute since I casted Razor. I haven't actually been able to cast Dunny or Badger in a league setting before. And of course, Tragical, who was on Smoke Break in Challenger League, one of the top players. Pixel, a T3 player who's been around for a while. I'm excited to cast Juicers. A lot of familiar faces and a lot of familiar and unfamiliar faces. But the bands are going to come in. Operator bands, that is. Of course, it's Cafe, so it would not be surprising if we see something like a Thatcher or a Maverick come in, and it's actually going to be okay. They're going to continue on. They're going to keep banning the Zofia.
Yeah, the Zofia ban is unusual, but as you said, they're going to keep doing what they've done for this, what feels like the entire tourney. They're going to stick with their guns here. They do not want to deal with that LMGE. They do not want to deal with all the utility she brings to the table. Plus, it's a good target ban almost every single time. There's usually a hard stuck Zofia main on every single roster, so taking her off the board can often, change things up and may really slow a particular player down if that's kind of how you want to run things. Now, the Thatcher's going to be banned out. That's no surprise. The Valkyrie on the defensive side is going to be banned out, and that is no surprise either. That leaves the final ban probably that Mira, unless we see something of a Wamai instead. Mira, there she is on Cafe, is incredibly powerful, much like the Valkyrie, and it is pretty expected to see teams taking these 2 defenders off the board. The only unusual ban here would be that Zofia. The Thatcher, the Valkyrie, and the Mira are as common as they come. The Flores will be in play. That's one very common ban that has not been removed from this particular map, but we'll see exactly what they want to bring forward on this one.
Yeah, the operator bands, Of course, like you said, except for that Zoe, very, very standard. But Bar and Cocktail is going to be the first site. Mo is going to fake the Chonka, only to switch onto the castle, interestingly enough. And Razor is going to swap off of Maverick onto Finka. So Hibana will be the only hard breacher on the board for Juicers. They will also be bringing Jackal. So I guess their entry duo is probably going to be Jackal Finka, which is something that we're not really used to. But I'm sure they can make it work. You've got the aggression that you could pull out from that Finka. You've got the roam clear potential of the Jackal if Wichita Wolves are going for that. But judging by their lineup, this is probably going to be a little bit closer to the site, with the farther standing ones going is Cigar.
Yeah, Cigar hold, likely what we're going to see here. I mean, you've got that lethal combo that often works for the kind of hold like this. You've got Mohes on the castle, and you've got Freak with those Surya gates on the Aruni. As far as the rest of this defensive lineup goes, the attacking lineup as well is maybe a little bit more interesting to point out, because once again, like we've seen a lot in this tourney, and another operator that is incredibly common in Pugstack, that's going to be the Jackal, something we saw on our previous map of Villa in our previous series, and something that isn't going to be too surprising, but maybe for Cafe, especially at this level, there are other operators that you might bring in place of the Jackal, because he does bring 2 smokes, but more often than not, his primary gadget is what you're bringing him for. The C70, good weapon, but something that I suspect we'll have to see come into the mix a little bit later. Maybe the Juicers expect they're going to see a fair bit of a roam, as it does appear we are going to be seeing a little bit of a roam, at least from Callout, who is all the way downstairs at the moment. But from the Juicers side of things, they may be looking to get things going rather quickly. Razor already going to pop open that white stairs window, looking to see if anyone on the white stairs or down the white hall could be pressured out and contested early, but nobody will fall victim to that early angle. They heard the Gon 6 being prepped and detonating, so they'll the attackers will turn their focus now to getting these hatches open on the roof. C4 nearly catches out the sledge, but Reed not quite able to land that one at the exact moment. Gingy actually alive for now.
Actually, I don't know who the hell Gingy is. I don't know, maybe that's Tragical on a different account. I don't know. Somebody in Twitch chat, I'm sure, will correct us on who the hell Gingy is. But for now, I guess we'll call him by that. Pixel's going to take a little bit of damage on the stage rappel, looking like he's fighting a long-range battle against Mohes, and he'll lose it. What a shot with the 1.5 on the ump. Beautiful from the castle. And the Nomad will be our first casualty of the match. Now the attackers trying to burn away all this utility on the castle barricade. They'll be successful, but the nade, no! Gets burned out by an ADS, and Reed shotguns down the sledge, meaning there is now even less utility for the attackers to work with. Kind of makes you wonder why they didn't go with the Hibana in the first place. Call out. He'll be traded out, though. Finkaboos comes up, maybe pushing Dunny up the stairs. Reed now lit up by this Finka. He'll finally get finished off. We're back to even, though Razor has taken a beating.
Yeah, well, it's a great way to bring things back, at least most of the way back. Taking a beating, though, is going to be a bit of a problem for Razor, given the time that is remaining on the clock. Not a ton to work with here, but a fantastic nade and a little Finka boost means that he is not only a little bit higher in HP, but he's got a kill for his team. Jay, however, will step up and deal with the Jackal. Dunny has now been silenced, and Jay is now hungry for another. Toxic Smoke now perfectly on the mark, forcing Badger to back off, unable to get the plant down for the time being. Razor was hoping to provide that coverage. That's going to have to wait just a little bit later into this round. They dealt with that drone, but now they're going to have to deal with Razor, who just pushing into the site, and Freak lines them up. He swings Pixel through the soft wall and deals with the final 2 players who just were not paying attention to the angle that was established in the last few seconds, figuring, hey, there's probably going to be still sitting on the site, but actually a little bit of a flank coming around the corner, and a fantastic defensive adjustment there from Freak to give Wolves the opening round.
Yeah, the site setup there for Wichita Wolves is clearly kind of an open floor plan. They have Mo swinging the stage rappel all the way from actually from heaven. And well, clearly that was to just apply pressure to the stage windows, make it a little bit harder for people to clear utility comfortably. The Nomad dies first. you have the Sledge dying second, I think not bottom white, over towards Cigar, thanks to the shotgun of Reed, who is, again, not flushed out because of what? Because of poor utility clear from Juicers. I mean, that clear in through Piano was pretty terrible. If you have a Hibana who's going to be using her charges on that anyway, why not just have Hibana burn the Aruni gate and then open the castle barricade herself? Unless it was muted, which is, again, then that's a little bit understandable, but I mean, still, the utility allocation for Juicers was not great in Piano at all. It allowed Reed to play pretty much for free, get his kill, and then from there, although Juicers had a pretty decent recovery, could not pin down the likes of Jay and Freak in that 3 versus 2. So it's 1-0 Wichita Wolves. They'll now go down to the basement. Once again, they bring that Legion. I think CJ and Connor made a point about Wichita Wolves really liking Legion for whatever reason.
And is it, I mean, I guess it's the team, right? Because it's not just Mohes who we've seen running it. It's been Freak as well. He ran it consistently on the previous map of Villa here. But I don't know if those goo mines are in place already to stop, or at least to indicate that, Razor is creeping around the corner in prep already. It looks like he'll, telegraph his position by using that Gon 6 to deal with a piece of utility. I believe that Malusi Banshee from Reed now has been taken care of, but now the Wolves are going to be very aware. There is a bit of pressure lurking around the corner. C4 from Freak, maybe not the best of C4. Suspected somebody might have been in the corner or just wanted to take care of that drone. Either way, telegraphing his position, and now he'll be forced to fall back as a result. The Juicers here mounting a lot of pressure towards this bakery direct approach. The Wolves, all they've got to do now is see if they can rotate somebody up above to make sure that the vertical pressure is being maintained. Instead of that, Reed will swing head on right onto the Maverick holes that Dunny is now working diligently on. And as a result, Reed will lose his life right off the bat. An opening pick for the Juicers and a good start for them, but Freak steps up as the Kaid and answers back decisively. Call out as well. Will get one of his own as the Mozzie. Freak will now go for another, and now he's going to be looking for a third and able to get it. Now cut down to 1 HP, but it doesn't matter because every Juicers attacker has fallen by the wayside. A very aggressive defensive stance there, contesting the bakery push head on, but it works for the Wolves yet again.
Wow, so like you said, bakery direct from Juicers. Reed gets a little bit over aggressive. That angle is already covered. Juicers may be a pug stack, but they're not morons. But then we see, or rather we hear the Finka boost, right? We hear it because whenever the Finka boost goes on, if someone's near you, hear that kind of like that psh noise when it goes off. So Freak obviously hears that and he's like, why would they Finka boost if they just open the wall? Someone's probably going to try and get aggressive. And he's right. He's right on the money. Razor tries to push through prep. Freak cuts him down, but decides he's going to keep going. And that was really what that round came down to. That entire bakery direct push was shut down by one man and one man alone, and he goes by the name of Freak GN. Additionally, you not only have him getting 3 kills, but Call Out also finding the sledge upstairs and then coming down red to get the last frag. So well done by Wichita Wolves, namely Freak and Call Out for getting all 5 kills in that round. Now they're up 2-0. Their third site will be reading. No tomfoolery here, no mining and dining. Will be on reading, which of course still relies heavily on how well you can hold the top floor.
And we've seen the Wolves to hold down the top floor pretty strongly. We saw it in their opening round of Bar and Cocktail, but obviously that's a little bit different because your entire defense is set up there. You can go for pretty consistent flanks because the attacking team is never going to seize full control of the Cocktail side, but now they have to seize full control of the Cocktail side, and the Wolves have to figure out a way to lock that down while, having an option to rotate away and giving up that control if they feel the pressure from Juicers is a little bit too much to handle. For now, it'll be Razor just hopping on the rappel and tearing Mohesi apart. Not exactly sure what the Wamai thought his approach would be by just sitting crouched in the middle of the hallway and letting Razor tear him apart. But either way, it's an opening kill for Razor, an opening kill for the Juicers, and a fantastic way to start the round, dealing with one of the top floor players, especially the Wamai, whose magnets will be, regenerating for the remainder of the round. And, well, not anymore in this case. That is a lot of utility that they've taken off the board with just that one kill. No Jaeger on the field of play as well means all of that projectile denial has been taken care of. Now Freak has been shut down. A big gunner in play. Call Out will answer, but a good start for Juicers nonetheless.
Yeah, but at the very least, there is a refrag, and look at who that refrag was onto. It's the sledge, so vertical play going to be much harder, but Razor's still sticking on a rappel. He's actually watching the fireplace, and his call-out attempts to rotate out. He'll get cut down. Now it's just Reed and Jay. 2 versus 4, the pulse and the smoke. Pixel gets caught. Reed watching the angle, good game sense from him. Now we're within 1 man as Juicers continue on the top floor, fully establishing the rest of this control. There are no C4s from the Wolves, so if they want to kill these top floor players, they're just going to have to get crazy with the guns and shoot them down. 1 player will already drop into Pillar. I believe that's the Finka of Razor, who's looking to just push right into the site, and he catches Jay completely unaware. That's Razor's 3rd kill. Now he's hunting for Reed. Now a 1v3 with the ump in hand and a whole minute 5 for this attack to play with. This is not a great situation for Reed at all, and Razor is just going to keep the ball rolling. That his 4th kill in the round, and their 1st for the Juicers.
And Razor kind of just doing it all by himself. Never really had the support of a teammate, at least physically on his back. I'm confident he had a couple of drones, at his feet, giving him the intel he needed to make a couple of those aggressive swings and, creep around the building as he did. But from the onset of that round, it was Razor just dominating the Wolves before they even knew what hit them. It started with Razor on that upside down rappel, taking care of Mohes up above, who just had no idea what was going on. And then the Finka continuing that very thing for the entire round, just clearing out the map methodically. We never really saw the bomb sites actually come into play because the Wolves had been pretty much dealt with before we ever needed to get the bomb down entirely. So Juicers, despite the troubling start in those first 2 rounds, they will just tear through the Wolves in round 3 as efficiently as ever, and they'll claim their opening attacking win. So now they're going to have their eyes set on the second half of their attacking part of this map, and they'll once again have to do so on 2 bomb sites that they have been unable to secure just yet. We'll start things off on this top floor, Bar and Cocktail, a site that the Wolves just kind of outmaneuvered Juicers the entire time.
Yeah, hopefully we see a better utility clear in piano. That's really what I'm going to be paying attention to here from Juicers, because Wichita Wolves are going for pretty much the same plan. Again, cigar hold, castle barricades to assist, plenty of ADSs, Wamidis, and everything like that, protecting said castle barricade. This time, though, Jay does not have an FMG9, so if things get down to it, I doubt we'll be seeing him swing quite as aggressively, but Jay is still an SMG-11 aficionado. We've seen him do some magical stuff on that weapon before, especially with his previous stint on the Wichita Wolves roster. Actually, fun fact, I'm not quite sure if CJ and Connor touched on this at all yesterday, but Jay was on this roster with Callout back when it was Callout, Avenai, Forest, Jay, and Melted. So I guess Jay has found his way back, but Juicers are already going to start off much better with a kill on the Freak, but Pixel, once again, Deja Vu is going to get cut down from that exact same angle we saw last time by the exact same player.
Yeah, maybe just not aware that the angle exists, or maybe just eager to challenge. I would assume aware of that angle as he got killed by it last time, but regardless, despite losing the same fight again, looks like the Juicers are going to be fine. They're going to have 2 kills to speak for it. Now that Jay has been dealt with, now that Freak has been dealt with, and looks like the Wolves are desperate to just get this edge back. Mohes is just, challenging the Skylight. Always a risky endeavor, still so early into the round, especially with Juicers holding that man advantage. They can cover every single angle. Razor will do that, taking down Reed. Mo does have a response, but it's a 2v3 either way, and here comes a nade right towards his feet. Another triple kill for Razor. Callout gets one back, but now he's got to fight against 2. Razor, who has 9 kills, only 3 rounds in, will look for a quad kill. Can't get it. Callout on the swing, but Badger with the bearing 9 will win it anyway. Juicers take 2 in a row. Razor putting the team on his back now, 2 rounds in a row, lighting up that scoreboard, giving Juicers the edge they need.
And it looked like, like I said, I was looking towards the utility clear. Juicers were much more efficient with that, with the Castle Barricade falling relatively quickly. They got the kill on the Freak. Sure, they lost Pixel, but a lot of this, too, I think we saw in the previous round as well, was Juicers using the repels really effectively. Dunny, I think it was Dunny, got a freebie onto Jay playing in bathroom. I mean, Razor just moves on in and kills everything in his path. But to start off, I mean, the round was very well played by Juicers. And at the end there, I really thought Callout was going to do it once he took out the cover, but Badger was quick with the reaction, quick with the bearing 9. Callout missed just a few shots that maybe he should have landed, but well played to Badger towards the end. The score is now even. We're at 2 apiece. Wichita Wolves not wanting to mess with the top floor once again. They'll go down to the kitchen, and hopefully Juicers have a little bit more cognizant of prep this time, should that Finca die early on.
Yeah, the last kitchen attack, it was a peculiar one, because usually we'll see teams go for the top-down approach and they'll clear out the entire map before actually going for the site. But a good chunk of the time we will see those bakery directs, and it started out fine for the Juicers, but what was interesting was that the Wolves contested the big bakery approach oddly aggressively, like unusually so. Challenging not only over the small bakery side, I think it was Freak who did it last time, but challenging directly onto Prep as well. It was actually Freak in both positions. We saw him over on the red stairs and then rotate over towards Prep. And the Juicers fell victim to that. Normally, big bakery attacks fail when the defense takes really good advantage of the vertical control. And the Wolves didn't do that, and it doesn't seem like they're doing it again. There's nobody upstairs in train or in mining right now to provide that vertical pressure onto reading and onto that default plant spot. But this time we are going to see a bit of that change. It is going to be what appears to be a top-down clear from the Juicers. You see all 4 of these players just bunched up on the roof right now. They want to work their way through this entire map, doing their due diligence before they actually get down to that first floor.
Ooh, early challenge from Callout, but he will once again die to a repelled Razor. The lesson so far of this game, if Razor is on a rappel, do not peek it, because he is going to win that fight every single time. Mo is going to get a refrag, though. Pixel dead. That's your Nomad now gone, thanks to the, thanks to the roaming smoke. But as Razor rappels in, he's got no info to work off of. Does not know Reed is right there in the fireplace. Dunny, another refrag coming in. He can't quite wallbang Jay, though. The Goyo not getting away just yet, but surviving. But there it is. There's the finisher. But the trade comes in. Once again, Reed under the barrel of Dunny. 2 versus 2. The Malusi is rather lit up, but still the man count even, and still a C4 in Freak's pocket. He'll be playing in and around VIP while Reed has tucked himself back into the site. Now Juicers, they've got to drone out, see where these last 2 players are, and figure out where the hell they want to attack from, because this top floor roam clear and this bottom down play has not worked nearly as well as they had hoped.
They've spotted out the VIP player. But with these 2 attackers kind of split, they're not going to actually contest that side of things. They know somebody's over on the Whiskey Bar side, so they're maybe going to look to provide the cutoff and prevent him from actually getting back to the site. But now that Gingy has telegraphed their position, it's not going to be the easiest thing, because Freak knows where to look. Gingy will be able to get past that looked like a death trap and actually sneak over into Big Bakery, just as Badger takes the head of Reed. Pushing into the site all alone, though, Gingy was not quite there to provide the coverage. Now, finally, stepping up in prep, but now this is a 1v1. And Freak, he knows the diffuser is down, and he's eager to swing on this player. 30 seconds left. Gingy now pushing all the way into the site. They're trying to take this fight to Freak, but Freak right now eludes them. Sneaking around in the red hall now. Heard the plant go down possibly. Now continuing to pre-fire. Gingy taking the fight, and did Freak run out of bullets there? Because he just tucked tail and tried to get the heck out of dodge, but he found himself dead because he missed just a couple of bullets and couldn't run away in time.
Yeah, I guess he ran out of ammo. Because it looked like he started the reload animation and then tried to run away. So either he ran out of ammo or he reloaded at the most inopportune time. But it started with a roam, right, from Wichita Wolves. It went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, right? Razor first got the opening pick, then he tried to just rappel in and died. Then Mo on the roaming smoke was cut down after he killed Pixel. Dunny, finishes off Jay before being refragged by Reed. Now we're in a 2v2. Good intel being gathered by Juicers lets them lock down the Malusi, though. I think that was Reed. Lets them lock down the Malusi, take Reed's head off. Freak's in the 1v2. He catches the primary case carrier. And I really thought that was it. I thought Freak was winning that 1v1, like, no questions asked. But Gingy just kind of out-positioning him. going for the plan and then getting really aggressive when Freak least expected it, I guess. Freak, whether or not he was out of ammo or just hit the reload button by accident or fat finger, either way, got shut down. That was Gingy's very first kill, by the way. So although he may not have many, the one kill he's got was extremely impactful as it puts Juicers up 3-2.
Yeah, taking this advantage and kind of casting our minds back to last night's, the initial start of the winners bracket final, where the Wolves couldn't quite close out their defensive half well. They only were able to take those 2 rounds against West Garfield, and unless they can pull this reading defense out, something they were unable to do last time, looks like we're gonna have a similar story. If you recall, last round it was Razor who, last time we were here at least, it was Razor who really defined the entire round, just kind of clearing out the whole map by himself. Once again on the upside down rappel, so the Wolves should be very wary of challenging this position, and smartly so, at least I can say for the first time, smartly so, they will not be swinging on him just yet. They will have a good bit of pressure on this top floor trying to contest these early entry points, but they won't actually be taking gunfights. They do want to back off and play a bit passive, but as I say that, Jay will maybe just swing on that cocktail double door and lose his head as a result, and Freak has made a bold move to actually retake into Cocktail, trying to stay here a little bit longer and waste a little bit more time. They've picked up a kill in the meantime. They've dealt with the Nomad. Mr. Pixel, another one of these Juicers players who keeps falling early. And despite that, I mean, it looks like the Wolves, well, they were about to lose out, but then they answered back in a big way. Call Out and Mohes will line up too, and it's a 2v2 all of a sudden, still refusing to give up this top floor for, I mean, the majority of this round.
Finally, though, Elysian will fall off. Gingy opening up that castle barricade will establish that avenue into the site through the reading doorway, but Mo is still over towards mining, looking for the pick, but they've got pings. Badger is just going to swing on him and win that fight. Now it's Call Out in the 1 versus 2. Dining Wall gonna be open, but Call Out finds one frag, looking for the second. Badger is so lit up, even the shotgun could kill him, but he gets caught with a flash in his hand, and Call Out coming up Brown at the perfect time will catch both attackers off guard and win the round out for Wichita, confirming the 3-3 half.
And it looks like we've got another close map on our hands, Harrison. I mean, we're going back and forth. We once again land at the 3-3 halfway point, and the Wolves, they were indeed able to break that defensive issue they had yesterday and get the full 3 rounds they were looking for. I'm sure they were hoping for more, but they've got the 3 they needed, and now they can move into their attacking half, a place that they excelled on yesterday, with maybe a little bit more of that confidence, at least, in mind. It will be Juicers who switch over to the defense, and we're already going to see a little bit of a change compared to what we saw to the Wolves on their defensive side. The Maestro making his cafe debut tonight here from Mr. Pixel, a player who has, I think, been the entry depth for the Juicers, at least, the majority of the rounds thus far. Just dying on the rappel, dying to these early players, something that he'll definitely be looking to correct, especially now that he's the Maestro. You want to keep that player alive as long as possible, given that he can potentially deny that plant with those evil eyes in the later bits of those rounds. So we'll have to see how Mr. Pixel makes those adjustments and how Juicers as a whole protect these support players on the site.
Speaking of people like Dunny, Badger, and Pixel, they're alumni of SCS, and if you want to join them in the ranks, if you want to join Wichita Wolves, who might be competing in our next stage, you can sign up for our qualifier, our stage 2 qualifiers happening from the 7th to the 9th, and then the 14th to the 16th. There are 2 separate ones. You can do !play for more info. Of course, if you lose out in the first one, you can go ahead, compete in the second. I believe it's $70 or $80 for the qualifier pass, which allows you access to both, and you can join the ranks of these teams, once again competing for $5,000 and a spot at the Pro-Am only. Instead of a 3-day event, it is a whole month worth of play, and you can compete against Challenger League teams and the top of T3. You can follow our Twitter, !Twitter, and join our Discord, Discord, of course, for more info. But already Dunny going to be very lit up, one of those players I had just previously mentioned. He's down to about 1 HP. Razor will now back off from the bottom floor and establish himself upstairs. So if this is not something that's dealt with or something that Wichita Wolves aren't aware of, he could certainly be a thorn in the side of this attack later in the round. But Mo is holding back his rotate. He's going to take too shallow of an angle, but luckily Razor just walks right back into his line of sight. So the Wamai does not escape death, and that is an opening pick for the Wolves.
Yeah, almost got timing there, but remedying that kind of luckily so. And Jay will continue that success. I mean, there goes Dunny, who was already cut down to 1 HP, as the push from Whiskey Bar now continues to build in force. And, I mean, despite having, more than 90 seconds left in this round, the Wichita Wolves, they are doing what we saw from them on Villa. They are trying to get aggressive early. And they're going to lose Jay in the process, and that's not the player you want to lose, because that's your Finka. No more Finka boosts, no more of that LMG to just lay down that covering fire, and you're going to have to rely now on, I guess, Call Out. He's got the next biggest mag in this lobby, I suppose, to really get the job done. Now, Freak as well. 31 bullets in hand will now begin the swing onto that double door, and it looks like at the same time Reed will push towards Big Bakery. He will fall at the hands of Badger, who whips out the Mossberg, and Mohes will now secure a double kill for himself on the round as he gets one back. It's now Badger and Mr. Pixel, your two support players, all of the plant denial residing in their fingertips here, but they're going to have to do more than that. 3 players bear down from above.
And Badger is out of gas. He is completely out of that plant denial, using it more for entry denial than anything else. Hopefully those evil eyes are still up for Pixel, but he's tucked in bunker, typically the premier plant spot. Freak is looking to push in here from the Whiskey double. There's again someone in bunker and someone in his rice. Pixel is going to push out aggressively, but he'll lose the fight, flushed out by the nade, leaving it all up on Badger. SMG 11 in hand. There's one kill for the smoke, nearly lining up the second, but he can't hit those shots. Mo will dust him, and it's another round for the Wichita Wolves. They will retake their lead, now 4-3. And it looked like it was going to be a close round, but Wichita Wolves eventually, despite it being even, used that vertical pressure to perfection. Although it didn't land a lot of kills, it forced Juicers to maneuver in and around the site right into the Wolves' crossfire.
I really like the way they use that vertical pressure. Often we'll see teams, get their entire stack onto that second floor and just have everybody staring down through the slats and the floorboards, just trying to get kills. And while that is effective because you've got a lot of eyes on the site, it's not an efficient use of time or resources, really. And what the Wolves did really well just then is that they only really put just one player on the top floor. It was just Call Out, right? It was just the Sledge to just slam away at the floorboards, deal with the players up above. Deal with the players down below by applying that pressure up above. And by only having the one player, it still felt, to the Juicers, I'm sure it still felt overwhelming to have all of those floor holes opened up above them, to have no safe place on the site. And even if the Wolves didn't use those floor holes to get frags, although Call Out did apply some good pressure from above, they used it to move those defenders around and allow the rest of the attacking team, who was mostly on that first floor, mind you, to locate those defenders a little bit more easily, to know exactly where they were taking the gunfights, to just engulf the entire site in pressure from all sides and above at the same time. And that really is something that they did excellently in that round, and that's why they took it. Well, just know that I said big brain stuff, Harrison, I think you are completely dead on the VMix, so I'm going to have to just swoop in here and take over for you with the 2 minutes remaining in this round, unfortunately. May have heard a little bit of gap there, but it appears that these teams in front of us will also be building up a gap as well. It's going to be the Wolves, actually, to start losing bodies. They've already lost Call Up. They've already lost Mohes. Both of their top fraggers, both of these entry players they would really like back at this point, and Razor is the one just tearing them to pieces. He'll back away now down the red stairs as he no longer is eager to contest those players, knowing that they've secured the advantage they need to comfortably hold this site down below. Unlike last time, the Wolves putting a little bit more pressure into the entire map and clearing out the whole thing. They're actually going to get punished for it along the way. A couple of Finka boosts, though, from Jay will give them a little bit more fuel, a little bit more fuel to that fire as it continues to smolder and build up on the site from above. You've got Freak with these breaching charges as he tries to open things up. You've got, the breaching rounds as well, but he spots out one player but cannot quite pick up the kill. Fragless so far for the Wolves, and considering there's only 60 seconds left, they're going to have to start finding the scoreboard given they are already down in such a problematic situation. It looks like, well, just sprinting around the corner, that's Freak, and he will fall to the hands of Razor. 2 kills found in return, but now it's all on to Jay. He's only found 4 kills so far, and he's going to need to find 3 more. He doesn't have the diffuser in hand. He's going to have to recover that as well. Nade coming towards Razor, but he'll stay alive, and Jay knows he is walking in to a troubling crossfire. Face full of gas, he'll get one. A triple kill now for Jay on the round. He's got to find 2 more. Badger on full HP, Ginger on full HP, and with a C4 in pocket. It's not looking too good for the Finka, who's got to step up. He has a nade and could use it to flush out one of these defenders, but he's got to step up, and without the case, he knows he's got to frag this one out. 10 seconds left, he'll swing the first angle, but at this point, just simply dry peeking everything, knows that there's somebody around the corner, but Badger is sitting close behind, actually lets him go through, but the clock will expire, and the Juicers will take a defensive round simply because Jay could not get the ace, get all 5 to give the Wolves the round.
All right, so hopefully internet issues alleviated. VMix was reloaded. That was the issue. I didn't refresh it when I reconnected, but hopefully we're good now. Wichita Wolves, though, in that attack, first off, you had Mo going down really early on, and then Juicers had established not too much of a roam. A lot of that was down on the site, but I think one of the biggest things was when Wichita Wolves started moving in downstairs, down those staircases, they were very obviously strapped for info, especially, Razor tucked in his little corner by the staircase, getting an easy pick. The push down over towards Brown, not working out at all. You leave Jay all alone in a 1 versus 4. That's or one versus 3. That was a pretty tough situation for Jay to begin with, but that was big on Wichita Wolves. Pushing all in at once without adequate info and all dying in the process. So it seems like Wichita Wolves against Juicers is going to be a similar situation as we saw against West Garfield, because these two teams can't shake each other. We're at even 4-4 as we now move on to reading for Juicers. The first time we're seeing this site from them, and I imagine Wichita Wolves are going to do your standard top-down clear, of course, as we say it every single time. This site hinges a lot on how well you can hold that top floor, and it seems like Juicers are going to be extending all the way over towards the piano side of things with this alibi.
Yeah, not just going for that typical cocktail hold, instead opting for a little bit of piano pressure as well. Mr. Pixel not only just throwing down those holograms, going for a little bit of a spawn peek, but obviously that one unsuccessful. Nobody from the Wolves running out of the spawn as Mr. Pixel went for the pre-fire. So the Wolves will remain at full force here, and now they'll have to figure out exactly how they want to approach this one. They don't usually have to deal with piano pressure in addition to the amount of cocktail hold that they normally will have to come up against, and as such, we're seeing a little bit of an adaptation from them already. Whether or not they know there was a lot of pressure being applied towards piano, they are contesting cocktail, from the windows and from this skylight right away, instead of just dropping into those hatches and getting boots on the ground in cigar as soon as possible. They're trying to just extend this web of control all across the top floor and all across these windows. Mr. Pixel, he feels pressured, so he'll drop away and head back downstairs and no longer opts to deal with the onslaught of drones and a couple of nades that were going his direction. So far, the Wolves have not made much progress, but they've got a good bit of intel. They know what they're dealing with on this top floor. Now it just comes down to actually executing.
Yeah, that was a smart move from Pixel, knowing that he didn't really have a lot of utility dedicated to his position. We heard the nade come down just after he was droned, so now he can just exude his presence in Pillar. Next up is Razor, playing aggressively in Bathroom. Only one reinforcement to his name, the entirety of his side exposed to those soft walls. He'll eat some damage before falling all the way back to pallets. Dunny attempting to escape the top floor as he drops that hatch will also take a lot of damage, and Badger will be our first casualty thanks to Freak peeking right through that fireplace. So looking to keep the ball rolling. Does he know about Pixel in Useless, though? Right behind the wall is this alibi. Freak, though, might look to his right, shoot that cam, and be susceptible to this peek. Getting hit by the Banshee. Here comes the alibi, but no, it's Jay from up top to catch him, saving his teammate's life. Now it's a 5 versus 3. Dunny very lit up. Razor attempting to peek these floor holes. Might spot Freak, but he can't land enough shots. The Ash will only be damaged, and Razor will fall off the site, leaving just Gingy and Dunny and try and defend against this entire onslaught of Wichita Wolves players. In comes the drone. It spots Gingy. He'll come out of the room aggressively, but get cut down by Reed. Now Razor comes up for the flank, but he's the only saving grace for this defense. The only man left in a 1 versus 5, and he won't be able to do anything. Freak will dumpster him from all the way down the hallway, and it's a flawless attack for the Wolves.
When the Wolves are on,
Wow.
I mean, they're on. We've seen several attacking round wins between this series and the previous one. I mean, they just whip out the flawless round if you're not careful. And they did it, I mean, yet again, that was a textbook clear, and it felt like Juicers didn't even stand a chance. Once Razor dropped down the hatch, he really didn't have any other options, and he couldn't support his team on the site anymore, and the Wolves knew that. They just swooped on in. They took those gunfights, and they won every single gunfight. Every single player they came up against was not much longer for the server. So excellent attack from them, continuing, or at least attempting to continue the momentum that they're building now, and hoping to, finally branch out and not continue this back and forth pattern that we've seen, between this first half and the second. Juicers still keeping it close. Now they'll head back up, actually to Bar and Cocktail for the first time. We've seen them go to Kitchen twice. They went to Reading, and after that didn't work out, they're going to finally head to the top floor, one that they've been avoiding thus far. And that is always a little bit concerning when you see one of these more generally regarded as a primary bomb site start to get ignored by a team. It may suggest that, well, they want to avoid this one, or at least go there only if they have to. But we've reached that point. They can't go back to Kitchen just yet. Reading didn't work, and they don't seem like a team that wants to go to Mining, not something you're generally going to see from a pug stack. So they're going to head upstairs in an attempt to lock this site down.
See, they're not playing in Cigar as the Wolves were. All we've got is a Bathroom Shield and a Pixel Hold. So very, very common. You've also got the Goyo Shield with the open freezer wall. So this is a very, very standard shield setup here from Juicers. Nothing that the Wolves likely aren't used to dealing with, though. You have Razor playing very aggressively on stage, trying to peek out windows, attempt to find an unsuspecting Wichita Wolves attacker that he could prey upon. Looking like he wants to jump out the window. He hears the Ash breaking it, and there we go. Freak dead on the ticket rappel. And Razor looking like he's going to get away scot-free. Trying to tear down the barricade takes a little bit longer than he'd like, and it's Jay with a nade to find the trade. Pixel just cannot catch a break. Seemed like that was from Skylight, and that's what happens when you dedicate all of your ADSs off-site, all those Omidus off-site. It means your anchors a little bit more susceptible to those explosives. So what could have been a one-man advantage is now a one-for-one trade. And Ash for Maestro, I'd take that if I'm the attack.
I mean, brutal for Pixel, though. I mean, even playing the support, even the Maestro, and he just, like you said, cannot catch a break here. But it looks like nobody is going to be able to catch a break on this site because the Wolves are trying to just push in and contest early. Call out. He gets one because Dunny spins around and looks the wrong way. Now he's trapped in Freezer, though, and without the diffuser in hand, without good support from Mohes just yet, he's going to have to be quite precarious about how he steps up and moves. Here comes the C4 from Razor, and if that shot doesn't connect, wait, he shot it out of the air. Very good awareness there from Callout, and now Mohes has finally come around to support him from the Cigar side. He'll swing it, and he'll pre-fire right onto Razor's position. Good heads-up awareness and good communication between these last two Wolves attackers, so now it's going to fall on the shoulders of Badger for the Juicers. He has eyes on the diffuser, but instead he's going to try to take this fight. A couple of shots that will not connect, and now he's got to fight from a disadvantage. Callout looks the wrong way. Oh! Here comes the shotgun, and it works! Mohes is taken down, and Badger makes it happen because Callout looks the wrong way, and Mohes just was not ready for the swing.
Yeah, shotgun at that range just snipes Mohes. One shot, one kill. And it's a shame because I really like the Wolves' play there. I mean, sure, Freak dies on the rappel. Razor's way off site. They get the kill on the Maestro. Wichita Wolves figure, hey, okay, Razor's off site. One guy's in Pixel. There's barely anyone actually covering inside the site itself. So what do? They drop Skylight. They're able to find some really good frags, honestly, more than I had expected. They really catch Juicers off guard, and what happens is we equalize at a 2 versus 2, so not quite as well as the Wolves had initially wanted it, but with Callout and Freezer, he's distracting the defense significantly. That allows Mo to come up, like we saw, finish off Razor, but in that 1 versus 2, I don't think Wichita Wolves could have played that worse. Callout gets kind of aggressive, attempts to peek on the smoke before Mo is there to support. I mean, they really didn't have a lot of intel on that smoke in the first place, and like you said, Callout pushing out of Freezer, I definitely don't agree with. He just looks the wrong way, and Badger one pumps Mo. At that range with that shotgun, I mean, that's usually going to be a one-shot kill. Huge ups to Badger. Nice 1v2 there. That keeps them in step with Wichita Wolves. This could be a 6-4 right now if Callout and Mo just played that a little bit better. But instead, we're at, again, an even score count. So we're at 5-5. Juices are going to go downstairs to Kitchen, though. And on their previous attempt at this site, they were successful.
A site that's gone both ways, though. They know what it's like to succeed here. They did it in the 8th round, but they also fell victim to an aggressive and a very successful Wolves attack in the 7th round. So not quite sure which iteration we're going to see just yet, but we do know that the Wolves seem to be opting for the full map clear. And as we saw last time they did this, they got punished for it at every turn. It's likely going to be Razor. Yes, it is, on the Malusi, being the main force delaying this Wolves attack as much as he can. But now that he's been droned out and he knows that he's done this similar roam before, even though he's on a different operator this time, instead of the Aruni, he's on the Malusi, he will drop away and head down towards coat check instead of opting to hold the entire map for a little bit longer. And what that does now is it still will force the Wolves to clear out the entire map. They will still have to drone every single corner, and it's going to take them at least another 20 seconds before they get that actually floor holes opened up and the pressure beginning as finally Jay steps into the hall. Just the pressure that Razor applied, even though it was temporary, it was very effective at delaying the time they need.
And we were at a minute 35 down now, and Wichita Wolves haven't done much except take the control that was given to them. They'll finally start sledging down, though, as I say that. Callout looking to establish some lines of sight inside of Freezer, maybe make way for some nades to take that Electro Claw off the hatch. Mo attempting to go in and nade the shield off of VIP, but of course there is utility in his way. There's ADSs, there are Wamidis, and he's not going to be able to do this without help. A C4 will go up. It will not land on anything, though, so a bit of a waste there, but Dunny does not waste his shots. He lands another headshot onto Mo. Deja vu on Kitchen, right? We have the Wamai peeking out of VIP, taking the head off of Mohes on the Iana. So you've lost those nades and that gone because he was a little bit too quick to action instead of waiting for his team to help burn. He tried to do it all on his lonesome. Callout is going to continue playing the vertical, though. Freak attempting to move down Brown's stairs will get cut down by Dunny because VIP is not cleared out. You cannot go for that play and not expect the Wamai to get aggressive once you start pre-firing over towards Whiskey Bar in the close corner. Dunny can also sit here and watch the hatch, but he will be unsuccessful in landing any shots onto Reed as he drops. Gas canisters coming out from Badger now, attempting to delay this push for as long as possible. Does a lot of damage to Jay as Callout has now moved off of those floor holes. That player who rotated upstairs can now command them. I believe that's going to be Razor on the Malusi, now challenging this vertical player, looking for the fight to Callout. Either way, he's distracting this sledge. Finally, he'll die. Reed can't get the plant down. Callout coming through the window actually lands his kill, but Badger finds the trade. It's a 1 versus 2. Again, it's all up to Jay, but he can't make it happen. Badger cuts him down, and Juicers take the advantage.
Strong adjustment there from Juicers in the mid-round. They first identified where the push from the Wolves was coming from, and once they did, they set up hard over in VIP, locking down the entire side of the map, I believe the west side of the map by Whiskey Bar. I mean, holding everything down and not allowing even a little bit of pressure from the Wolves to slip through the gaps. right? The Wolves, they were just desperate to push in at that point. They knew they were starting to fall away, and so they just said, you know what, screw it. Let's just drop into Freezer. Even though we haven't dealt with the VIP player, just send it on in and just take those gunfights. And we did see them take the gunfights, and we saw them bring it back. After losing 2 players early, they were able to bring that one back into essentially a 1v1 in the closing few moments there. But still, up to Jay, he could not close it out. And the Juicers not only, get us tied up and recover from the 5-4 deficit they had just experienced, they now sit at 6-5. They now are the first team to have their eyes on match point here. As such, the Wolves are going to take a step back and take a quick timeout to talk things over, but things have certainly taken a defensive turn for the Juicers, and that is exactly what they needed at this point in the map.
Yeah, that was a big play by Badger on the site, as well as his teammate. Oh, who was the Cade? Was that Pixel? Because the Cade was the one who actually downed the initial planter. If that hadn't happened, that round goes completely the other way. Because remember, Callout, he was able to get the kill upstairs onto Razor, completely denying the retake, making sure that the defense can't use those vertical holes against them. He also jumps in through the window and kills the Jaeger. Now, he does get traded off immediately, but that play from Callout completely put the round in the Wichita Wolves' hands if the plant had continued going down. And that's the big if there. Reed was on the floor thanks to, again, I'm not quite sure who the Cade was, but thanks to the Cade, actually, I think it may have been Gingy. Downing Reed really just solidified that round into Juicer's hands. Whether or not that was just from a dry peak or from a C4, well played to Gingy, well played to Juicers for cleaning it up as well. And like you said, now they lead 6-5. We are 1 point away from having a pug stack, another pug stack, take a map off of the Wichita Wolves, and they'll try to do it on Reading. But if we remember last time, Wichita Wolves attacked this site flawlessly.
Yeah, I mean, even though it is match point, the Juicers still have to figure something out here because they lost this one in tremendous fashion. The Wolves made it look rather easy, a flawless round, like you said, Harrison. So they got to make some changes here. And one change, I mean, it's going to be the presence of the Pulse. This is not something we saw from Gingy last time. And playing here on the top floor right now, just trying to just do their best to provide as much intel as they can about where this push is coming from. Last time, they were a little bit caught off guard because the Wolves, not only did they approach from this east side of the map, they approached from Cocktail as well, directly contesting those windows. But unfortunately for the Juicers here, I mean, the C4 going off there with the intel from Gingy was just not quite timed properly. And once again, that is a wasted piece of extremely valuable utility. Oh! The thing is, you've got a lot more where that comes from, and it looks like you've got Razor still, who is eager to frag out. He's found 14 kills.
Wow.
He is looking to add to that tally. He'll jump out outside that window, and he will take the head of Freak in an instant. Good play from him to give Juicers this early advantage, despite the top floor hold not going their way. As I say that, Dunny will take an aggressive fight. He'll get one kill, and now he'll just send himself out the window. Why not? You did your job. Want to get aggressive and take another fight. Unfortunately, the second one is going to cost him.
That was a little bit foolhardy, but luckily Dunny was not a C4 carrier. They still have 3. Gingy, Razor, and Badger, all with those explosives in their pocket. Also, by the way, I just want to comment, that shot from Razor on the jump out, that was incredible. So Freak and Mo, the dynamic duo, are the first ones off the board for the Wolves. Now, luckily, you've still got this sledge. Callout can still go ahead and work the vert, make this Pulse uncomfortable, but he's got to be wary of these C4s. Again, you've got the info from this Pulse. Razor has it ready and primed through the laundry hatch, looking for the mark, trying to trace on this sledge, but instead it's Jay to be found. He'll be victim to the explosive. The Finka now dead. Those boosts are gone. Now you've just got Reed and Callout. Make it just Callout in a 1 versus 4, and he is not long for this world. There's the C4, and it's a 7-5 victory on map 1 for the Juicers.
Yeah, despite the C4 missing early, I said they had a lot more where that came from, and they certainly made it work for them there, using the intel from Gingy to perfection, getting 2 C4 kills by the time that round actually concluded. And again, I mean, Razor putting up such an impressive performance all throughout this map. I mean, starting out, we were 4 rounds in and he already had 9 kills, only able to find, that 7 kills since we were even at that 4-round point, but Badger has stepped up in a big way since then. The entire team, Gingy as well, started to find the scoreboard and started to support the team elsewhere. And able to, I think, defy expectations a little bit here. I mean, Pugstacks are proving to be incredibly talented so far this tourney, and the pattern will continue as the Wolves lose the first map here on Cafe. It goes the Juicers' way here, and as you can see, there were some highlights for both teams, but at the end of the day, the Wolves just could not continue that highlight run all the way to the end. Despite holding a 5-4 lead at one point, they let that lead slip away, and the Juicers kind of slip in and take control.
Yeah, despite the experience that Razor has, the rest of Juicers much less experienced than West Garfield. I do have to say, if there was going to be a match to be called an upset, it would be this one. Juicers with the map 1 victory, and that was their pick, I believe. So,
Yes.
not the biggest deal in the world. Wichita Wolves lose their opponent's map pick. It's whatever, as long as Wichita Wolves, clean up on map number 2. But either way, there were a lot of very questionable rounds from Wichita Wolves. There were a lot of rounds where they were allowing Juicers to pull the Pugstack shenanigans, and we need to not see that from such an experienced CL team.
Well, that experience, I mean, we saw it. We saw it shine through in some moments, but then we just didn't see it shine through in others. And for a team like the Wolves, especially against Pugstacks and fighting against a lot of unpredictability, that is something they're going to have to get a little bit more consistent. They're going to have to get that under wraps a bit, maybe work on making some mid-game adjustments, maybe take the time out a little bit earlier in the map than you would otherwise. Don't wait till match point to take that. Take it somewhere in the middle of the map where you maybe see that lead slipping away and you want to make sure to solidify that and make some adjustments on the fly. Sometimes we see a lot of teams just not using their timeouts to their full effectiveness, and that's something that's easy to use. I mean, you've got one stored up, you might as well just call for the pause and just talk it over with your team. But before we get to our next map, we're going to take a quick intermission. But before that, another wonderful shout out to our amazing sponsor, Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of NerdStreet Gamers, SCS6, and local host. All Mavix Gaming Chairs come with the future 9 functions of critical ergonomics. I know, Harrison, you were saying your back was sore earlier. Mavix Gaming Chairs may be perfect for you, right? It can support gamers everywhere, can support casters everywhere, and you can get yours today for as little as $24.69 a month. You can use code NSG55 on top of all of the savings they already have to get an additional $55 off. You can do all that at mavix.com, mavix.com/NerdStreetGamers. So make sure to check that one out. But Harrison, before we take this quick break, I want to toss things to you here for just a quick mention of our next split in the qualifiers we've got coming up.
Yeah, if you would like to compete on our stream for $5,000 and another spot at the Pro-Am to compete against your favorite T1 teams in the NAL, sign up for Stage 2. We just had Stage 1 conclude. Surf Esports were your champions, and if that isn't enough to convince you that you might have a chance as a Pugstack, as a T3 player to take it to these CL teams, I don't know what will. They took down many a Challenger League team in their path of destruction. You can sign up for our next qualifier. January 7th through 9th is the first one. If you don't make it in there, don't worry. There is a second one from the 14th to 16th. You can hit !play for more info, for the sign up link, for the fee, of course, to sign up for a qualifier. It's not free. You got to pay a little bit, but trust me, it's worth it. Even if you don't make it, you'll get valuable experience against some of the top teams in T3 and T2. Again, you can sign up with !play. You can follow our Twitter and Discord for more updates as well. And you can be like these guys, competing on stream and getting made fun of by us.
Always a fun time to do that. We will see you all in just a few minutes as we take a little bit of a break before we get to our next map of Oregon. So stick around. We'll be right back.
assassin. Reed's looking for it, and Hill got it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to kill the Lucy.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2. It's 5-1 for certain.
Hello everyone, welcome back. After that short break, we have another map ready for you guys between Wichita Wolves and Juicers. We just saw Juicers take their own map pick 7-5 as well, and now the Wolves find themselves one map away from elimination.
Yeah, here in the losers bracket, you don't have another chance. You've already lost the game that you can afford to lose, and now whichever one of these teams falls in this series, they will not have that chance to go to the grand final, and their run in this standalone tourney is completed. But both of these teams, they want that rematch badly against West Garfield. They want to get a chance for that Pro-Am spot. They could, of course, do that in our next split coming up. The qualifiers are right around the corner, but this one is another nice little opportunity, especially for a pug stack like Juicers, who may not be able to, field this type of roster, this exact roster yet. Further in the future, right? We are going to see how things start off here on Oregon with our operator bans. Naturally, we're going to have our Thatcher to be banned first. That's going to be the first ban gone, and the Wolves are going to come out with a little bit of a Zofia ban, which is something we've seen from them pretty consistently. It still is surprising, but today especially, and at least this week, it's not too unusual for them.
Yeah, they've been banning Zofia all tournament so far, and Cade and Valkyrie. Okay, yeah, that's going to be Valkyrie. Our last ones, of course, with a Thatcher ban. Cade makes it a lot harder to open those walls, and now, well, we might not see Maverick played all that much. He might not be needed, but, I'm sure these teams will still bring him sometimes. It's always nice to have that easy go around of those signal disruptors, of the mute that sometimes plays behind walls. You also get that set of nades that he brings, but no. Wichita Wolves not keen on bringing that Maverick without the Cade. They've just got Hibana as their sole hard breacher. Of course, Iana, Finka, and Sledge all bringing nades. And because there's no zone, that frees up another spot for an entry, and it looks like that's going to be the Jackal for Freak. Curiously enough, it's Meeting Hall up first for Juicers, not one of the two primary sites. They'll go to the middle floor first. Hopefully, Wichita Wolves are ready for this and ready for the upstairs take that they will likely have to put.
All right, first things first, we'll have to actually figure out what they're dealing with down below. Should only take them a few moments to do that, but then they're going to have to maybe adapt some of this utility on the fly. They've got the Sledge, which is generally something that we highlight as a core component of any top four take, and they've got ample explosive utility to do all that. They've got 3 sets of frag grenades. They've got a lot of that destructive potential if they were to go for something of a top floor clear, and if you've got to worry about those deployable shields just scattered all over the place here. But you never know. We could see something of a bit more of a direct approach. We know the Wolves like to pull out a surprise now and again, and even if Juicer's site choice surprises them, I'm confident the Wolves have their own surprise in store to answer for that. Several reinforcements being set up over on this dining and shower side of things. 3, in fact. None of those walls fully reinforced, but maybe just providing a bit of extra cover for these roamers as they dip around the map here.
Razor's in tower. Looking to get aggressive. He's got to rotate at his back into the attic as well. He'll be droned out. Razor is going to continue to press the issue that nearly a beautiful spawn peek, or not really a spawn peek, but a beautiful peek outside onto Mo, but Razor will just narrowly whiff his shot. Could have been a freebie, but at least Razor is not taken out just yet. At the very least, he is still delaying a lot of time. 50 seconds down, and Wichita Wolves are no closer to clearing out this Goyo than they were previously. But as I say that, they've already moved in through the top floor. I wasn't even aware of this. I didn't see the silhouettes. They're moving through attic. They really want Razor out of here, but Pixel, who we saw earlier, rotate downstairs. He'll get a frag on to call out, and Razor actually is going to be slipped right by. Mo walks right up the stairs, nearly gets killed by the while unsuspecting, but unfortunately Razor does not get aggressive, so it's just a kill on the call out. The Go is able to go back to site, but Badger does get refragged.
Oh yeah, it is. That's 2 missed opportunities for Razor, and their team is starting to feel the effects of that. Gingy has also been cut down. There goes Razor, finally felled. Reed is going to be the one actually credited with that kill, and that leaves Dunny and Mr. Pixel alone to defend for themselves here. Good double kill from Freak, a long angle there onto Pixel. Final player standing, doesn't matter. Freak is better. He is in the mix, getting that triple kill. And it seems that Wichita Wolves, they were not caught off guard by the site selection. And as we predicted, they moved in quickly. It did take them a second to locate Razor, but once they did, they wasted not a single second longer actually pushing into the site. They took those fights and they won those fights almost every single time.
Yeah, that was a really curious setup from Juicers. It seemed like they were like, hey, Razor's in tower. That is all the upstairs coverage we need. They left like master side completely alone. Wichita Wolves were free to move in for that control. They took into attic. They forced the Goyo downstairs. Sure, Razor gets away and call out's dead on the sledge, but there's a trade. It goes 1-for-1, and with all that upstairs control, the Wichita Wolves start to move in. They pressure in through Green Hall. They pressure in through Meeting. Everything is quick once Razor is dispatched, or not dispatched up, he was killed later in the round, but once he was forced out of tower, and Freak able to line up 3. Beautiful round from Wichita Wolves. That'll force Juicers onto the basement, onto a more primary site, and they'll be bringing that Mira as she's left unbanned.
Yeah, that's not something really highlighted just yet. Of course, on Oregon, I mean, she's not quite as powerful as she would be on a map like, I'd argue, both Cafe and Villa, but especially Cafe, a map that we've seen her ban almost pretty consistently on. She is pretty damn good here, though. Don't get me wrong. You've got a couple of power positions. One of those is in closet, facing the laundry side, and often you will see that second mirror window, sometimes facing over towards blue, or using that either to use that from blue, facing the main supply room site, but more often than not, we'll see that devoted maybe towards the freezer side of things as well. He's yet to put down a single mirror window. He'll finally get that deployed on the closet, but the second one, now he's still yet to actually get that down and ready. Looks like he wants to place that one towards blue, but I suspect this second mirror will be kept in pocket until this attack is finally identified. And once the Wolves telegraph their intentions, it'll be placed down. But as I say that, I think Badger looked like he was wanting to place that one down over in E-Box, but once again, holding off, finally putting that one down, but giving his team the opportunity to open things up and get a kill. Razor will step up and start things off strong, but he'll eventually get traded right back by Mo.
Pixel has placed himself upstairs in tower. Dunny's taking a fight in freezer. He'll get very lit up, not expecting, I believe that's Freak, to be already pushed down that far. I don't think the Goyo's position is known. Gingy's also going to start rotating his ADSs. There's Pixel finally getting spotted by the Iana clone, and he'll open up an attic, rotate for himself as an escape route, just to make sure he's not going to get easily pinched. But that's actually going to make for Wichita Wolves to just rush right on in. I see there's one less player on site than there should be, and they're going to take that opportunity to rush on in, but Badger gets one. He's quickly traded back. Gingy with another, but there's a double kill for the Wichita Wolves. Mo and Jay now against Pixel and Gingy. Pixel finally now coming down from tower, joining his teammate of the Jaeger on the site. But Mo getting spotted out by the prox alarm makes way for the peek from that Goyo, leaving Jay alone in a 1 versus 2, and he'll fall victim to the same prox alarm. Whoever placed that one, that alarm was doing work, landing Pixel both of the final 2 kills and the equalizer 1-1.
Well, that's well played from Pixel, but from Juicers as a whole to recover a round that felt like it was slipping out of their fingers, right? It was another case of the Wolves stepping up and getting insanely aggressive. They saw just the smallest of gaps on the site, maybe a little bit of a gap in the communication and the manpower that the Juicers were applying to the site, and so they decided to just slip on in. Lo and behold, they were just in the middle of supply room, taking fights with Badger, who was able to get one, a very important kill at that, weakening the onslaught of attackers as they worked their way in. But the Wolves were able to find that trade. They were able to, what appeared to be, seize full control of the site. But then there came the retake, mostly geared up towards that E-Box and pillar side of things. It was Pixel who just started fragging out. They forced the Wolves back. They kind of caught them off balance a little bit, and that's something that can happen pretty easily if you step up and take control of the site before you are fully prepared for it. They didn't exactly know where those final 2 defenders would be retaking from, and well, we saw the consequence of that. One simple prox alarm, identifying the position of those final 2 attackers, and Pixel was more than happy to go for the swing and shut them down. So that'll tie us up at 1-1 here, and the Juicers recovering that first troubling defensive round. Basement works for them, so now they'll continue with these more basic defensive sites, and they'll head upstairs to dorms.
Call Out is swapped onto Dokkaebi, figuring, hey, we don't need that sludge anymore. You know, we're attacking an upstairs site. We don't need the sledgehammer. He doesn't have nades, though. They are going to lose a set of nades. That was an odd run out from Razor, maybe looking for drones? Because, no, I mean, he's not going to see anyone that early on. We also have Reed swapping onto the Thermite rather than Hibana, I guess, figuring that he wants a much larger breach on Attic and the Games Wall. Speaking of, there he goes already, completely unimpeded. Attic will be open, and Gingy is likely going to start feeling the pressure soon.
Well, Jay now just going with the face check, solo clear, making sure nobody's tucked away in Arsenal. That's been cleared on out. Nobody from Juicers actively contesting that. The only real threat to worry about elsewhere is Razor, who is just all over this map, it seems like, at any given moment. Right now, over in Small Tower, just challenging towards the big tower there, hoping somebody maybe vaults out the window and he can catch somebody off guard. But right now, the Wolves are more focused on what's going on inside the building than out, just trying to seize control of Attic as quick as they can. Eventually, Reed will likely rotate around towards this master side and get the Games Wall open in a moment. As your only hard breacher, it's very important to keep him alive for that, and it looks like he'll be fine for now as he works his way into the building. Razor, he will no longer be fine. Looks like Freak had some sort of idea that Razor was positioned over there, and now it's Pixel, the next one, in danger, but he somehow wins the first fight with the shotgun. Reed, though, with the trade.
Dunny, though, getting aggressive. He'll get cut down by the player on top white, and there's the finisher from Mo onto Gingy. Late push into Attic working out, and Wichita Wolves. Very well played round. It looked like Juicers were ready to fight back, especially with Pixel taking out Jay, but the Thermite was ready. The big window pressure was there. They had a player on white. They even had a player pushing down Attic. Wichita Wolves, although were very spread out, they were spread pretty thin. They only had like one guy covering each area of the map, but the most important part is that Juicers were constricted. None of the Wichita Wolves players, I think, after Jay died, I don't think any of them were taken out. So that pinch was on the site was perfect. And Juicers could not move safely. Not a single kill was found by them towards the end of that round. Beautiful stuff from Wichita Wolves to reclaim the lead. And, well, Razor is going to say, you know what'll fix this site defense? A Cav.
A bold move, no doubt.
I don't really agree with that one.
If you think about the way Razor's been playing, I mean, it makes more sense for him to be playing Cav than it does to be playing a Goyo. I mean, he's been sprinting all over the map, just hunting for kills. I mean, sometimes the Wolves haven't spotted him early, but when they have, they've been able to deal with him early. So maybe the idea of the Cav is, one, you can be faster on your feet, you can go unnoticed a lot more, and maybe you just want to surprise somebody by sneaking around the corner, by hiding down in the basement, and not allow the Jackal of Freak to continue to wreak havoc on that roam. That's something that Razor has been struggling with, actually countering Freak entirely and countering that Jackal. And Cav is the perfect operator to bring out for it. A lot of risk here, no question about that, but he loves the roam. He's been getting aggressive. We'll see him continue that. Mr. Pixel will take up the role of the Goyo, and we'll keep that C4 in pocket, and we'll keep it closer to the site than Razor has been doing in the previous rounds, trying to just gear up a little bit more utility on the site and leave the roaming to a Cav instead.
Yeah, again, the Cav does at least counter out the Jackal tracks if her silent step is activated. Freak's going to go ahead and track the Goyo, though. Pixel being found out, narrowly escaping the shots through the shower hall, but he might have just served as the perfect distraction for Razor to get away unseen in showers. The way Freak is playing, he doesn't look aware of Razor's position at all. Razor's going to move on in, but Freak has since evacuated the premises. He's now all the way towards kitchen. So, unfortunately, Razor has kind of missed his chance, but if he goes and hunts Razor down, or if he goes and hunts Freak down, it's very possible that he catches this Jackal alone and could even get an interrogation off. Freak, though, will come back towards bottom white. Razor now just out by the doorway, looking to catch this Jackal. Here's the shots, and he's going to catch the Jackal, but not shoot just yet. He'll sprint around, but no, he'll whiff. He'll miss, but the Jackal thinks it was from above, and he's still alone. There's the interrogation. Dunny will be refragged, and now the defense has all the info in the world, but all these attackers, they're too far afield. This interrogation, while they will find the attackers' positions, will not net in any further kills.
Hey, but you got an interrogation in a match of this caliber. That is something to behold. The Cav has worked, and now the Wolves are scrambling. They've been forced to fall back. The positions they had worked so hard to secure, they've backed all the way off them. Somehow Jay will get a kill onto Pixel there, who I think was getting a bit too aggressive for his own good. And now, with that kill, the Wolves will be looking to step up even more. Oh no, here comes Razor. He's not going to bother with the interrogation again. He knew he was exposed to the window, but still peeks it regardless. And call out will be in a good position to capitalize. So it's just Badger, it's just Gingy, but the Wolves only have 40 seconds, and look at the Juicers and the way they're playing. Gingy wants to go for this fight, but that was such an easy position to identify for Reed. He knew that was coming, and he found the kill. It's all up to Badger now to fight against 3. He's got a shotgun. He really wants to take this fight, and he'll get 1, but he cannot find 2 or the miracle. It is going to be around for the Wolves, despite a valiant effort for Razor and the interrogations and just the running around left and right. The Wolves are able to recover and shut down that defense.
Yeah, well done by the Wolves. Again, like you said, despite the interrogations, I really thought at that point, Juicers were going to say, you know what? We have all the info. We know where they're going to be coming from. We can kind of situate our defense around it, but it looked like they maybe got a little bit too ahead of themselves, a little bit too aggressive. Wichita Wolves were again able to simply find the fights and win them. Put themselves in the advantage. Like the Cav got a little bit over aggressive. That gave Wichita Wolves the equalizer, and just pushing in onto the site. Juicers, for the second round in a row, just kind of fall by the wayside. So now it's 3-1 Wolves on their attacking half of Oregon. Once again, they'll go downstairs. Badgers got this Mira, and this is the one round Juicers have won.
Yeah, the basement site's the one that worked for them, and they're going to be sticking with their guns here. A couple of changes, though. It is going to be mainly focused on Razor and the presence of the Ella. Once again, opting to not even bring the Goyo at all. Nobody else. Pixel not even taking up that role. Instead of switching off to the Vulcan shield-wielding operator, he'll be switching to the ADS-wielding operator instead. The Jaeger coming out in place of that. Dunny will be bringing out those magnets on the Wamai as well, so you've got a lot of this projectile denial utility, likely to bolster the positions of both Gingy and Razor on their deployable shields, and of course, those mirror windows. And it's going to be a lot harder to force Badger out of position downstairs if they're protected effectively by all the utility their team is bringing in to counter that. Now, the Wolves, they weren't able to quite deal with this last time, even though it looked very, very close. They seized site control by getting aggressive. I suspect they won't do it quite the same way because Juicers are going to be more prepared for that, but I would not be surprised if things start off in their favor. Once again, they've got Freak, who has been very successful at pinning down these roamers in the past.
He'll scan out the Ella. Ella will be able to make it safely back downstairs. Razor rocking the Scorpion rather than the FO12 we saw Forrest employing in the previous Pug Stack game. About a minute down yet so far. No one instigating any engagements. Badger with no mirror window in pocket this time. I believe his second one is in E-Box. There is a Twitch, so Callout can easily deal with those. You've also got Hibana if you can land any shots on those mirror windows. Freak will just narrowly miss out on a kill onto that mirror, but here comes that shock drone, but it's caught by Badger. No usage there for Callout, unfortunately for him. The Yanniclin will go out and spot. I'm not quite sure who that was, pushing rather aggressively over towards the tower stairs, but they will very quickly slink back into the site, or if that was Razor, into E-Box. This Freak has since repositioned himself from Laundry into Freezer, now joined by Jay. These two will attempt to establish that long crossfire through the site as Mo is stumped by a prox alarm. If he continues pushing down, I'm sure Razor will be there to meet him, ready and waiting. Reed spotting out that mirror window will attempt to shoot the X-Kairos onto it, but Pixel's here. Is he going to shoot the X-Kairos off, though? It's not looking like he's too keen on doing so as Dunny dies to Mo, pushing down into Pillar. You've also got the crossfire here from Callout. Razor completely unaware. Jay getting his own kill onto Pixel. Make that a second, and Reed finishing the round out. Wichita Wolves win round number 5 flawlessly.
Now, yes, it was a flawless round from the Wolves, and there were a lot of things they did right. I don't think Pixel shooting the X-Kairos pellets would have necessarily changed the course of the round, but it is a peculiar decision not to shoot those out. Instead, he kept his eye trained on Freezer. I suspect the idea was, okay, maybe if I don't shoot out the pellets, there's a chance that the Wolves don't know I'm here and they're not going to clear this corner. But Pixel was standing in one of the most default spots on that entire site. I mean, the corner tucked by the washing machine, just in laundry, is as typical of a position as you're going to get. And because the mirror window was allowed to be open, the position in closet was no longer viable. I suspect that maybe the person in the closet had already backed out, and Pixel no longer cared about that position, so it didn't really matter if the window was up or not. But that is such a powerful mirror window to hold that it's something that you're going to want to protect at all costs for the most part. So regardless, the Wolves had a fantastic attack, right? We saw the two-pronged approach, the Freezer and the main stairs push. It was decisive, and Juicers didn't seem to stand a chance. So I don't think the outcome, like I said, would change regardless of that decision that Pixel made there. But Juicers aren't looking too hot on the Oregon defense, and the Wolves seem to have their way with this map right now.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, not nearly as close as Cafe was, although
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
we saw this on Oregon yesterday between Wichita Wolves and West Garfield, right? It was 5-1 halves on either side, so it's not too late. We can't count Juicers out quite yet, just because of the history of Wichita Wolves on this map in this tournament against Pugstacks. But they'll try for basement once again, this time not opting for that mirror figuring. It didn't really help all that much. Understandable, because it didn't. Freak is still rocking the Jackal, though. This time joined by the Dokkaebi. So if I assume those Dokkaebi calls will also be assisting this roam clear. An early one will go out. Dunny nearly caught by that player on the tower stairs. He will be able to fall back into sight, and Freak will continue just kind of bot walking on the top floor looking for footsteps, of which he will find none. All of these defenders, I believe, now back downstairs.
Still playing aggressively, though. I mean, we just saw the swing on tower stairs. Another one. I believe that was probably the Jaeger of Gingy who tried to take that fight, but it will eventually tuck away. Actually, Gingy's already in Freezer at this point. So not entirely sure who swung on tower stairs. Regardless, they will back off. Could have been Razor. We've seen him get aggressive. Now Gingy gets aggressive from the other side of things, and it works. Dunny with a follow-up onto Freak. 2 back-to-back kills. Dunny looking for a third. Can't quite spot out the player. Mohesi pushing in from this bunker side of things, but Mohesi all alone is not going to have the easiest time walking into a brutal crossfire, given that the shield in the corner there is fully staffed. We'll see exactly what the Wolves want to do to counter that, but they are now in a 3v5 and the time is ticking away. They are running out of options quickly. Looks like a rotation over towards the construction side is their decision.
With only 3 people left to do it, this is going to be tough. Badger as well reinforcing off elbow, and with no hard breacher left, that's pretty much going to deny that avenue completely from the Wichita Wolves. In comes the Goyo Pixel. Not quite sure why he was swinging that, but Badger is at least there for the trade, leaving it all up to Mohes, and Callout now in a 2 versus 4. Callout still on the tower stairs. Mo alone over towards bunker. He'll land the kill onto the Malusi. Nice shot. Well, Callout was distracting, I guess, but Callout's now leaving. Not quite sure for where, but Mo is completely unaware of Razor tucking the corner, and Callout is now all on his lonesome. It looked like he was making the long marathon run over towards Freezer. He'll drop through the hatch and completely whiff his fight against Gingy. Juicers take round 6, and that's a 4-2 half in the favor of the Wolves.
Well, it is still a very successful half for the Wolves, but closing things out with a win would have been excellent. 5-1 would have all but guaranteed the map win, but it won't here on Oregon because the Juicers will secure their second. Now, in that last round there, that final push, it did seem like the Wolves kind of gave up in that 2v3. Mohes pushed in without waiting for the full rotate all the way around towards the other side of the map from his teammate. And yes, that's okay if you want to catch the Juicers off guard and maybe just get a frag, get a kill here, but we saw how most of the gunfights going the way of Juicers there. They were eventually traded out by the Wolves, but you can't trade out a kill if you don't have a teammate to support you. And they did have 30 seconds left. They had a good chunk of time on the clock, so it would not have been a huge deal if Mohes just waited a little bit longer and waited for that entire rotation to actually complete. But even if that rotation had come, it was like if rotating to Freezer while your teammate is pushing in from E-Box, if there's somebody contesting Freezer, you're still not going to be able to support your teammate from that angle either way. I bet that's what Mohesi thought. So he's like, you know what? Let me push in, catch somebody off guard, and get a kill. Not able to do that, but like I said, a 4-2 half is successful regardless of what transpired in the last round. So now all the pressure falls on the shoulders of Juicers here. If they want to close this one out in 2, which may have looked possible after a strong victory on Cafe, they're going to have to put on an impressive attacking performance here.
And they, very well might. This could be an attacker-sided Oregon, but Wichita Wolves have been looking confident on the map so far, much more so than they did on Cafe. You got Jay Roman on Legion. Again, Legion, an operator that Wichita Wolves really likes. Where he doesn't really see a lot of play all that often. I guarantee Wichita Wolves in all of Challenger League are probably like at least a third of his total pick rate in T2NA. But Freak is also roaming offsite over towards the dining side of things. He'll shoot a drone and Razor will just drop from the heavens in front of the Wamai. That's an easy kill for Freak, but he is instantly refragged by the likes of Gingy. That was okay. Pixel is going to sprint into main and die to Mo because he had no info, and we're now at a man disadvantage for Juicers. Dunny is going to do his best to try and repair that, but he can't find Mo just yet. And Gingy and Badger have the unenviable task of trying to now push the site, or sorry, not even the site, try and push Kitchen alone, of which there is no one. Everyone since has gone back down to the site. And Jonah, I'm amazed that we've made this much progress and there's still a minute 40 left in the round.
I mean, yeah, they've got a good bit of progress, but it's more so, I mean, the progress in terms of the frags the Wolves have made, that's also pretty significant. But you highlight that there's so much left in the round, and I took a peek at the utility left for the Juicers, and especially the intel. They only have 4 drones remaining. It was the same with fully 2 minutes left on the clock. We talked about their intel issues, and I think we're seeing the result of that. Unable to find that next kill. Now somebody wide swinging on to Dunny, who isn't quite able to get that fatal blow just yet. And now with the time ticking away and the rest of this utility being burned out pretty effectively, good use of Freak's magnet there. The Juicers are going to have to find a way to pull this one back. Badger will start finding one, but now as he falls, he will drop the diffuser. Dunny gets one back, but now has to find 2 more. Ample time, but no drones means that every angle here is going to be a complete mystery for the Yana. Dunny will have to just be checking into every angle completely blind. And with the Wolves playing aggressive and hungry for these flags, also playing off one another here, tucked in the corner of the site, they are not going to allow Dunny to do this one. We'll send out the Gemini clone. At least some intel can be gathered. He'll spot out. No, it was a bait, I suppose. That was confusing.
Yeah, he had the he interrupted the animation.
I got baited. I got totally baited.
Just to not see Jay prone in the corner. That was a little bit unfortunate for Dunny. A valiant attempt, but at the end there, I mean, pushing from the direction he was, there was really no way he was going to win that. Even if he had spotted Jay and killed him, Mo was right there, ready and waiting, playing the totem pole, standing right above his teammate. And that round, Wichita Wolves had a pretty decent roam. They went 2 for 1 on it, and as Juicers attempted to push into the site, they were pretty much starved of most of their utility, pretty starved for info, and just kind of walked into the anchors towards the end. It was a lot closer, I think, than a lot of us expected it to be, especially with the start that the Wolves had, but still they come away with the round. It's now 5-2. Wichita Wolves up by 3 rounds. They have a full site rotation worth of a buffer, and then I'll be bringing Mira on the top floor, something we didn't see at all from Juicers. They only brought her in the basement, but Wichita Wolves figuring she's useful up here too. A lot of times we see a Mira window on attic. A lot of times we see one on the kids wall looking into dorms. Typically, I'm not quite sure. Oh, Reed actually hasn't put down either of them yet.
seconds.
I really want to see where he's going to put him.
Yeah. Well,
5 seconds.
one thing of note, one pretty big difference between Cafe and Oregon here. I mean, you just take a look at the scoreboard on the right side of your screen, and one pretty big difference here is Razor with just 4 kills. Right? We saw how important it was on Cafe for Razor to just skyrocket into the double digits. Ended up with about 16 kills, Badger 11. But both players kept very quiet here. Kept very quiet, only 4 each. Same thing goes for Pixel and Gingy. At least for them, they have not been completely shut down like Pixel was on our first map. But got to wonder if that has been a bit of an issue here for Juicers. Just not getting the simple frags that they were relying on pretty heavily on Cafe, the frag-heavy map that it is. And on a more structured map, seeing them struggle like this, it doesn't bode too well for Villa, which often is considered a little bit more structured than a map like Cafe as well.
Okay. Reed just got downed. Razor kills Freak. There's the finisher. And, did Reed have both of his mirror windows down?
Let's see.
I don't think, yeah, see? I don't think he put either of them down.
Huh.
I think he just died with both mirrors in his pocket. Because I remember you were talking, at the beginning of the action phase, and I was staring at Reed, and I was like, yeah, is he gonna put him down? But yeah, he died with both. Gingy on the breach is able to get one before he's refragged by Callout. Both he and Jay double pushing back on that ace. The Iana is distracted by the Jaeger and Master. That was a beautiful pinch. Jay looking to light up Badger and Attic as well. Now leaving Callout the only one covering that angle, but Badger lands a very nice pre-fire. Now it's all on Jay. 1 versus 3. In comes the Finka trying to do it, but no, Jay wins out with the pistol. Luckily, Badger's there for the trade, but down from a what was that, a 5v2, 5v3 to a 1v2? Valiant attempt from Jay. Unfortunately, though, it was not enough. Juicers will take their first attack.
Yeah, Juicers making it happen, I'd argue, heavily due to just those 2 opening frags from Razor. I mean, as I call him out, just for not as finding the scoreboard as much as he did on Cafe, he opens things up with an entry double kill. One of those, as you said, Harrison, onto the Mira, who hadn't even done her job yet. So a good round for the Juicers, no question. A couple of silly errors there from the Wolves, but maybe it's the start of what could be an attacking Oregon comeback. But as you said before the round even began, the Wolves have a 3-round buffer, a full site rotation of a buffer between them and Juicers. At least they had that. Now it's only 2 rounds, but they have the freedom to go to any of these bomb sites they choose. They're going to head towards meeting now, interestingly enough, instead of opting to repeat the same dorm's site. And we'll see how they defend this one. We saw how they attacked it very successfully in our opening round of the entire map. Juicers making that interesting decision to defend here first, but now it is the Wolves to lock this one down, and Juicers on the attacking approach. We didn't see a full-fledged top floor clear last time from the Wolves. Instead, we saw a bit more of a direct approach over towards the tower side of things. Let's see how the Juicers approach it.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
And it looks like Wichita Wolves are going to have much more coverage upstairs than we saw from Juicers, right? Because Juicers really just had the Goyo in tower, and they fell off of dorms really quickly. That was a big reason why they were done in on this round. I imagine Wichita Wolves won't be making the same mistake. They even have Callout hovering around in the basement as the attackers start to breach into the tower. Razor is already over towards Green Hall. There's no drones looking at this Jaeger, though. Callout. Push up, man. You can get a freebie, but he will lose his opportunity. If he was just a little bit more aggressive, that would have been an easy kill on the Fink, but now he'll be droned out. Now Juicers are going to be worrying about the downstairs, and they'll set up their flank watch. Hatch is also not open, and Mo, walking around lobby, is caught out by Pixel. Freak at least finds the refrag, but Badger is there to kill the Malusi before things get out of hand over towards Green Hall. Reed looks like he's up next, now peeking in towards the hallway, watching upper tower, but lands a very nice headshot onto Badger as he throws a drone out, equalizing us at 3-3.
Another fight here in Attic. Jay trying to get insanely aggressive. C4, but not quite tossed through the gap. Just missing the mark, but that would almost have certainly been a kill and propelled Wolves into that 3v2 position. Dunny just wasn't quite ready to shoot that one out. Instead, he will now stay alive and continue to support his team with some intel that the Gemini clone may provide. Now, you've got Pixel coming below, locking off those flanks with the air jabs, making sure that if anyone else tries a sneaky play, that someone is in place to counter it, and Gingy will begin stepping up into the site in the meantime. Good kill onto that site player, now looking for a second onto the rotation, and Jay, he will re-peek the angle only to lose his life. It's all up to call out now. It looks like he has not been spotted, so he'll get an opportunity to get potentially a free kill here. But finally, the pre-fire comes through as Gingy gets the sound call, and they will pop up, get the headshot, and close the round with a wonderful triple kill to give Juicers the successful attack on the meeting site and narrow this gap to 1.
Wonderful play from Gingy. The Wichita Wolves started out well, but looked like they, in their attempt to keep the ball rolling and, increase that snowball effect, got ahead of themselves, and Juicers had the appropriate refrags. We ended up in a 3 versus 3, but Gingy, backed up by both of his teammates, simply pushed into Green Hall. No one was watching it from kitchen. All 3 of the defenders were over towards the meeting side of things. I don't know how he got the kill on a read, but he did, despite, again, being trapped in a Banshee. Jay tried to take a long angle with the SMG-11 against an AK-12. Of course, that worked just about as well as you expected it. And Call Out alone, well, he got caught out. And now Juicers are within striking distance of the Wolves. They're within 1 round of tying us up once again as the Wolves desperately go down to the basement, hoping that this mirror play now on Laundry will work out for them.
Hopefully, Reed is able to get down the mirror windows this time. That would definitely be a considerable step up from the last time he picked the mirror. I suspect he will, considering we're in the basement and there is really no shot for the attackers to get an almost instantaneous frag grenade on towards Reed's position. So likely he'll be more careful of that. But for the rest of this Wolves defense, I mean, we've seen an aggressive roam from them and we've seen mixed results, right? We saw how they've been increasing the aggression and then toning it down, and then every once in a while they'll ramp it up again and they'll just have incredible results. In the last round, they ramped it up, maybe too much, and Juicers were ready for that one. And this time, I expect that the only type of aggression we'll see, maybe it's just simply going to be maintaining map control for as long as they can. They're going to have Freak on the prowl here on the roam, but he won't just maintain this control. He actually wants to take the fight on the window as soon as possible. Juicers, though, they are wary to make the swing. They know they've got to send a drone out first, and as it gets shot out, Freak knows that it is his time to fall back. He'll be joined by Jay on the Legion again. Wichita Wolves rocking with this more unusual pick. But everyone on the defense so far will go relatively unscathed. Actually, fully unscathed. Everyone full HP. And still on the roam. Not quite giving up control of the map just yet.
I like this Flores pick as well from Juicers, knowing that Wichita Wolves are bringing out all this utility. They want to avoid it with those Flores drones and catch those shields. But like you said, they've got to get through this roam first if they want to be able to do away with the utility on the site. In comes the Iana clone. It will be quickly dispatched of, but it was just a decoy. Freak gets caught very quickly by Razor. That's an opening frag for Juicers, especially one of your top performers as well. Jay, still being the top frag, he's still alive, tucked in downstairs, regenerating those goo mines as we speak. Mirror windows also placed, but you've got Badger, the Hibana, to deal with them. Gingy as well with those Flores drones to flush out the position itself and make those mirror windows unplayable, at least for a couple seconds, can make way for the main execute. But Juicers are making steady progress. Next step, of course, is to open up these hatches and walls with their Hibana, their sole hard breacher who has not been taken out early, so he can do whatever the hell he wants. Gingy's going to start sending in these Flores drones. He's not going to see the Jaeger over towards the barrel side of things, and there's also no shield in elbow. So he's going to likely call this out to his team, but as Razor tries to barrel his way in, Call Out catches him. Gingy does find the refrag as Mo tries to come in to support, but Badger is now stuck here thanks to both Jay and Call Out. Speaking of Jay, Dunny tries to rush in. He'll get killed, but now it's just Call Out in a 1 versus 3. He'll get one, but traded, and what happened to the advantage Wichita Wolves had?
Pretty sure Gingy happened. Gingy just tore through that round yet again, and I mean, they just could not be stopped. That is 2 back-to-back rounds where it looks like the Wolves held an edge for some time, and then somebody just comes in and tears them apart. Not only the advantage in that round was worked away, but the advantage as a whole in the map has crumbled to nothing. It is 5-5. We are all tied up. The 3-round gap that the Wolves held has now been taken care of by Juicers right now. And it seems that they are very eager to get this series done with as soon as possible. That is 3 strong rounds in a row. And now the Wolves are faced with a question. What site do they want to attempt to hold? They've been unsuccessful on dorms, unsuccessful on meeting, and now unsuccessful on basement in back-to-back-to-back rounds. Now they've got a tough one. What adjustments are they going to make? Are they going to continue that aggression? Are they going to continue bringing out the Mira? And are they going to continue on a roam game that, while it's found flashy kills, has overall, at least in the last 3 rounds, been ineffective entirely? You just lost Freak to a very early, pretty trivial death over in Kitchen, and that's not something you're going to want to do again.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest adjustments they need to make on that downstairs defense is to let Juicers come to them. I mean, we saw Razor sprint in. He got shot in the back by Callout. And Callout was still sitting barrel. He wasn't refragged either. But Mo jumps through, abandons the mirror window just to die to Gingy pushing into elbow. And the same thing happens over and over and over again. Every time someone from Juicers walks in, Wichita Wolves is able to land the kill, but then keep pushing and keep getting caught. They keep walking at Juicers, and Juicers is happy to receive them, especially Gingy, who is popping off this map. Completely inverse of what we saw on Cafe. He's 11-6 right now, topping his team even above Razor, and is just below Jay on the scoreboard. We're now at 5-5. It's going to be top floor. That's where the Wichita Wolves are going to decide to defend. They are bringing a Thunderbird now, interestingly enough. I guess wanting to increase their longevity, give themselves a little bit more HP when coming away from these aggressive fights. You've also got Mo now on a 3-speed with a rifle and a C4. And look at Reed. He's not keeping those mirror windows in his pocket. He is immediately placing at least one so he doesn't die without any use once again.
I love the pick of the Thunderbird, often because it allows those important power positions on those top floor, like those mirror windows, to be held a little bit longer. But one peculiar component of this top floor hold is something pretty impactful here is missing, Harrison. Deployable shields. There's not a single shield brought by this defensive lineup. No Vulcan shields because there's no Goyo, and no one else picking an operator or bringing a shield at all. Instead, hoping that the mirror windows can make up for all of that. And while in some cases they do, there are now several places on the top floor bomb site that you're going to be unable to contest entirely. Right now, though, things will start out very different. We're going to focus on this entry over toward the north side. Big Tower is where the Juicers are trying to push in from, and while they'll lose the first player down below, Dunny, who's been quiet this entire map, will remain quiet. White is the grave in this case, but Freak will not be shut down. Double kill for them, all while Callout sits in wait in T3. Only Jay has been dealt with, and that may be your top frag, but finally, Juicers will strike back and deal with Freak as well.
Razor now even 9-9, maybe looking for a kill through this hatch, but the mirror window sending shots down. Curiously enough, we actually saw the mirror window is placed on the attic wall to support this T3 roam, but Jonah, that means there's only one guy on site. It's just Mo, tucked in towards the metal bunks in basically a 1v3, at least until Callout and Reed come back to support. Callout has since abandoned his post in top tower. It looks like Reed is starting to inch his way back through attic as well. Razor, who is tasked with watching any sort of drop down, will now rotate up to join his attacking squad, but actually he's playing for nades from below. Unfortunately for him, he'll miss. He'll land on the Thunderbird gadget, but barely any damage on Mo. As the attic wall is open, Gingy and Reed will exchange quite violent words, but Mo falls thanks to Badger. Badger is in the middle of the site. He's going to be able to start planting, and here's the flank from Razor. There's one, and the second. Razor pops off this round. Juicers take round 11, put themselves on map and match point. They are one successful attack away from eliminating the Wolves 2-0.
What a turn of events, not only in the entire course of this map from 5-2 to 6-5, but obviously in that round as well. I mean, we saw a very smart adjustment from Juicers there. It wasn't quite as fast as it could have been. They didn't identify that Mo was all alone and that they could just push in and take control. But I mean, they did rotate everyone over towards that the site itself once they felt that they did as much as they could possibly do with the limited utility they had on tower, right? There was a huge tower roam, something that really was working for the Wolves initially, but they overstayed their welcome. They really did. They did not have to lose 2 players in that position. They certainly didn't have to lose Freak. I mean, Freak got 2 kills. Why did he have to challenge again? Why did he have to stay when you know you're holding such an edge in the round? You've just torn apart the attack. You have full control of tower, full control of attic, and they haven't even approached the site. Take what you've just won and run away with that if you can. Maybe he tried. Maybe Juicers were too quick on the trade, but I suspect, just given the patterns that we've seen here, that Juicers were able to shut it down because they wanted to find more kills. Freak wanted to get more kills and was absolutely denied in that endeavor. So yeah, it's match point for the Juicers once again. They're headed to basement here on this attack as the Wolves are desperate to take a defensive round. They haven't been able to do it since that very first one.
Troubling situation to say the least for the Wolves right now. Now that they're playing Shields, Gingy Flores is going to come into full effect, but there is a mute to stop him. We'll try and get around that, and he'll be completely unsuccessful. I'm not even quite sure. The jammer is literally just there in the open. He could have used a Flores drone to blow it up, but instead Jay is going to go in and shoot them both, and then fall back into elbow behind his shield, and that could be round changing. If later in the round they attempt to go over towards elbow and that shield is still there because Gingy failed with the Flores drones, I'm sure they'll be looking towards him as to why they were unable to push that avenue. But until then, there's still 2 minutes left. There's still plenty of time for Juicers to reconsider their attack or maybe even clear elbow later into the round.
Well, the Wolves will back off. You see Mo Hessen locking that one down with a Grismont mine over on the main stairs. Juicer's not contesting that just yet. Instead, focusing here on this elbow position. Jace got to back on off.
Jay?
He will instead decide to take the Flores drone, the Rotero drone, to the face and take a lot of damage because of that. The second one will come in and now get call out in a tough spot. He will have to tuck tail and run. That should give Juicers the control of bunker that they need. However, they're still a little bit reluctant to push on in just yet. They're wary of Mohes naturally. He's still here in pillar and trying to contest this through the E-box wall. They're wary of call out, but now they've dealt with him. Now they've got to just take control a little bit more. They've got the info they need, and you can see the Wolves, they are scrambling around this bomb site. They see the loss coming just shortly around the corner if they cannot get this men advantage back to even.
And Juicers still have a minute to play with as Dunny now moves into Freezer, applying that horizontal crossfire into the site. Elbow has also remained open despite reinforcements being in the pocket of the defense. Freakin' Reed will answer. Badger trades back on the J, so we're at an even man count. No more disadvantage here for the Wolves. Mo playing very tight around this corner, actually dies to Gingy just moving on in, and now it's all up to Reed, who can't do it! Juicers take round 12. They eliminate the Wolves 7-5, 2-0, and we have 2 pug stacks going at it in the grand finals.
Oh, this grand final is going to be ridiculous. It is going to be a blast because these two teams, Juicers, Jay just proved that they can make this one exciting. It's not just the Razor show, it's now the Gingy show. It's the comeback story as well. That is 5-2. The Wolves dominating on the attack. It was looking all but secured for them. I was like, hey, just skip to Villa at this point. We don't have to see how long it's going to take for the Wolves to close out the map. But lo and behold, the Wolves cannot close it out. And Juicers put on a show as they bring it back from 5-2. They take 1, 2, 3. They take 5 rounds in a row, entirely unanswered, to win it 7-5. What a turn of events and what a way to make a statement as you head into this grand final. And they made some highlight plays and they're going to have to do that again. But man, that was a pleasure to witness.
And that last round was beautifully executed too. Sure, the initial attempt of the Flores drone to clear elbow was pretty bad. It was pretty pathetic. But then you rotate over the Finca, you nade off that jammer. Jay eats the Rotero drone to the face. Callout is forced out of barrel into Harry Potter. As Callout tries to rotate back to his position, he gets cut down, and that is the opening that Juicers were looking for. They kill that Jaeger. They storm on into Pillar and Bunker. Gingy is somehow able to just crouch through the rotate despite Mo holding a 90-degree angle with the Scorpion. I mean, that was already surprising, and the rest of the Juicers just clean it up. I mean, beautifully done. And now we have no more CL teams in our bracket. Just like stage 1 of SCS, just like our normal season, a Challenger League team will not be winning our event for the second event in a row. And, well, color me surprised, Jonah. We have Juicers and West Garfield Park, 2 pug stacks with ex-pros. They'll be going at it in the grand finals for a spot at the Pro-Am.
This is very exciting for both of these teams. Obviously, both of these teams, you've got Pro League experience on both rosters. Obviously, a lot more on the West Garfield Park side of things. They've got that experience threefold compared to just the 1 player or 2 players on the side of Juicers. So 3 to 2 in terms of if you're counting, players with that Pro League level experience. But as they've all proven, they have been through quite a lot, as you can see in this bracket here. But as they've all proven, they can fight against an uphill battle and win some unexpected matchups. Juicers not only taking down one shot, arguably the favorites entering into this bracket, but taking down the Wolves as well. Doing it in the most decisive fashion we've seen out of all the best of 3s we've seen. On the screen right now, I mean, you can see every best of 3 that's been played, and every one of them has gone all 3 maps. Juicers, they are not going to allow that to happen this time. They're going to head to this grand final. Yeah, they're going to be tired, back-to-back games, but they've got the edge here.
Yeah, West Garfield, I mean, obviously just way more experienced. They already won in their first game against Juicers 2-1, so we'll probably be looking towards West Garfield as the favorites for our grand final. Again, with 3 ex-pros rather than just the 1 in Razor on Juicers. But of course, that game is going to be after this break. But of course, Jonah, before we cut to this break, if you want to be a legendary pug stack like Aerial Arise Academy, who made it to our top 4 in stage 1, if you want to be like Juicers or West Garfield Park, who are now in the grand finals, you can power up your game with a pack of Mike and Ike, both original or Mega Mix. They are proud sponsors of NSG, and we love Mike and Ike oh so much. Even Carter, even Lynx loves Mike and Ike, and he freaking hates fruit and fruit-flavored things. So if that isn't an incredible testament to the fruity, juicy flavors of Mike and Ike and how incredible they are, I don't know what is. So go get yourself a pack of Mike and Ike. I'm sure Wichita Wolves be looking to get themselves a depression pack after losing that game, maybe heading down to the gas station as we speak. But ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. We have the grand final coming up just after this. And if you want to be like one of these pug stacks, of course, if you want to make it 3 events in a row that a Challenger League team does not win, you can sign yourselves up for our qualifier from the 7th to 9th is the first one, the 14th to 16th, the second ! Play. For more info, and you too can land a spot at the Pro-Am and compete against T1 teams. Thank you for sticking with us through the conclusion of yesterday's game, our first losers final, and we'll have the grand final just after this intermission.
Have to get aggressive. Breeze looking for it, and Hill got it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to kill the Malusi.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2. It's 5-1 half for serve.
Welcome to the NerdStreet Winter Championships, featuring SCS6, a yearly open tournament series hosting the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in a community favorite, the Pro-Am. So let's discuss format. During the Winter Champs season, SCS6 will consist of 2 stages, where each stage begins with 2 open qualifiers. Once Stage 1 is complete, there will be an additional tournament offering 1 more qualification spot prior to Stage 2. Through participating in SCS6, players will acquire leaderboard points and cash prizing. The winning teams from Stage 1 and 2, as well as the additional tournament, will qualify for the Pro-Am. The top 2 teams from the leaderboard will also qualify. As we approach the end of the season, the final qualification spot will be determined through a last chance qualifier. The grand finals of the Winter Champs SCS6 will feature the return of the Pro-Am, where the top amateur teams have an opportunity to define their talent against the North American Pro League. But in the end, only one team will be crowned Winter Champs. Sign up today and make history.
The government has acknowledged professional video gamers as athletes.
The crowd, everyone's cheering the team on, you make friends, these are people you talk to, you play with online. It's all about community, it's being part of something that you're incredibly passionate about.
Everything is twofold. What's joy is pain on the other hand. And what happens when the one that you love is the main cause of your suffering? I need you like I need air to breathe. I need you to save me from me. I'm caught in your wave, I'm drifting away. I need you to save me. Please don't let me drown. 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 Whoa. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful beautiful catastrophe. It's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. I can't breathe. I need to get some air, but it's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. You can't breathe and you just need some air. Yeah. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe.
Have to get aggressive. Reed's looking for it, and Hill got it. Have to push for the kill. Have to for the Maluski. Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2. It's 5-1 half for certain.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We got the grand finals coming up for you with Juicers taking down Wichita Wolves. Like I said, for the second event in a row, we are not going to have a Challenger League team winning it.
Yeah, not going to be qualifying for the Pro-Am. The Wolves, the one shot, no chance at least for this tournament. They've still got a couple of more chances coming in the future. They've got our second split. They've got our last chance qualifier coming up right before the Pro-Am. Still some opportunities, but one of these Pug Stacks, they are going to earn a spot in the Pro-Am. It is going to be great to see one of these teams go there, because whichever one you've got a current pro or former pro going in some capacity. On the side of Juicers, we can take a look at these rosters. You've got the one pro, of course. You've got Razor, currently on the XSET roster, supported by 4 non-pro players, but as they've all proven, gunners nonetheless. You've got Badger, Pixel, Dunny, and Gingy. On the side of West Garfield, you've got Bio, Forrest, and Rudy, all with that PL experience. And then you've got Psychosis with that ample CL experience. And you've got Matt Bonger just rounding out the field. But as we've seen, he can put up some impressive numbers as well, despite the lack of any official T2, T1 credentials, putting up some impressive numbers and looking good in the earlier winners bracket final conclusion that we saw against the Wolves. But now it's the grand final. There's no advantage. There's no bracket reset. This is it. It's a best of 3, winner take all. You're in the Pro-Am. The loser is not.
Yep. This is, like you said, winner take all. And we're not going to have Cafe, but we're still going to have Oregon and Villa. God damn it. At least we get to start off with Chalet. That's cool. We like Chalet. Chalet is awesome. Pugstacks going out on a Chalet can always be kind of interesting because Chalet leans a lot into the shield meta. It's a little complex in terms of roam setups, in terms of utility and stuff like that. So having 2 Pugstacks go at it is always kind of fresh, right? Not the typical Chalets that we're used to seeing all the time. But Oregon and Villa, I imagine, are going to go a very similar way. But like we said, these 2 teams have already seen each other. West Garfield took the initial game 2-1, so we're giving the advantage to them. I mean, hey, maybe Juicers come back. Maybe West Garfield take it in 2 instead of a 2-1. Who knows? Of course, we'll have to get through the first map first. And just looking at how these 2 teams play, though, I think West Garfield will probably have a slightly easier time. They look just a little bit more put together, less reliant on standout plays like Juicers is. And I think, again, that's just kind of the experience coming into play against 3 of these players on West Garfield being Pro League players, 1 being a seasoned CL player, whereas all of Juicers, pretty much with the exception of Razor, are all T3. So, kind of makes sense that West Garfield are a little bit more well-rounded and why we're giving the advantage to them.
Right. I mean, if you just look at the names on paper, I mean, you know who has the advantage, who we may expect to win this. But as we saw in their previous encounter, Juicers were able to take a map. I mean, it was a 2-1 series. It was not a 2-0. It was still a closely contested battle. And as Juicers just showed us against the Wolves, they are here to play. They put up a very impressive performance against the Wolves. They beat the Wolves in 2 maps, something that even the team we've got in front of us now, West Garfield, was unable to do in the winners bracket final.
True.
2 of those games went 8-7, 8-7, OT, round 15. And so that was a lot closer than Juicer's games against the Wolves may have been. So a lot of different factors you can look at here. Wolves is obviously the easiest point of comparison. Obviously, you can look at the last time these 2 teams actually faced off in the semifinals, but we actually have to eventually see how these teams are going to go into Chalet and how they're going to start things off. Who actually ended up picking Chalet? Was that West Garfield who wanted to go there? Believe it was. I think that's
actually
what.
I didn't see.
It was Juicers actually.
It's Juicers
who
map.
picked
Okay.
Chalet, which is a little bit surprising, I think, but maybe could lend itself to more of a surprising playstyle from them. We saw them bring out a good bit of aggression at the end there. We saw Razor go pretty crazy. Maybe that's what Chalet is all about.
Yeah, Chalet, you can absolutely play like a bunch of monkeys if you so wish. If the other team, if the other team lets you. I imagine both teams are probably going to be playing very aggressively, maybe kind of ranked style, if I had to guess, because Chalet can be one of those maps that lends itself to that kind of play style. Something else I'm kind of interested most of the recent times, if not all the recent times we've seen Chalet, right? Master Bedroom has either been played much less or not been played at all. It's been almost completely replaced by Garage, surprisingly enough. Teams have figured out how to roam on Garage, figured out how to defend it properly, and has now been a little bit more favorable because you don't have, that big double window in the middle of the site that completely cuts off any and all rotations between them. But I'm kind of curious to see if, as non-established teams, as just Pugstacks, are they going to be coordinated enough to pull off a Garage strat? Or are they going to be, more on the older Chalet and bring out that Master?
Yeah, I mean, a fair question, right? It takes, every time you go to a more unorthodox site, I mean, every site takes a level of coordination, but when you go to a site that you don't play every single day in scrims or in ranked, right? All of those, your strats are going to vary. Your roles are going to vary. Who is playing a particular position? Who's supporting that guy? Where are the comms? All of that, it comes with working together with a particular group of people. Obviously, with experience, you know how to set up those things. You know generally how to work with a group in a situation like this with other high-level players. That experience, we can, give the edge to West Garfield, as we've said, but that experience will only get you so far. If one team comes out and throws the ringer at you, goes crazy, and forces you to just put all your minds together, group up, and have some sort of a solution developed, it is not easy to do, like you said, when you're in that Pugstack environment. But you have to remember, both of these teams are Pugstack. It's not like we can compare one team that's been working together for years and one team that, isn't. It is simply a battle of gun skill, a battle of wits, and maybe a battle of who is going to change up their strategy more, who is going to throw more surprises at the other. We're only moments away from getting this lobby, so thanks for sticking with us while we wait for the last player to get into the mix here. But when we get into this map, I'm sure that both of these teams are going to just try to come out the gate as strong as they can. We know that if they can get the momentum early, both of these teams, as we saw just now from Juicers, they can run with that momentum and they can really make a statement.
Yeah, of course, we are just waiting, like you said, on one player. I think we're just waiting on Razor to be ready, and then we can get right into Chalet. I'm certainly excited, but I mean, even off of Chalet, looking onto the next couple maps, right? It's Oregon and Villa. Like you had stated in the previous game too, you know, Villa is, similar to Oregon, can be a pretty structured map. And when we look at these two teams and we look at just who can be more structured than the other, I got a point at West Garfield, right? So it's going to be tough for Juicers in my mind to come away with this one. Maybe even harder than their previous game. Of course, I don't know what the maps were in their previous game, but I'm not sure if they were as one-sided as here. I mean, they looked good on Cafe and Oregon. They looked decent. I don't know if they looked quite as good as West Garfield did, but like you said, Juicers or West Garfield was taken closer by Wichita Wolves than Juicers were. So I think there's definitely merit in that, but Chalet is completely uncharted territory. And you know, we don't have any history from either of these two teams on it. Again, them being pug stacks. So I still think West Garfield are going to come in with this. I don't know how close it'll be, though. I mean, again, West Garfield was max OT with Wichita Wolves. Juicers, we just saw them 7-5, 7-5. I don't know. I feel like it'll still be really close, but I'm gonna say West Garfield in 2.
All right,
I'm gonna say 2.
Well, I did take a quick look at some of the history we've got here. Juicers actually did work their way to Chalet in the quarterfinals against Aerial Arise Academy. Took that one 7-4. West Garfield Park, though, I cannot find a Chalet on record for them. The maps that they actually played in their previous series, in that semifinal, it was Oregon and Villa were included in that. It was Oregon, Cafe, and Villa, so the classic trio here.
Okay, why?
Oregon, to start things off, that was West Garfield, who took the win 7-4. We could probably expect a similar verdict here. But Villa as well, the decider, that one was a little bit more closely contested. That was 8-6. An OT win for West Garfield. The map that Juicers were able to take in that series was Cafe. Now they'll be hoping Chalet is the answer for them. Plus, they're probably feeling a hell of a lot more confident on Oregon, given the performance they just showed us. So if they can, continue the performance we saw from them, or at least repeat their 7-4 against Aerial Arise Academy here against West Garfield, I think we could really have a series on our hands.
That's interesting that they leave up the 2 maps that they already lost to West Garfield previously, but hey, maybe they figure that they've done some work on it and are better prepared this time. That's a very interesting ban. So we've got Thatcher off the board, and then West Garfield opts to ban Finca. Finca is not an operator we see banned all the time. That's usually a direct target ban to certain teams. And I mean, hey, Juicers was doing work with it in the previous in the previous map, but I don't know. It's not like the Finca was so powerful that I think it warrants a ban. I mean, Razor was decent on it. He was much better on it in map 1 than he was map 2. But I don't know if that's enough to warrant a ban, because I mean, West Garfield were playing around it very well too. But I don't know. That's what they decided to go with. That means all 4 hard breachers are up.
Well, that as well, but it also means you still have the Flores. Our defensive bans means you still have both the Aruni, the Jaeger, and the Wamai. You've got all of this projectile denial in play. You've got so much of that is going to come into effect when we get to that top floor, especially that locking down the top floor against a bar and games take, something that we won't be able to see in this first round, but I'd keep an eye on the presence of those Rotero drones for later. For now, we are not going to have those from West Garfield. Instead, favoring the Jackal once again is Forest, favoring the Habana coming out as that hard breacher is Bio. We may have a quick rehost here, though, as we do have a little bit of an issue getting into this first game. Always unfortunate as we start in the first map, but nonetheless, it was, we do have an idea of what kind of map we're seeing, what kind of operators we're seeing. So for the next couple of minutes while we stall our asses off here, we will at least be able to talk about the site we're going to, which is Kitchen and Dining, and some of the operators we saw.
I mean, quite clearly, like you said, what do you call it? the operator lineup was geared towards holding that top floor with shields. They had the Goyo. They had a lot of projectile denial. They were looking to anchor down. I think that's definitely the lesson to be learned from that defense. It doesn't look like they're getting too crazy with it. The attack as well. Now that Zophia's unbanned for what seems like the first time tonight, are immediately going to pick up that operator. And there's nothing about the attacking lineup that screams, excuse me, that screams weirdness either. I mean, the one maybe quote unquote most off meta pick they had was a Jackal, but even then we've seen him played all the time tonight to assist that roam clear. So I don't know. It honestly seems pretty standard, at least in terms of operator picks. I'm sure playstyle though, once we actually get into the game, the playstyle is going to probably shake up a bit.
Well, I mean, the Jackal, especially with the playstyle we've seen from both of these teams, I imagine is going to be quite effective at quelling the storm that is going to be aggression, especially from Razor, like we saw from him on the two previous maps we just watched the Juicers play. We saw a lot of just sprinting all over the map, taking fights, and just trying to get as many kills as possible early. Jackal's perfect for countering that. I mean, it's not enough to counter that. Obviously, you have to just put a lot of manpower and utility into clearing those players out in addition to just scanning their feet. It's not going to be enough, but if enough manpower is backing up that Jackal, all of those defenders are going to quickly tuck tail and run, as they just do not want to deal with an onslaught that is likely to be following that Jackal scan. Usually what that indicates is, hey, you've been spotted, you've got to get out of here, otherwise your life is essentially forfeit. But thankfully, we are going to head back into the map now. Everyone is back in and ready to go, and we can dive on into, finally, our actual first round here of Chalet.
Let's go. And of course, because the rehost was called once we loaded into the map, it has to be same site, same ops all the way through. There will be no deviation whatsoever. So it'll be kitchen dining again. It'll be the same ops from these teams. You know, the Jackal and the Zofia being brought. Pretty standard lineups for both. Actually, I'm a little bit surprised that Juicers are only going with the Jaeger. They don't have the Aruni or the Wamai to help protect these shields, to help protect the Evil Eyes from Badger, even maybe the Malusi Banshees from Dunny, but they'll just be rocking with the ADSs. That's all they got for coverage. Hopefully we're not going to need another rehost, otherwise I'll be really sad. Also, attacking onto kitchen dining with a Hibana only can be a little bit difficult. A lot of times we'll see the Thermite or the Ace being played, because when you only have the Hibana, you're kind of restricting yourself on your top floor clear. You can't move through office. That's kind of the big thing about Hibana. You cannot open a big enough hole in office and open a big enough hole in the dining wall to actually move through. You really are kind of relegated to just opening up some of the office wall and holding someone there rather than actually moving through. And it looks like... okay. We're going to have another rehost.
That sucks. I really wish we got to play the game, or at least watch the game, cast the game. But we're going to have to wait a little bit longer before we actually go into it. Is that what, mouse bug again? We're like 2 for 2?
I think so.
That is unfortunate. Not much you can do sometimes, you know. Last night the game wanted to just explode, and today the mice want to explode. Is what it is.
Yep. We love our games sometimes. So, we're going to need to get all 5 players from Juicers into the lobby again. We're inviting Dunny back as we speak. Hopefully he gets his team back in a very quick and orderly fashion. But we are going to be taking a quick tech pause, a quick tech intermission while we get everything situated. Make sure the game is not going to fail us again. So please, we appreciate you sticking with us, but do not go anywhere. We will be back as soon as the lobby is back up and ready. in. We've got everyone back. Thank God. Hopefully that wasn't too slow. And we can resume. Once again, same site, same ops as we saw 2 attempts ago now. We haven't even really begun to see how the defenders are going to set up, so we can't really talk about it. All we have are assumptions, which is that they are going to be holding the top floor with Goyo shields and all that jazz, because of course they are. And that Hibana is in play, not Thermite and not Ace. So we'll probably have Bio open a hole in the office wall, sit someone there to watch the upstairs, but not actually fully move in and clear through office, which could potentially hurt the attack if they're not careful enough.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Please no mouse bug.
I'm just holding my breath.
Oh
Located by attackers.
my God.
Is that?
There is no way. There's no way.
No, he's baiting us. He's baiting us. We're gonna hope it didn't happen. We're gonna just move along. He doesn't need a mouse. It's fine.
Who is it? Who was the one with the?
I have no idea.
What even is the mouse bug? Is it like cursor on screen?
I have
Because
no idea
They're
either,
not.
actually.
They don't have the It's not like they're locked into a.
5 seconds to insertion.
Unless it's pixel. No, it's not. You just turned. Okay, I don't know what mouse bug they're talking about, but we're not gonna rehost again. Woo! Woo! We're just gonna play.
All right. Well, we can finally actually enter the action phase of round 1. A pleasure to begin Chalet, our grand final, off to a messy start, but hopefully these players will add some spice right off the bat. Rudy bringing out the Zofia, and the first time we are seeing the Zofia at all today, because so far with the Wolves in both of our previous series, they've banned Zofia both times. So we're finally going to see her utility in the mix. As far as this clear goes from West Garfield, they are going to begin things on the library side, entering from this top floor and clearing their way across the top. They know they've got to deal with these players up above, and if they want to eventually contest onto kitchen down below. Speaking of down below, Forrest is going to be creeping around in the blue hall, looking to come up behind Razor and maybe surprise him a little bit. Instead, it's Razor, the one going for the surprise play. He creeps up the stairs, and Matt Bonger has no idea where he's coming from. Forrest is in perfect position to deny it, but he's looking the wrong way. Razor will get a kill. He'll laugh for that one, and definitely worthy of the text chat, because that was a kill Forrest definitely should have had.
And Razor is still alive, low HP, but alive. And these top floor players are still here as well. Pixel, he's going to begin to fall back as the attacker's actually not even opening up the office wall, just pushing in through the doorway because there's no real setup on the top floor to stop them from doing so. No long angles being established from Solar or Master. West Garfield don't need that hard breach, and now they can keep all of their hard breach of the Hibana down to the dining wall. Psychosis and Pixel will even trade. Goyo and Iana now off the board, but still a 4 versus 2 with the defense in the advantage. They've got vertical holes, however. Dunny will just sprint around right under the feet of Rudy, who nearly lost out on that kill, but Dunny was still, luckily for Rudy, exposed to that as he continues breaching down, but there's a C4 to answer. Down he goes, and it's Bio in a 1 versus 3. Sneaking back down the stairs, he finds one. Now 1 versus 2. Razor very lit. This is extremely doable for Bio, especially with a whole 45 seconds to play with. But now that his positions has been spotted, he's not going to be going for the trophy stairs once again. Gingy is also sitting just below a hard surface, so he cannot be shot. In fact, he will back off over towards West Main, so there's no more hard info for Bio to work off of. Additionally, there's a pre-play C4 that might just be Gingy's, so Bio's got to be careful of that. But now there's only 20 seconds left. He's flashing down, looking like he just wants to hop down the hatch. Cannot connect any shots with Razor, despite how low HP that this Jaeger actually is, but it's just Gingy to the rescue, covering the hatch from a different angle. Catches Bio. The first round goes the way of Juicers.
I mean, Gingy's been on a heater ever since, the comeback on Oregon began, and that will continue for them here on Chalet. And I see 4 kill to open things up. The pre-place wasn't Gingy's because they had already gotten that kill with the Nitro, but then, of course,
yeah, you're right.
Getting that kill in the end, covering the angle. Even after Razor was flashed, you had someone in position to shut that one down. So great play there overall from Juicers. A strong defensive round. I mean, just started clean with Razor getting a nice double kill. Forrest, had he got the trade, it would have been a very different story. Would have been a 4v4 for the remainder of the round, but unfortunately, it was a 5v3 instead. Razor was able to get 2 kills and go completely I mean, he wasn't unscathed, I suppose. He did get a good bit of damage dealt towards him, but he was still alive, still a factor that West Garfield had to encounter, and they just could not deal with every single player that remained. A valiant effort, really good work using the vertical control as best they could. I mean, you see why it's so important to take control up above. Multiple kills were found there for the attacking side, but at some point when it was in the 1v2, just could not get the job done. Good awareness from Juicers to back on off, knowing that, okay, wait a minute, what if Bio rotates up above and uses the vertical that's already been pre-established? So making sure not to expose themselves to any angles. Really good repositioning, and good job from Gingy to get those final kills.
5 seconds to go.
Well done, Gingy. I've never heard of you before, but I will definitely now remember the name because he has been putting up numbers. Juicers with the first defense will now move on to Bar. Typically one of the primary sites, and West Garfield once again have to take the top floor as efficiently as possible. They did a pretty decent job of it last time. Well, I mean, it wasn't great, but it wasn't completely terrible. It was mainly the library side clear that got caught off by the Jaeger that really did them in more so than the office clear itself. Speaking of that clear, it was Razor who was the one to put a stop to it, and he's all the way by the trophy side of things. And Pixel, staring at Psychosis through the shield, will land a very nice one burst with the Vector. Good night to the Iana. That's a lot of intel off the board for the attack.
Juicers starting off strong yet again. No more Iana, like you said. The Gemini clone will no longer be a factor, and they still have 9 drones, though. So that, in terms of the intel game, will have to make up for it. No nades either, unfortunately. So somebody's going to have to find a frag to make up for it because there hasn't been a trade found just yet. Rudy's hoping to do so from the master balcony, but Mr. Pixel here not exposing themselves to that position either. Wary of a push coming through library, as there could quickly be a pinch coming in if West Garfield actually get boots on the ground and actually contest in library itself. But with the support here from Gingy, the position from Pixel will be safe for now. Good job there from the closet spot in library, and while it's not going to cost Gingy their life, Dunny will fall at the same time. That's going to cue Pixel as his time to rotate away. He'll hide behind the pillar, and Rudy will not be able to get that kill. Razor just springs up and pops his head. What an unfortunate turn of events there for West Garfield, because that one looked like it should have been a couple of kills for them.
That was so funny, it hurt my throat. And now Pixel's going to swing onto the balcony window. Forrest is going to get the better of the Goyo in terms of damage. As he comes up, he'll get finished off by the Bonger. 3 versus 3 now. We've evened up the man count, but we're sub 1 minute. West Garfield have not taken complete control of the top floor just yet. They've still got to deal with Gingy. Razor has since fallen off. It looks like he's going to go join his SAS brethren of Badger on the site, who only has was and gas canister remaining, lest we forget. Gingy also, I think, has 1 Wamai disc remaining in his pocket. Yeah, that should be the last one that's been regenerated. He's just shooting drones before he completely falls back and gives up the shield. But there's a C4 from Razor. Down goes Forrest. Excellent explosive as Bio now sprints into coat check. Spotted out by the prox alarm. Now spotted out by the footholds as well. That's Razor's 3rd kill in Matt Bonger. He'll get 1, but is shut down by Gingy. Still on blue stairs. It's 2-0 now for Juicers.
Gotta say, these top floor clears from West Garfield have looked surprisingly lackluster. A little bit uncoordinated. We did suspect that there could be that issue because it's, again, 2 pug stacks forced to do a pretty disciplined utility clear. But, I mean, they didn't get much done at all. Even when it seemed like there was somebody in the right place at the right time. I mean, I'm thinking of, I believe it was Rudy on the Zofia, sitting on the balcony, just looking towards main stairs and just not able to get a couple of kills that looked like they were gettable. At the same time, Razor was able to run amok on that top floor, taking care of Rudy eventually because there was no info, there was no control of the office side of things. So it seemed that the clear that West Garfield was trying to do was a little bit abbreviated, right? They didn't just want to enter through piano and clear all the way across. I mean, they didn't do that at all. Instead, they wanted to go straight through to library And that's kind of what got them stuck. They didn't have an easy avenue into library. They didn't have somebody that could safely play on the balcony and get something done from there. And as a result, they found themselves now 2 rounds down on Chalet attack, not the way that they were expecting to start. And I don't think we were expecting them to start either.
5 seconds left before.
Yeah, defensive, or up 2-0 on your defense, that's pretty good for Chalet. I mean, typically what we consider a 4-2 attacking sided map, users have already taken your standard minimum quota. They've also got a shield in the red hull, kind of extending out almost like you do on Elbow of Oregon, only with a lot less space to play with, I guess. You got the shield, several ADSs, even some barbed wire to support Pixel. You've even got an ADS, or sorry, and an Aruni gate all the way by the big garage doorway. You've also got Razor up on the roam. And I guess, Jonah, I remember one of our questions was whether or not as a pug stack they would still decide to play garage over master, and it seems like the answer is yes. Figure, hey, if you can roam well enough, you can defend this site, and that's just what Juicers and West Garfield have been doing this entire tournament thus far.
Well, Razor will find himself prone in library, tucked in a corner, hoping to pull off a little bit of a rat roam here. Well, you've got several other players not ratting around, but also looking to go for a bit of a roam, right? You had Pixel and Dunny work their way up the blue stairs for a moment. Was that an Electro Claw that he just found? I believe that was Gingy's Electro Claw in the middle of that table. That's a new one. I haven't even learned about that one yet. But it looks like Forrest spotted that one out pretty quickly and dealt with that. So it looked like he had some idea that that is a typical position for that claw to be. But he has no idea that there's somebody still sitting upstairs. Psychosis is running around freely. Oh, there it is. They finally pinged him out. Razor will now be forced to actually get a move on. He'll walk straight into bar stock where Forrest was lying in wait, and he somehow loses the fight again. Forrest is 2 for 2 on that, and Razor is just tearing him apart. Another good start for Juicers because Razor is a madman.
Razor is now 6-0 in 3 rounds, and there's the second Electro Claw coming in on the trick, and Bio's Hard Breach is now done and dusted. Now, got Twitch Drone comes in after that buff. It has infinite range, especially like a Maestro Zap, and Bio will be able to resume Hard Breaching. Razor will suffer his first death as he tries to get aggressive. Bio will take him out, and now Pixel plays behind his shield passively. Badger, looking like he wanted to peek out the breach, gets felled by Matt Bonger, and now West Garfield have the man advantage. Cooking up nades, trying to clear over towards red. Matt Bonger will be downed, but not finished out. It looks like he's still recoverable, but Gingy with the C4 there could find a double kill, but it won't even find the down. It won't even find the finisher. Bio able to skate away. Pixel now has to worry a lot about this hatch. He's only got 1 gas canister left in his pocket and 20 seconds to delay, but Gingy finds the headshot on Rudy. There's the equalizer. Matt Bonger and Gingy also on just about equal HP. Dunny there with 1. Gingy gonna get traded. Bio drops the case to Pixel, and it's Matt Bonger alone. He misses a crucial shot against Dunny in blue, and the Jaeger just backs off. He knows he can play passive. Matt Bonger picks up the case, but he's gotta stick it. And in comes the Jaeger. There's 0-0. This should be an easy cleanup. Matt Bonger's able to get the plant down and spring up, but he still loses the fight. He looks the wrong way, even though Bio is still alive and probably calling out info. Matt Bonger still looked the wrong way, and Juicers take their 3rd straight round.
Very impressive defensive chain here for Juicers. A clean sweep. That's 3 rounds, and West Garfield, they've got nothing to show for it. Another round that would have certainly been a lot different had Forrest gotten the kill onto Razor. There's 2 rounds now where we have the very same storyline dictating the entry pick, and it is Forrest maybe biting off a little bit more than he could chew. Not calling for support. I really do wonder where the support was, because the Ella was pinged. They spotted him out in library, and they knew that because they had players upstairs, their only drop down he could make was just straight down through the hatch back into games. And then Forrest somehow is forced to take the fight alone. That's what's a little bit surprising to me, that there was no support from anyone else on West Garfield to take down Razor. You'd think that's on the top of their priorities right now, because he is almost single-handedly tearing this attacking team apart, at least on the roam before they get to the site. When they get to the site, you've got Gingy, you've got Dunny, and Pixel all to do that. They've been doing a fantastic job on the site itself, but Razor has been running amok. And if West Garfield want to have any shot at bringing this one back, at turning Chalet into what we usually see as this attacker-sided paradise, they have got to find a way to shut down Razor and get 3 rounds.
Yeah, I saw earlier too, because we saw. Remember, the only history we have was Juicers 7-4ing Aerial Arise on this map. I remember Hypers was in chat earlier during the rehost and said, "Watch out, these guys are chalet demons," and they are proving it here. 3-0 on their defense, looking to continue that streak, even though Badger hasn't even found a kill yet. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think I don't know what the Twitch drone just shot. May have been a couple ADSs. Not quite sure. Forrest is already going to use an EE1D. Not quite sure why. No capitalization really off of it at all. He could have spotted out that there was no one there just with a normal drone anyway, so maybe a little bit premature on the EE1D, but you know, no one's dead, I guess. But West Garfield will be looking to, of course, clear the initial horizontal probably before moving upstairs. Doesn't look like Juicers have a lot dedicated to upstairs once again. I mean, we saw previously it was really just that like that kind of one shield there hanging out. Surprised they don't have more over, but they are going to be opening the office wall this time just to make it a little bit easier to clear and establish that long line of sight down to hold any defenders from retaking office.
Pixel is the first defender really to challenge if you want to continue to take control of this top floor, but West Garfield don't appear to be doing that. Instead, they've got the bare minimum of control they need in Psychosis, although he nearly gets caught out from Pixel from behind. He will make a quick escape. So, and Matt Bonger appears to be the player elected to hold that top floor breach for now. At least he was until a moment ago. Now I do believe it's going to be Psychosis taking up that position. Rotating the Yana up above is a smart plan. You've got to have somebody covering that breach, because what you don't want to do is allow someone to retake into office like Razor has done just now. He's got vertical control that he needs to deny the plant, deny any sort of push into this site, and if West Garfield falsely think that this is a safe position to push in from, they're going to be in for a rude awakening.
Yeah, this Sledge isn't doing a very good job of holding these, or rather this Iana isn't doing a very good job of holding these defenders out of office. They're pretty free to play in and around it, even with the soft walls. Maybe Psychosis is looking to move in later, but never mind. He will be denied the opportunity to. Razor finds Psychosis. There's the opening pick of the round going the way of the defense. Pixel as well over towards Library. He could find a flank towards main lobby. Forrest is flashing up. Tag team with Rudy to retake the top floor, but Pixel, Bayo's already watching his position. That's an easy kill onto the Goyo. Razor still up here causing a distraction, unaware of the Twitch, already moved into Piano. Rudy finds that frag. Matt Bonger getting lit up, finished off by Badger for the Maestro's first kill in the game. Make that a second for Badger, looking for a third. He'll nearly be able to nab it, but it's Dunny to finish it. Gingy is well on the site getting another, and it's 4 in a row now for Juicers.
I got to admit, the clear that they made of that top floor where they actually went up and adapted and took down Razor, took down Pixel, it was smart. But it was futile. Because they did not have the time to spare. They simply didn't. Even if they got those 2 kills on the top floor, they would have had, 15 seconds left? That's what they were left with, and all they had to do was push into the site. But that is a lot easier said than done when you're staring down 81 bullets, and all of a sudden, oh right, 2 of your teammates are now upstairs. You've rotated the players all the way up there. You've taken all that time, and now the actual site push is disjointed. It's weak, and they were lacking intel. They just had no idea what to expect on the site. And because of all of those elements, they lost the round. It's all of that comes down to just choosing not to hold the office breach. Why get that wall open if you're not going to use it? That's the question I have. You open that wall for a reason. Everyone knows the reason. It's to prevent anyone from retaking into office and holding the vertical control. You didn't take top floor control, and that's fine, but you didn't hold the angle you opened. Maybe for 30 seconds you did. It was Matt Bonger who did that, and that was a smart position. But then you switch players, make it Psychosis who does that, but you put him by the top of blue stairs next to Library. That is not sufficiently covering that opening. It's just a soft wall that wasn't even opened, and Psychosis didn't have a line of sight onto the position that Razor had retaken into. I know that was a lot, but the point is, they They knew what they had to do because they opened the wall, yet they chose not to do it. It's no surprise they lost the round.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit odd. But, I mean, Juicers are up 4-0. They were running amok on Chalet. West Garfield cannot appear to stop it at all. Forrest now off the Lion onto the Zofia so that Rudy can stick on Twitch. He did a decent job of clearing utility last time, you know, the ADS is on site and what have you. Unfortunately, couldn't turn it into a round win, but here he's doing a good job destroying the Goyo shields. Pixel taking a lot of damage from the explosive shield, and now his position over towards Chimney, a lot less safe. We saw him get a very impressive one burst from behind the shield on the Psychosis on this very position just in the previous round, and he's not going to be able to do that this time thanks to the shield being destroyed. Psychosis looking for a Pixel onto the top boot player as well, unable to find it, and here's the utility clear making way for the nade. More discs coming out, and Psychosis's nade will get caught, and there's no clear.
Wow, shield still remaining. That's both nades burned. It's going to be the Gone 6 to come into the mix, the final element that they really had to work with. And they'll finally take care of it, but it took a lot of time. And there is still somebody on the top floor. Pixel has not given this up, nor has Razor. Matt Bonger goes for the swing, but gets absolutely fried. Good shot from Razor. Pixel is the consolation, though. They will lose the Goyo for that as Rudy collects the kill. And as such, Razor will no longer be challenging as aggressively. In a 4v4, he knows that there's still 60 seconds for the attackers to work with, and he's got to play this one a little bit safer. Badger will get lit up as he retreats to bar stock. He wants to keep those two smoke canisters alive for the last couple of seconds in this round, where this execute is eventually going to come from, because West Garfield now, they've got the vertical control they need, and they've got a little bit of a sneaky play here. They've got Forrest coming in from Kitchen. It's Bio to take care of Gingy, and that will give Forrest the opportunity he needs to push on in. At the same time, Psychosis will get the job done, taking down Dunny. Now a 2v3, now that Razor gets one, but with Rudy getting a double kill and bringing that one back, it will all fall on the shoulders of Razor, and it takes a long time. It takes 4 rounds, and on the 5th round, finally, West Garfield will put together a cohesive attack, and they will win it out.
Razor, give it up. West Garfield have taken their very first round, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, on round number 5, they take one, but it's still 4-1. I'm sure Juicers are just kind of brushing that round off their shoulders like, hey, you know, wasn't a great one from us, but we still got 3 rounds on an advantage, and we're going to go to Master now. So for the first time in this game, we'll see Master Bedroom rather than Garage. I guess Juice figuring, hey, we won our last Garage defense, but it was pretty damn close. It came down to a 1v1, and Matt Bonger even got the plant down just before he died. So we don't want to be taken that close again. I'm sure West Garfield, we're sure West Garfield can probably fix their mistakes from that previous round. We're just going to go on to Master. So playing a very, again, standard lineup. They've got the shields from the Goyo, the shield from the smoke, extending all the way over towards Library, in fact. And Rudy, he swapped off Twitch. He's got the Maverick, so he can open up that office wall.
Yeah, seeing the Maverick come into play is good. Rudy's been pretty versatile so far in terms of operator selection. I mean, it was on the Zofia for a couple of rounds and on the Twitch for a couple of rounds. Seeing his Twitch play was pretty impressive. He did some good work there, but unfortunately they weren't able to win that round either way. But now bringing out the Maverick, right? So you've got an additional hard breacher other than simply, Bio and those X-Kairos pellets that he's been bringing every single round. You've now got a breaching torch to fall back on. You also got a couple of extra nades, so now you've got 6 grenades in pocket rather than the 4 that West Garfield have been rocking with up to this point. And maybe that is a little bit of the added assistance they need in terms of the utility game. We saw that they initially struggled to clear out that deployable shield, but eventually getting that one done and eventually taking the round. So while it took maybe longer than they expected, they still got the job done. And so now they'll be looking to start that again with just a similar plan in mind. Already the shield facing that master window has been dealt with, so a good start for this attack.
We'll see. C4 being sent out the double window will not land on anybody. Pixel missing his explosive. Gingy also getting lit up from the bathroom window. So about a minute down. West Garfield have made some forward progress. They've got some damage done. Now they need to start opening the walls that they want to open. Looks like no one's really over towards office. This is mainly a solar take, of course. Rudy's going to be sending up nades through the floor all the way from garage, and Badger is just going to watch it. He saw the nade and just took it right at the feet. Down goes your smoke. Huge opening pick for West Garfield. Matt Bonger is already in solar, establishing control before he's, well, just kind of killed by Gingy. And Forrest run out upon from below by Dunny. There is nothing stopping the trench run out for him. Rudy is able to get a refrag onto Razor, so he will shut down the man of the hour, but it's still a 3 versus 3, and Gingy has certainly still been putting up work. He's got a C4 in pocket, and West Garfield now no longer have that double window player. They do have Rudy, though, just inside the site, trying to crouch walk through the walk-in closet. Fine, he'll get the drop on the Gingy. That's a 3rd kill for the Maverick, looking to turn it into maybe a 4th here on the Pixel, who's getting aggressive, and he will be easy pickings. Now it's just Dunny in the 1 versus 3, fighting against Rudy. He'll be able to shut down the Maverick, but now he's got to find Bio and Psychosis on 1 HP.
Yeah, sliver of HP is all that remains, and Bio and Psychosis with 100 HP to their name, all they've got to do is hold left click, spray through the wall, and it will get the job done nicely. That's 2 in a row for West Garfield, the only rounds they'll be able to secure on the attack, but 2 important rounds for sure. We could be seeing a defensive-sided Chalet, who really knows, and if West Garfield wanted any shot at it, that is the 2 rounds that they needed at bare minimum. So they got the 2. They've just got to make an impressive comeback now. That final attacking round, I mean, give it up to Rudy there, who just got the quad, nearly the ace. He was 1 HP away from getting the ace, but not a great sign that West Garfield need that kind of play, that kind of breakout quad kill in order to win the round. They did have 2 players up to pick up the slack if Rudy wasn't able to get as many kills, but a troubling pattern and not the, you could call it as successful or as dominant as we would have expected in the attacking half of an attacker-sided matchup.
Yeah, so we might just be seeing a defender-sided Chalet unless Juicers, out of nowhere turn up on their attacking half. Bring a very different lineup than we saw from West Garfield. They'll be bringing Thermite rather than Hibana, opting for the Flores as well to make utility clear a little bit easier, and their flank watch will be on the 0 of Pixel, who, remember, brings those hard breach charges. He's now got 2 of them, so he can effectively function as a secondary hard breacher as well. So 0, a lot more flexibility now. He's also got a Gone 6. Can't forget about that. West Garfield are looking like they want to roam around the map pretty heavily. You got Rudy even setting up... that's weird. What? Why?
Could be a drone back there he's looking for? It's right there!
Oh, no.
Rudy
has wasted all 3 of his pests on 1 drone.
He heard it, so he's like, oh, it's got to be in the corner. Let me spam my pests, but it was actually at eye level.
I bet whoever's drone that was just sitting there laughing at him. Either Gingy or Pixel.
I don't know, maybe he was turned facing the wall, so he didn't want to, get the night scene or something, but...
Maybe.
Yeah. That was funny. That was funny. And, it's okay. The pests aren't usually make or break in terms of a round. I mean, it would have been nice to deny that info from elsewhere, but what can you do? He's got 1 drone to work with, a bit of intel working for the defense on the bottom floor, in case that garage cam gets dealt with, or in case that drone can be relocated. For now, the focus will remain on exactly how Juicers wants to approach this. It would be pretty common to see them, work their way in from the library side on the top floor and clear over through Piano and just try to take control of Master and Office from there, as it seems that is roughly going to be their plan. But instead, they're going to apply some pressure to the windows as well. I mean, you've got Gingy pushing on towards bathroom right now. You've got Razor working his way from this balcony doorway, trying to pressure directly into Office from there. Dunny as well. We see him there on the Master Rappel, applying some pressure from behind. So they've got a good handle on this top floor pressure, but they haven't quite dealt with it. They've got to just make sure to get that wall open before eventually opening up dining. Gingy will strike first, though, so the Juicers will start off strong. That's going to be Matt Bonger taking off the board early.
Good opening frag. I believe Matt Bonger was upstairs, so that's one of the top floor players now alleviated. The main breach as well will be opened, though it looks like it's a little farther to the right than we're used to. The defenders might be a little bit safer over towards the kitchen side of things, and Psychosis is going to be swinging out from behind the bomb chassis. Down goes Badger before Gingy gets his second kill of the round onto Forest, looking for another, but no, he lets Bio slip away as Psychosis finds a double to answer. Looking for a third, he lights up Dunny, but it's just a distraction as Razor comes in for the save. Now a 3 versus 2 in the favor of Juicers. It looks like they've still got maybe one Rotero drone that Dunny's on, but no, he's just cooking a flash. Rudy takes that opportunity to peek out, lands the headshot onto Dunny to equalize, and now the last gas canister from Bio is used. It's Razor and Gingy, the 2 top performers of Juicers, against Rudy, who's currently tied with Razor to top frag the lobby, and only 15 seconds to go. Gingy will fall, leaving it all onto Razor, and Rudy is going to turn up both the last kills for the Mozzie. Despite the earlier mishap with those pests, he makes sure to do the work with the Commando, and it's 4-3 now.
Impressive take there. I mean, from Juicers in the last few seconds, they tried to just pinch out the last player. I mean, they stunned him too, but Rudy just didn't seem to care. He just sat there and he just fragged out. Impressive. Aggressive. He stepped up. He got a kill onto the Flores, who was just kind of he was just cooking a flash and hoping to, send that one in and maybe just sprint in following it. But Rudy said, hit him with the Uno reverse guard and just popped out and shot him in the face. I mean, it just came down to Rudy again. I mean, that's 2 rounds now where we've seen West Garfield take because of some very impressive performance from one of their players. From Juicers, overall, their approach was pretty strong. I mean, they didn't need to worry too much about Office or open that wall because they had tried to take top floor control kind of in a more typical way, right? By approaching from all sides, master window, bathroom, just approaching and contesting piano as heavily as they could. That way nobody could safely retake into Office. And they didn't do that. Juicers effectively removed that option from play, but they kind of just struggled with pushing into the site. They knew they had one course of action, and they just kind of let it slip away. At some point in that round, maybe if I was Juicers, I would have maybe adapted and maybe sent somebody up above to not allow Rudy to just sit there and frag out for so long. But that's one of the consequences of not opening up that Office wall. You don't have as easy of an avenue into Office to do that and make that rotation. And because there was no offensive vertical pressure, Rudy was able to kind of sit freely on the breach where normally there'd be no chance you can survive there if there's attackers up above.
We'll see if Juicers can actually hold on to their control and turn it into a round victory this time. Rudy might be about to walk into a death trap in West Main. There's multiple people on his windows, and he's still keen on fighting them, but he'll be able to get away at least for now. It seems like a lot of Juicers really want this horizontal control on Bar Games. Pixel is watching the trophy stairs as the rest of his team moves in from West Main to clear out Rudy. In comes the 0, and despite being lit up, Pixel will find the opening pick. So the savior of the previous 2 rounds for West Garfield will not have any effect on this one.
Got 12 kills so far. I mean, he's trying to put his team on his back, but like you said, Pixel being at 1 HP is not quite enough. He'll still be able to use those 0 cams. He'll still be able to provide that extra bit of intel. I mean, interesting enough to see the 0 in play, and I guess the substitute for a Jackal or a Nomad, just trying to prove that flank watch. Wait a minute here, Psychosis is still very much a factor. He spotted out the Yana clone as it worked its way in the building, and actually he'll make a full retreat going all the way downstairs to join Forest on that take. Now, Juicers have pivoted a little bit. It looked like it was all going to be horizontal, but they have since worked their way upstairs and are now going to mount a little bit of vertical. Unfortunately for Gingy, that's not going to work as they are felled outside. It looked like that library window as it is Matt Bonger on the Oryx. Another unusual pick, but it's going to work for West Garfield so far. They've wasted a good bit of time, but surprise, Mr. Pixel is still lurking around the corner, and Psychosis is going to step up now and try to get something going. Gets one, takes down Razor, and now with Pixel on 1 HP, all he has to do is land 1 bullet. There is pressure from above, though, and Psychosis has to be careful, and the 1 bullet will find Badger, not Pixel, and Psychosis will fall.
Now a 3 versus 2, but Bio and Matt Bonger are both on the site, and Badger and Pixel are very lit up. In comes the Iana clone, checking the hatch, will spot Bio. Matt Bonger finishes off the low HP Badger for seemingly free. Able to shoot away the zero cam as well. Dunny is upstairs, not assisting Pixel right now with moving in on short. The Banshee also stopping Pixel in his tracks, alerting Matt Bonger and Bio of his potential position. In comes Dunny, able to land a nice headshot onto Bio. Now it's all Matt Bonger. In comes the Iana. He can't land the shot. Pixel goes down. It's a 1 versus 1, but Dunny's taking far too long. Now there's only 3 seconds left. The Iana's got to make a move, but the Guma in his foot is preventing him from faster action, and somehow West Garfield are able to take the round.
I mean, it was Matt Bonger who started things off. I mean, really well in that round with that kill, and then just kind of continued that, staying alive when it mattered the most in the closing few seconds. And it's not often that you get to say, hey, I mean, the Gumine saving the day, but it may have, right? Dunny, we saw him kind of linger on that bar doorway for quite some time, unable to immediately get the trade onto Pixel. I believe he was doing just that, removing a Gumine from his foot, possibly, or just trying to get set up better for what could have been that, 1v1 in the closing seconds. But because of that, that last player was able to make, a quick escape, was able to just duck back into bar stock, narrowly avoiding, the bullets from Dunny. And from there was able to just burn out the clock. Dunny just could not step all the way up. And even though Mr. Pixel was like, oh my God, he's in bar stock, I watched him run there. Clock could run out. There was no time. And so with that, West Garfield have, taken 2 rounds in a row, and they have immediately equalized after that troubling first half. They have already tied us up at 4-4.
Yeah, so maybe we do really just have a defensive chalet on our hands. Forrest is also 1-8. Not a scoreline we're used to seeing Forrest at. Normally, he's one of the top performers for any team he's playing on, but luckily enough for him, his teammates are stepping up just enough to keep them in step with Juicers. So, we find ourselves on Master Bedroom. West Garfield not keen on going to Garage, at least not yet. Rudy on the hunt for a drone. We'll find it in Trophy. And judging by Juicer spawns, it looks like this is going to be mainly a solar take. They're droning in over towards Big Garage, making sure there's no one prepping to run out. Razor, curiously enough, now on Maverick, the hard breacher, will go ahead and open up the solar windows, and thus the take will start.
Well, if you take a look at these outlines now, we can see West Garfield kind of scrambling back to the site here. They were a little bit maybe overextended a moment ago, and that's why Matt Bonger is going to kind of come back towards Piano, not bothering to hold all the way towards Library anymore. Always a risk when you extend on this top floor site that somebody just kind of gets aggressive and runs out early, and that's exactly what Forrest is going to do. Just run out, take care of Pixel. Gingy will have an answer for that. But speaking of, Gingy is in the middle of the objective. This is what I'm talking about. If you leave the site exposed, somebody is going to step up and punish you for it, and Gingy has done that. A nade will find its way towards Rudy, who's now going to have a lot of trouble stepping up and getting into the mix because he is cut down to very low HP. Psychosis is also trying to get involved, but there's not a lot you can do when site control has been sacrificed. You've got Gingy in the middle of site. You've got Badger to support, but a great C4 may in fact change the course of this round here. Badger will attempt to get the plant down, now only baiting it as he gets off and waits for somebody to step up. As they do, he'll get that kill, but so will Forrest from behind. Now Badger on a double. Rudy dropped. It is all up to Matt Bonger now against 2. He's got to find both Razor and Badger, who, as you can see, are stacked up against one another. They are inches away from spotting his head. They seem to have a pretty clear idea of where he's positioned. They'll finish off the down player, but they only need to find one more. A minute to work with is ample time. Razor is currently droning, so just trying to put a finger on him. They've spotted him out, so he's going to have to relocate. He'll spray through the wall, and there's no coverage. Badger is dropped. It's all up to Razor now, who let his teammate go down. He'll now be sitting crouched in a corner, and he'll fall. Matt Bonger with the clutch, the 1v2, pulling it out of nowhere and giving West Garfield the round.
Was he going for the pickup? What was Razor doing? Yeah, Juicers are going to need a timeout after that one because I don't know what the hell that was. They had Gingy in the site. He got a kill. He opened it up single-handedly. I mean, those defenders were scrambling to find an answer. And how long did it take for Juicers to finally come into support? Like 30, 40 seconds? For somebody to come in, and it ended up being Badger who attempted the plant, but Gingy went down to the C4, so Badger had to evacuate. Forrest came in for a flank. He picks off Dunny. I mean, sure, he gets traded out. Still a 2 versus 2. And yes, they kill Rudy. 1 versus 1 against Matt Bonger. Against the Jaeger. But they drone him out. They know that hole in the wall is there. They've been watching it for so long. I mean, obviously they didn't have any info because they had to drone him out after, but just default caution, just watching the hole. Why did they decide after droning him out in bathroom that the play was to rush into Master and then I go for the pickup on Gingy? I don't know what the hell Razor was doing in that corner. The end of that round made very little sense to me. And what should have been a Juicers round through and through is West Garfield coming away with it. Now 5-4. I'd like to remind everyone that this at one point was 4-0 Juicers. This was 4-0. West Garfield have won 5 rounds in a row with no answer.
It's crazy, the comeback they've been able to make. And now what seems like the incredible momentum they've been able to secure for themselves. I mean, now that's back-to-back rounds with Matt Bonger. Not Mott. What was I going to say? Banger? Matt Bonger going absolutely insane. 2 clutches back-to-back. Both 1v2s. But that last one more improbable than the previous. It was... I mean, he was spotted out. The drone stared at him. But there was no coverage there. So, I mean, and he knew the perfect time to step up. Maybe he faked the run towards Piano, turned around, peeked the angle, and got the job done. So now Juicers have to bounce back. They took 60 seconds to talk it over. They took their tack timeout, and we're going to have to see how they respond. Badger and Gingy, I mean, they stepped up in a big way in the previous round. They're starting to frag out. Gingy is continuing to put up some numbers, and everyone on Juicers is contributing more than we've seen them in the past, but they have slowed down considerably. I mean, it has been 5 rounds in a row for West Garfield. They've slowed down considerably, and maybe they'll start to speed things up here.
Oh.
Yep, they will, as Razor will line up a double kill.
Oh.
Now a triple, as West Garfield are so eager to win this. They are just throwing bodies at an entering Maverick. You heard that right. An entering Maverick who cannot be slowed down.
Yeah, Razor is just going to simply walk in behind a drone, collect 3 kills for free, type in chat, and be on with his day. Gingy trying to blitz in through the lobby, though, will get cut down by Forrest, who he had no idea was on the staircase. Forrest now run back into sight, figuring, I've got my pick. Time to come back and support Psychosis, but still a 4 versus 2, and Razor is still alive on 14 kills. Pixel up above finds Forrest, at least Psychosis all alone, and Dunny will stop him from clutching any sort of round out. And, well, the streak has been stumped. It's 5 in a row for West Garfield, but no more after that. We're tied 5-5.
Effective timeout. That's exactly what you like to see. With 60 seconds, a team can, calm down, and anyone who needs to take a quick breather can do that, and you can talk about the issues you've been having. Apparently, their solution was to throw Razor on the Maverick and just have him entry into the building. We saw how well that worked. He lined up a triple kill, what looked like effortlessly. And, I mean, that's something you can continue to run with, I suppose. I mean, now, West Garfield, they'll have to, change things up a little bit. They'll head to Kitchen and Dining now and return to this location as, yeah, they didn't love the way that round transpired. Once they saw Razor on the top floor and once they died to him, they said, oh God, let's find the trade. When they did that, Razor heard it. He popped up and he killed the next player. And then somebody else, I think it was Rudy, was like, oh God, I gotta find the trade. And then he died. He was busy sprinting in from bathroom. His gun wasn't even up, and Razor had no trouble finding his 14th kill of the map so far. Rudy's at 13, so he's looking to go toe-to-toe with the man himself. But, I mean, we're seeing this back and forth story continue. It is one player stepping up here, one player stepping up there, and it's just which team is enabling their fragger or enabling that player on their team with the clutch gene to step up and get the kill. I mean, obviously, last round, Juicers did a better job at putting Razor in the right place at the right time. West Garfield, they've just got to get Matt Bonger heating up again. You just got to keep Rudy in the mix, and maybe it'll be a different story.
Yeah, it's surprising seeing West Garfield at 5-5 with Matt Bonger and Rudy being the only positive players on the squad. This game has been extremely close so far. We'll see if Juicers are able to take on to Dining once again without Razor simply walking in and getting 3 kills. Because I don't think that's going to happen twice in a row. I'd be very impressed if it does, as in come the drones. They'll see that Piano, for the most part, is pretty clear, save for that piece of barbed wire. They see Matt Bonger over towards Bathroom. Is Razor behind said drone? No, it seems like he is Mav torching the office wall. So it's going to be a much slower affair from Juicers, much more thorough, but as he breaks the barricade, he just sees the back of Bio. The smoke will dart away, though, but get caught by Pixel. A little bit of a bait and switch there for Juicers, nets them the opening pick.
Yeah, Pixel there. Good heads-up play to make sure Bio could not escape. But now, I mean, the priority for West Garfield a moment ago, it was contesting these players. Now it may be getting out of here alive. They've got to be careful because the pressure from Juicers is becoming overwhelming. And as they see that, they will finally back away. They still did lose a player in that endeavor, though, and yes, it's your smoke who you've lost. That is a big problem. You no longer have those toxic smokes. You're going to have to rely on the C4 from Forest, the C4 from Rudy to get you through the other side. Rotero drone will go down on the hatch in an attempt to likely deal with that Electro Claw, but it has not been successful. So still an Electro Claw to find if they want to get that hatch open. And a perfectly timed C4 from Forest now means that the exothermic charges are taken off the board. Here comes Pixel, though. Doesn't want to get a hatch open. He just wants to get this frag, but Rudy has some idea where he's positioned. It doesn't matter. Pixel was more than prepared. A double kill for the 0, and now Dunny on the follow-up onto Psychosis, trying to go for a flank, will get outright denied. A slow peek from Bonger. He'll get clapped. A triple kill for the 0, and it's all on the shoulders of Forrest now in a 1v4.
Can he do it? He's 5-10, having a slow game. In fact, the slowest in the lobby, but he'll be spotted out very quickly by the Iana. He'll try and fire against Gingy, miss all his shots, and Razor finishes the round. Juicers will take round 11, like you said, seeming to be quite the effective time out, as since they've taken it, they've not only stopped the streak, but taken 2 rounds back-to-back, and now put themselves on map point. Much to the efforts of Pixel as well, we saw a Razor 3K on round number 9, and here we have, on round 10, and then a Pixel 3K to follow it up on round 11. That's what we love to see from Danny. I believe the youngest player in this lobby. He's only, how old is Danny? 16, I think? So he's pretty young, comparative to literally everyone else here, who I think is 18 plus. Don't know about Gingy. I'm going to assume 18 plus. And he's been having a little bit of trouble finding the scoreboard, maybe 1 or 2 kills there each round, but finally, he's able to pop off. That'll give Juicers their 6th round. Now, they'll be attacking on the Master. Last time we saw them here, Juicers should have won this round. I don't think that's very much up for debate. They should have won this round. That was a big misplay from them that allowed West Garfield to take it. If Juicers can just do what they need to do, try and, recreate the magic from their previous attempt here, perhaps we can see the map over.
Juicers, you talked about the timeout effectiveness. It's something that we highlight. We always talk about one shot being so good at, but yeah, it's Juicers doing a really good job with that right now. Only one more needed. They're on match point. West Garfield, despite the 5 in a row, they've been yet to find a round since. We'll have to see how they step up. Going to Master and Office is a little bit surprising, right? This is a site that a lot of teams have been avoiding as of late. And given the decisiveness that Juicers just in that last round were able to secure control of the top floor and force those players back, you've got to wonder if West Garfield have fully thought this through. One approach for them, though, it's going to be a pretty substantial roam. You've got both Psychosis and Forest on the Melusi and the Vigil, respectively, going for a pretty heavy roam all the way downstairs. At least they were until a moment ago. But they will now relocate. One of those players, Psychosis, now returned to the top floor, and Forest still going for this roam, not leaving, despite being spotted out by a couple of drones. He'll find 1 kill and not quite traded out just yet, but now Gingy and Dunny both have him relatively... All right, actually, Dunny now being killed. Gingy is the one who's got him pinched and hopefully stuck here in this corner.
And Forrest is happy to just sit here and waste time. He doesn't necessarily need to leave. The Razor now rotates over. He's probably got a frag grenade with Forrest's name on it. But no! Forrest gets out! Gingy hopped on the drone and Forrest took that as his opportunity. Perfectly timed rotate, gets away scot-free. That's huge. This Vigil can now continue to roam around the map and be a thorn in the side of this attack. That's something Juicers are going to have to be cognizant of the entire round. And there's no one on the bathroom window watching Rudy, so he's free to just walk into Solar, shoot those X-Kairos, and be on with his day. Very poor clear so far from Juicers. The man on the double window can't even find the frag onto this Cade. Pixel's maybe looking to pop open the barricade a bit to kill this Cade, but he's being very cautious of it so far. He's looking for pings. He's at least got Matt Bonger in his sights, and there's the equalizer. 4 versus 4. Razor has since been lit up. He'll trade a lot of damage with Bio as he moves through bathroom, trying to maybe pop nade himself in as Gingy finishes off the low HP smoke. But now, Razor's in the bomb site. Force is coming up for the flank, though. The attackers might not be ready for this. Nobody's looking his way, but Badger turns around just in the nick of time. He'll try and get the plant down as Razor finds Rudy. Psychosis alone. 1 versus 3 against a repelled player, and Pixel come in from the back. It's the 0 with the last kill, and a 7-5 win on Chalet for Juicers.
Well, despite letting it slip a little bit there, Juicers bring it back. 3 in a row from the timeout, and they just say, okay, we're going to take this. We're done messing around, and they will do it. It wasn't the cleanest, but it's Chalet. I mean, they said Juicers were insane on Chalet, and they were absolutely right. Coming out of the gates extremely strong, and despite, I mean, a hell of an effort from West Garfield, I mean, 3 of those players, maybe even 4 of those players going negative by the end of the map. Just not quite been able to step up to the standard that Juicers set for us here in this grand final. So they will start things off with a win. They'll be 1-0 in this best of 3. What a way to start, Harrison. I think you called the 2-0 for West Garfield, and already Juicers are defying our expectations here. Can they finish it out?
Perhaps they can. Next map is going to be Oregon. We just saw them win it against the Wichita Wolves, so perhaps a Juicers win is in the cards. West Garfield looked like they were on their way to a comeback victory. They were down 4-0, ended up winning 5 rounds in a row, but that's where the magic stopped. They took the Juicers took the all-important timeout and ended up securing the match 3 rounds in a row after that. And West Garfield looked, I have to say, after the timeout, West Garfield looked rather limp. They didn't look very good after that. And I guess maybe that's down to more misplays on the side of Juicers causing round losses than it did brilliant play by West Garfield. But either way, after that timeout, Juicers looked like a brand new team, took it to them, and that's 7-5. Now, granted, this is their map pick. This is Juicers' map pick. Oregon is West Garfield's. Although, I mean, if we want to go off the Wichita Wolves games, Juicers beat Wichita Wolves by a wider margin than West Garfield did on this map. So, who knows? I initially predicted West Garfield 2-0, like you said, but perhaps it's going to be 2-0 the other way.
Perhaps. Could always go 3 maps, though. This really does feel like a 3-map series. I mean, just these 2 teams, the way they've been playing, it seems they just love this back and forth pattern, right? It's been going back and forth with all their other opponents. It was going back and forth here on Chalet. But we'll see. Coming up, Oregon next. Before we get there, another shout out to one of our amazing sponsors, Mavix Gaming Chairs. As you know, I've talked about them before. You can experience Mavix Gaming Chairs for yourself. They always have wonderful deals on their website. And partnering with NerdStreet Gamers, our official exclusive chair partner of NerdStreet Gamers and local host, all Mavix Gaming Chairs are on discount with your code NSG55. You can get $55 off. All of their chairs include the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. So if you're sitting all day, like most of us gamers out there, take a look at a Mavix Gaming Chair because you want to make sure your back does not crumble and fall apart when you age. So save $55 when you head to the Mavix Gaming Chairs website at mavix.com/NerdStreetGamers. So check that out during this break. When we come back, we've got Oregon, we've got map 2 coming up next.
Have to get aggressive. Reach looking for it, and Hill got it. Have to push for the kill. Have to for the Lucy. Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's no one to get aggressive. Reach looking for it, and Hill got it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to kill the Maluski.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2. It's 5-1 for certain.
Welcome back, everyone, to map 2 of our grand final. We just saw Juicers take a 7-5 on Chalet against West Garfield. Counter to my expectations, actually. I called a 2-0 for West Garfield, but Juicers have won the first map. And Jonah, if anyone wants to be like these teams, be featured on our stream and compete in SES Stage 2, what can they do?
Well, we've got our qualifiers for Stage 2 coming up. We just finished our first stage, and it was a thrilling conclusion. Surf Esports taking the win against One Shot. It was a fantastic final. I hope you were there watching. But that could be you. You could be that team competing in that grand final. Hell, you could even work your way to the Pro-Am like one of these two pug stacks in front of us. One of these players, despite, whatever experience they might have, are going to the Pro-Am. That could be you. Qualifiers are happening this weekend, January 7th to 9th, and a second set of qualifiers, January 14th to 16th. All of those are open to you. !play for more info in the chat if you want to take a look. It's $50 for each qualifier if you want to enter into one or the other, or you could get an $80 qualifier pass that gets you into both of them. If you qualify, you give you your money back. So you are good to go if you make it in. You can join the stacked roster of teams that we've already got set for them. We will talk to you about those at the end of the night, give you a breakdown. You can also check out our Twitter. But we're going to head in to our game now, hopefully, and take a look at Oregon, which is going to be our second map of the night. Harrison, I know we've talked about how this one could shape up, but already with our expectations kind of thrown out of the window here, what do you think we're going to see here?
I'm not quite sure. We saw Juicers win their own map pick. This is, of course, West Garfield's map now, but we just saw both of these teams play it. We saw West Garfield yesterday beat Wichita Wolves 8-7, and then we saw Juicers today beat Wichita Wolves 7-5. So without needing OT by a slightly wider margin by one round. So who knows? Maybe Juicers are going to take the 2-0, but of course we have to get through the map first. Unfortunately, we were about to get into bans, but it turns out we needed a rehost. I think either one of the players disconnected, or maybe we had the size wrong, what have you. We're going to need a rehost, so we're just kind of getting the players to trickle back in, and then, of course, once they're all ready, we can get back into Oregon. But from what we saw on Chalet, both these teams played, I think, about as I expected. There was some structure here and there, but for the most part, it was down to gunfights. Oregon's a little bit harder to play like that, so I think it's going to come down to the more structured team, but we definitely saw that both these teams have the capability to be structured, both on the last map and in their previous series against Wichita Wolves.
Right, I mean, if you compare Juicer to the Wichita Wolves in our last series, it felt like Juicers were way more structured. Maybe there was, one player or two who were kind of running all over the place, but we saw them bring out some pretty impressive structure here and there. Maybe I wouldn't say more structured. Maybe I would say more disciplined. Maybe that's a better word for it, because we saw the Wolves go for a lot of aggression. It was structured aggression, but it was a lot of aggression, and sometimes that got them into trouble. How did Juicers counter that? By kind of just playing their own game, by just, buckling down, waiting for the attacking half, and then absolutely tearing the defense apart. That's what they're going to have to do here. Obviously, they're not going to want to lose their defensive half like they did last time, but you never know. They could easily make that comeback happen. We saw how they were able to do it against the Wolves, an impressive comeback out of that. Hell, we even saw how West Garfield were able to execute a comeback of their own on Chalet, even if they weren't able to complete it. So both of these teams have shown their capability to come out on the second half and defy expectations regardless of our first half outcome. We will see Juicers starting out, at least in terms of this ban phase. They're going to kick us off here, and we'll see what kind of Oregon we're in store for.
Yeah, I saw for a second there that one of the bans was Ace before we swapped off, so I'm not quite sure if that ban's going to stick. I think it was West Garfield that made that ban. Of course, first ban though is going to be Thatcher. Very standard practice on every single map in the pool, so it's no surprise that Oregon is going to be the exact same way. We'll see if West Garfield stick with their Ace ban. No, it will actually be the Hibana. So one of the premier hard breachers on this map. Now we'll likely see the Maverick and someone else, perhaps, the Thermite or the Ace. On Oregon, I feel like it's generally more Thermite to take up that second spot, though we might not even see Maverick at all, considering Cade is now banned. So perhaps we see the Ace and the Thermite combo instead, as those jammers are typically pretty easy to get rid of without the aid of the Maverick. And of course, Valkyrie is always a very good ban. So that means Mira is still up as well, and we saw her used a lot in the last series.
Well, Oregon is also a map where teams don't need to shy away from the use of those secondary hard breach gadgets, right? Especially because when you're looking towards that basement site, the hatches you've got to get open, there's no better piece of utility for that other than X-Kairos pellets. Then, you slap a can opener on that thing and it gets the job done. So we could end up seeing that one. I mean, we do see the fuse, which is curious enough. I don't know if that is...
He can fuse the reinforcements now.
Yeah. Does he also have secondary hard breach charges?
He does have hard breach charges.
I mean, there you go. So you've got the combo, and the Maverick is actually going to be switched off to a Twitch instead. So you've got the Thermite, like we predicted, but you've also got the Fuse and the secondary hard breach gadgets he brings. So spicing it up already on this attack.
Yeah, Fuse is a very interesting operator. He is probably one of the least played attackers in the entire game. Only more so than maybe Glaz. And mainly because, well, one, he's a 3 armor attacker, which is already going to make him very unpopular. 3 armor attackers tend to not get played a lot unless they have a shield, just because on the attack, the clock is not your friend. You need to be able to move around the map swiftly. And, the fuse charges aren't necessarily the most useful. It's very easy for defenders to evade them. A lot of times they can be used in flushing out positions and forcing a defender to move. Other times you see the fuse charges used to clear utility. But now he's got secondary hard breaches, and you can fuse the reinforcements. So I'm very, very keen on seeing how exactly Rudy is going to use this operator, because it is just so rare that we ever see him played.
Yeah, curious, to see exactly what West Garfield do with him. If he's going to be used for more of, that just like a last-second on-site kind of push. If it's going to be used to force out a couple of those defenders from their hard, stuck positions that are hard to actually get them out of. Only time will tell exactly what the Fuse will do. Again, he's got those secondary hard breach charges and likely going to work his way towards a hatch or two, the freezer hatch. Common destination for those things. Matt Bonger from above will spot out the head of, I believe that was Badger, but he'll be able to make a quick escape, only narrowly so, as it looked like Badger definitely hesitated for a second after the roof got opened up above him. But wait a minute here, Mr. Pixel is in play. And yeah, he's rocking the shotgun.
The drone will come in and confirm his positions. Now we know they know he's there, and he's going to turn his back, attempt a quick escape through the hatch, but unfortunately the M870's spread is not great. It's well, the spread is very concentrated, which is why it's a great combat shotgun, but for opening things, it's not fantastic. So Pixel will get caught with his pants down. He will be the opening pick. Twitch drone coming in to try and clear the Goyo shield will be unsuccessful. And there's the combo between the fuse charge and the hard breach charge. It goes out to destroy whatever's in the E-box and then opens the hatch right after. That's the only fuse charge we've seen so far used by Rudy, who's also rocking a suppressed LMG. Curiously enough, Psycho is going to eat an impact to the face, but it's not going to do all that much damage. West Garfield are looking like they want to go for a laundry take. Bio already with the case, attempting to stun his way in. Psychosis with a nicely placed nade will frag Badger. That's the mute dead. It's a C4 now gone. Gingy on the smoke is looking over towards laundry, trying to find some picks, but he'll get flashed out, forced back, and now going for the gas canisters, he'll be a little bit exposed. He catches the side of Rudy. Fortunately, the Fuse not doing a lot in this match so far. Psychosis goes down after finding a kill. Razor will be traded, and Gingy can't do anything to stop Forrest, who just forces himself into the middle of the site from E-box, and the first round goes the way of West Garfield.
Well, an exciting first round, but the question is, what the heck is the Fuse for? I mean, we really didn't see him use for much at all. Maybe clearing out some of those ADSs, clearing out utility, that's something, but when it comes to pushing basement, there is so little that he is actually useful for. Now, keeping that one in pocket for West Garfield, maybe they're going to stick with that. I suspect we're not going to see it too much longer, but maybe on dorms it could be more useful. I'm not entirely sure.
You
We'll
could
have to
fuse the
see.
games wall.
I mean, right. Using the games wall could be useful. There's a lot of utility usually sitting in there that you could clear out. But as far as any other locations for that fuse charge go, they're just windows, and if they're on a barricade, they can be easily shot out.
It's really loud.
Yeah, it's really, really loud. So I don't suspect that's where the fuses will come in, but any utility placed in games, maybe we can treat that as just kind of a waste of utility because it's going to be burned eventually.
Yeah. I wonder where Rudy's going to go this time. I mean, like I said, you could fuse the games wall, maybe fuse a window, you could fuse into attic. I mean, hey, if you really want to get cheeky with it, you can do what people do with Ace, right? Where you smoke off the trophy door and then go and place your hard breach on that side of the attic wall. And maybe, you know, fuse out pit. You could do that. That'd be cool. But other than that, not a lot of options here for Rudy. I mean, he does have hard breach charges again, so you could potentially go ahead and open up attic with those hard breach charges, maybe help open up games, what have you. Very interested to see where he goes again, just because we never really see fuse played, so this is kind of brand new to us. Razor, with no rotate in attic, will go all the way up to T3 as the mute of all operators, looking for some aggressive picks and perhaps to even stay hidden and pounce on any unsuspecting attackers.
Well, he'll remain there for now. It doesn't seem that West Garfield are going to actively contest, nor will they be working their way in from the tower side. Instead, the focus right now is going to be mostly on Master, barring, of course, Rudy, the one exception, who's going to swing in without droning it, and he is all but dead. Oh, my goodness.
Well, there goes fuse.
Just the fuse, though, right? So it doesn't matter all that much, but he did have those hard breach charges, and in this particular round, they were relying on that. That was the second prong of the typical two-pronged approach from this attack. Despite that, they will get the frags back in their way, at least. Bio will pick up that kill onto Gingy after Badger had already been dropped. Psychosis taken care of. That leaves us in this even 3v3 situation, but now that Bio has used this exothermic charge on the game side of things, I mean, if they want to go for this second prong of this approach, he's got to rotate all the way around towards attic now that the second player with those hard breach charges has been dealt with.
Yeah, if they want that prong, that second prong that you talked about, Bio's going to have to be the marathon man. Finkaboos will come out from Forest, though no one on West Garfield is pushing into the site just yet. My bar was just collecting some extra info as Razor lurks downstairs, playing Ring Around the Rosie with Forest right now, who's creeping up Z-Hall. It was going to be a very easy kill, and there it is. Forest goes down, and now Razor has free reign of the bottom floor to use this Nitro Cell. It's tucked right under the default plant spot next to the foosball table. So we'll see if Bio falls victim to that. You've also got Dunny holding prone holes in through the trophy doorway that Matt Bonger could very easily die to if he walks in. There's only 45 seconds, so we'll have to do it soon. But Bio, he's since walked in downstairs. He's going to completely ignore this Nitro Cell, go on the hunt, win the fight against Razor, and now make his way up white. He and Matt Monger now have a crossfire onto the bomb site. Dunny's looking to fight it. He's holding the pixel, and Bio's going to have to walk in. He cannot hold on white. He has the case, and he will thus die to Dunny, leaving Matt Bonger alone, who looks the wrong way. Dunny with both the last kills. Juicers take round number 2.
It did start with a bit of a problem, right? It started with Razor just going unnoticed, sitting up in T3. And then the problem was furthered by the fact that Razor was also unnoticed sitting downstairs in security. West Garfield in that round did a great job of, bringing the advantage that Juicer had secured and bringing it back to nil, right? They brought it back to 3-3. It was an even split, an even man count at least. But then they just failed to pin Razor down. It's something that Razor has done so consistently throughout every game that we've seen here tonight, is that he is just so damn elusive. It is so hard to get a finger on this guy, especially when he is on that defensive side and just roaming all over the map. He knows the map so well. He knows exactly where to position, so he cannot be spotted out. And even against a team like West Garfield, with so much experience on this team, he is somehow able to just weasel his way around this map and tear the attack apart. It's something that we saw against We saw against the Wolves, and he is trying to exploit that as much as he can here. So props to him for that. 2 very important kills in the round, which dictated the pace, which forced West Garfield to pivot at the last second. And even though it was an even 2v2 when pushing that bomb site, there were very few options that West Garfield had, just given the way the round had progressed, the lack of utility, and the fact that their positions were telegraphed. Dunny knew there was somebody coming up the white stairs. He knew that there was somebody pushing into Trophy. The Malusi Banshees guided him in that endeavor. So good job there from the Juicers to bounce back, tying us up at 1-1.
Especially too, if it was if the roles were reversed and it was Bio left in Trophy with the sledge of who was that? Matt Bonger, the sledge of Matt Bonger over towards White, things may have worked out very differently. The big flaw in that round was that Bio was on White with the K, so he was forced to push in. Otherwise, you could have just had Bio pushing in, you know, through the games wall, go for the default plant spot. Matt Bonger's holding the cross on White, but because it was just right place, wrong man, I guess I would say. Otherwise, I kind of like the idea from West Garfield. But Rudy is no longer on the fuse. He's on Capitao, a much more useful operator who's got those secondary hard breaches. Forrest is somehow not going to get spotted out by that proximity alarm. He's making a fast push up White right behind the drone, already establishing this cutoff, and he's going to start moving in. He's on the hunt for these players, but in comes the Malusi. Dunny is just going to swing on him and win the fight. Although he's very lit up, that's still an opening pick, and that is a very good operator to have off the board early.
Not to mention you're shutting down Forrest, and as we've seen, if you take down Forrest early and you get Forrest into a tough spot, that may affect not only, obviously, his play in the round, but his play in the entire map. So far, Forrest has had a hell of a better performance than he did on Chalet, already with 4 kills through 2 rounds. But of course, he will not be able to find a 5th kill in round number 3. Now, Dunny, who was already cut on 1 HP, has finally been fully eliminated as he was unable to rotate back to the site. Razor, however, will step up yet again and take down Psychosis, who was caught a bit by surprise. Now this push from West Garfield only has these 3 attackers remaining, and now, I mean, they've got to make this tough decision. How long do they want to commit to this top floor? You know, do they want to eventually, like, transition and go for more horizontal pressure, or are they going to rely on the vertical to win out the day? Right now, with the vertical, the focus, Juicers know that maybe they want to contest this a little bit. Both Gingy and Razor will be working their way into Attic. Bio doesn't seem to be paying attention, nor does Rudy, and that's going to cost them their lives. Rudy is gone. Bio hoping to answer. He'll look for the prone player, and he will get fried. A triple kill for Razor. He cannot be killed, and it's Gingy to get the final blow. What a good retake on the top floor. A play that West Garfield were just not expecting. Great job from Juicers to take advantage.
Yeah, he started out with Dunny in kids' dorms, holding it against Forrest, and eventually it was a 2-for-1 trade that Juicers got before they finally gave up top floor, but they were looking to retake it. Like you said, I thought it was going to be a triple flank, right? Because we saw Badger kind of making his way up there with them, but it ended up just being Gingy and Razor, and they killed all of the attackers because, well, quite simply for the fact because there was no drone. If the attackers just had a drone in Attic or a drone in Tower, just something to watch that staircase, one of those dead players could have easily called that out, but there was no flank watch. Juicers were able to take Attic for free. Razor got the first and the second while prone. Don't know how he killed Bio there, but he did. Even if he did, Jaeger was very quick for the trade, ended up getting the last kill as well. Well done to Razor and Gingy. Now it's 2-1 up for Juicers as they go back down to the downstairs, a site that they had lost in the previous attempt to West Garfield. Rudy is once again bringing that fuse, and Forrest has swapped off of the Finca onto the Nomad to make sure something like that never happens again.
Yeah, Forrest deciding to bring out those air jabs, as is a pretty reasonable adjustment after that occurred. I would say you didn't even need the air jabs, you just need a drone in Tower. I feel like that is one of the most common drones to just slap down in the prep phase and set it and just forget it. Let somebody who's dead just staff that drone and just keep an eye on it. But you know what? The air jabs are also a very good option, and it adds that extra bit of security. You don't always have to have somebody actively watching a drone on an angle if you want to keep something protected or keep your flank protected. And against someone like Razor, who, as we've seen, has been incredibly hard to capture, it may be a very good adjustment indeed. It is the basement site, though, and roaming on this site is often much less effective and less useful, especially because, I mean, the site downstairs is already such a bunker, and if you are caught upstairs, there's very few options you have for rotating back to the site unless, you pre-open a hatch. You open the freezer hatch, you sit in security and drop down, or you have a couple of routes down to the site, you open that E-box hatch. It doesn't seem that juicers are doing any of the above. They are just going all 5 downstairs, a full anchor strategy right now, just waiting for West Garfield to make the first move.
It looks like they wanted their shield to face Freezer, and they have changed their minds, putting it over facing Laundry instead, with ADSs to support, of course. Hard Breach Charge will go out from Rudy. No fuse. Just, yeah. What?
There it is.
Ooh. It looked like he mistimed it. Because, right, the fuse charge, I think, takes about the same time as the hard breach charge, but the hard breach charge was going off first, so the fuse charge wouldn't have gone off. And so we had to shoot it. So that's a bit of a waste. Now you're completely relying on Bio, who is, I mean, he's got 2 exothermic charges left, I think. Unless maybe he only has 1 after he used it to open E-Box. So you've kind of restricted your possibilities now. Oh, no, he's got none. You can't even open elbow if you want.
Huh. Fuse, as we've talked about. Hard to work well with it, especially on a site that is mostly hard walls. Hard roofs as well. So he'll have to make most of his impact felt, I imagine, for the rest of this round by fragging out. He's got, 66 bullets in the mag of that LMG. He's got more than enough to do the damage. And here it comes. A drop down into E-Box. Forrest will just look towards Harry Potter and get that kill. Psychosis, a follow-up. Now 2 as he pushes in from Freezer. Another one, but this one's going to be from Pixel, and Badger answers with a kill of his own. Rudy, however, will line up 2 and finish the round just like that. Turns out the Fuse could find the scoreboard in some capacity. Well-timed execute. Probably the best coordination we've seen from this team just yet on this map, and that will equalize us at 2-2.
That was brilliantly played. You could see West Garfield were operating off of all the info in the world. Not only you have Forrest dropping and instantly turn into the player Harry Potter. Easy kill for him there. Psychosis pushing down Freezer, able to line up not 1, but 2. And sure, Pixel and Badger tried their best to hold on, but it was simply not enough against the LMG of Rudy. Just letting it sing. Pixel maybe got a little bit too aggressive, trying to drop shot with the pistol, and Badger's shotgun couldn't make it happen. So now we're tied up 2-2. Seems like Laundry just simply is not Juicer's sight, but it's still not at all out of the realm of possibility that they take a 4-2 half. They will go back up to Dorms, where they had crushed West Garfield in the previous attempt. Forrest is still bringing that Nomad, though, so Razor, who was able to walk around downstairs, may not be able to do so as freely this time.
Last time it was a big problem here. I think it was mainly Razor, right? He was sitting in T3 to start off the round. You had Rudy kind of walk in, not clear this angle as the Fuse just jumped in and died. And then you had Razor work his way all the way downstairs below and then ratted in security to get that next kill as players work their way towards the white stairs. So Razor this time, he'll be double reinforcing, this attic wall. Not immediately going for a T3 play, not something you can do easily multiple times in a row. I actually said that, but I think you do see him roaming around the map. If we could take a look at Razor and see what he is up to, he will be over in tower. Is he going to go up the ladder? No. Okay, so he's just going to hold this position in tower and try to just waste as much time as he can, but maybe not as much of an extension as last time.
Yeah, he figures, hey, I caught Rudy off before. Probably not going to happen again if I just sit in T3. That's kind of suicide. But in comes the sledge, lighting up Pixel, the Jaeger, not prepared to catch the sledge. And so Pixel will slink back into the site, now below 50 HP, and in fact just gets spammed through the barricade by Psychosis. Down he goes, likely recoverable, but Pixel's now going to sit on barely any HP for the remainder of this round because he got a little bit over-aggressive. And now he and that smoke might just be trapped. Razor pre-firing across Satellite will not find his mark, and now the attackers know that there is someone in tower. He will leave. He'll get out of there before he starts being pinched, as Bio's looking to try and open the breach. Twitch Drone is going to clean up one jammer, not the second, but the radius is not long enough to stop Bio from breaching. So games wall open very early on.
Yeah, really good progress, especially considering we're only 90 seconds into the round. Both Mr. Pixel and Razor haven't been found or at least killed just yet. They both, I mean, obviously Razor had been spotted and Pixel had been downed. But both of these players are now in a tough spot to support their team. Someone's got to work their way below. If Razor wants to get the C4 off, he's got to get himself in position because this execute is happening now. The smokes go down perfectly. Bio planting on the breach. Dunny works his way through, stops the plant, but gets traded back immediately. Psychosis also finds a follow-up. Now Forrest is on another, and he will line up a double as two players just send themselves right at him. It's all up to Gingy, who spotted an attic. Now cut down to 1 HP. And she'll swing around. I mean, get one kill at least, Gingy will, but unable to do much else other than that. Now pinned in a corner, and Psychosis will just stare at him, and there it is. Psychosis with the final blow. West Garfield with the round. A very decisive attack, whipping out two back-to-back beautiful executes.
Really have to say, West Garfield took that much more dominantly than I had expected, especially with Dunny coming in, killing the planter, but getting traded out along with one of his teammates, and big ups to Forrest, holding down the downstairs, killing Pixel, as well as I believe that was Razor with trying to play for C4. That round's linchpin was Forrest downstairs. Well done to the Nomad. That gives West Garfield the advantage, now 3-2, as Juicers go back to Meeting and Kitchen, where they had one off of a double flank. Pixel now on Castle as well, someone we have not seen them play yet, I believe.
Yeah, seeing the Castle, I think, also for the first time here on Oregon, is going to be interesting. Last time we saw this, I think last time we saw this meeting setup, we did not see the Castle in play. You can correct me if I'm wrong here, Harrison, but I believe... Who was Pixel on instead? There was... Let's see who we're missing. I mean, it wasn't a Legion.
Jaeger? No, Gingy was Jaeger last time. Badger was Smoke. I don't remember.
Either way, we're headed back down to Meeting. Regardless, we are going to see the Castle in play this time, right? And that is another barrier, but a common one to deal with if you're looking to clear out this top floor, right? That's going to be Pixel's main role, is just maybe not necessarily staff the top floor with Dunny, but provide that extra bit of utility to support Dunny in holding down kids in dorms as long as possible. Attic as well is going to be a point of contestation, most likely, somewhere else that Pixel will be focusing one of those 4 armored barricades. Joining Dunny is going to be Gingy, also holding down this top floor, hoping that if indeed West Garfield go for this clear, they'll have a lot of utility and manpower lying in wait.
Let's see where West Garfield start their clear. Already we hear a Gon 6 popping off. Forrest is in the basement. Rudy is taking T3. Very spread out so far from this attack. Forrest already making his way up the tower stairs, so it looks like this is going to be a stage play from West Garfield. They're going to be looking up to open attic, it looks like. That'll probably be Matt Bonger's job after he opens this castle barricade. I'm not quite sure. It doesn't look like they're actually pushing out attic at all. The hatch might be closed. I mean, there's no defender playing on it so far, so I mean, they might not necessarily need to take that top floor. Bio will go ahead and breach stage already in just over a minute, but now there's someone on that hatch. I think that's the Jaeger of Gingy. So if West Garfield want to be able to move through this wall, they need to kill that Jaeger.
I mean, because the wall is soft, theoretically, you don't need much other than Matt Bonger to just tap the wall once with his sledgehammer. Right? It should be relatively easy to clear him out. Instead, right now, West Garfield just opting for a very direct approach. Face full of smoke will greet a couple of those players, but Psychosis, unimpeded on the green door, will continue to take a couple of fights. He'll win that one. Pressure from above, though. Pressuring from Gingy will now communicate the Jaeger's position, and now somebody from West Garfield is in perfect position to shut them down. Good kill from Rudy. Also lit up in the process, but that is 2 kills that West Garfield now have working for them. Razor's going to attempt to step up, trying to avoid the smoke grenades that now come down. Those are from Rudy, and trying to avoid getting taken down as well, but that is easier said than done, as Mr. Pixel is the next to fall. Bio now getting the plant down, and here comes Forrest from behind. A very clean attack, a flawless round from West Garfield. They make that one look easy, and they take that 4-2 attacking half.
Excuse me. Easy for Forrest at the end there, coming in with both kills. I was really concerned about the Jaeger over the hatch, but Rudy was on the beam in tower, a position that you can tell Gingy did not expect, and all he had to do was operate around those pre-open holes in the wall. Rudy finds the kill. Juicers are desperate to try and retake into meeting, but everyone dies through the breach, and Forrest just comes in from the back at the perfect time. It's a 4-2 half for West Garfield, not Juicers, who were unable to take any of their sights on the retry. Very unfortunate for them, but we saw a defensive-sided Chalet. Maybe we'll see an attacker-sided Oregon here, as now Juicers move on to their attack. No funny business with the Fuse. They will be sticking on that Finca, and they will be operating with the Flores to, again, make those shields easier to clear. But here's Forrest once again on that FO12 that we saw absolutely tear up Wichita Wolves.
We also saw in that version of Oregon, it was indeed attacker-sided, and the attacking side is where Juicers thrive the most. This was the same split they stared down. It was 2-4, and they managed to make a very impressive comeback happen. They're going to have to do it again, though, because West Garfield, they have cleaned up their act. What looked like it was going to be a potential, default defensive half. I mean, Juicers were up 2-1 after all. They let that lead slip away, and West Garfield took 3 rounds unanswered. And they'll be looking to continue that success on defense, much like the way that Juicers started things out, or at least in round 2 and 3, took that dorms and meeting win. But instead, West Garfield will be opting to kick things off on the basement, a site that they attacked successfully both times. But now, on the defensive side, they are going to have to deal with this onslaught of utility that's going to be, of course, headed by Gingy and that Flores, those Rotero drones that can be so powerful in clearing out some of these basement positions.
I really want to see where Forrest is playing or how Juicers deal with it. Dunny, uh-oh. Looks like Dunny may have disconnected. I think he just lagged out. So, Juicers, for the meantime, look like they'll be playing a 4 versus 5. That is an unfortunate situation, to be sure. Pixel already going to be breaking open the laundry barricade. Forrest with the FO12 is actually playing on freezer stairs. The last time we saw him there, as Dunny lags out, he was tearing up anyone who tried to challenge him. Luckily for Juicers, they are not pushing over towards that direction, and Gingy will be completely unimpeded in going for Elbow. Down goes the shield and the ADS, and Elbow will likely be reinforced there by whoever was playing next to it. Freezer hatch as well going to be open, but that does not flush Forrest out. He's happy to continue sitting at the bottom of the staircase and challenging with that rather overpowered shotgun.
And look at this, no reinforcement actually in Elbow. Instead, Bio pushes all the way in and actively contests this. This is, often a do or die position. He does have a rotate hole still established, but this is very dangerous. If Juicers are able to take control, they don't have to open up a hard wall. They don't have any exothermic charges or any hard breach left. A reinforcement there could be extremely problematic for this attack. Instead, Bio wants to take the gunfights. I mean, it is a 4v5. You have a little bit more confidence walking in, and it looks like that'll work for Matt Bonger. Razor will take care of his teammate. Not ideal there, so goodbye, Gingy. Matt Bonger lines up a double, and it is all up to Badger. In a 1v5, a lot of bullets coming his way. They know exactly where the thermite is positioned, and this comeback that we talked about from Juicers, it doesn't look like it's going to happen, at least on their first round. It'll have to be a 3-round deficit they make up here unless Badger pulls out a miracle.
Yeah, 1v5, pretty much impossible, especially with only 30 seconds left. This round is over. It'll be a 5-2 for West Garfield. In that round, even with Dunny's disconnect, I mean, you lose your Zofia, but it's not the end of the world. It was really that take in the bunker that was not good. Pixel dies first, Razor team kills Gingy, and then attempts to push in right into like a 3-way crossfire. I mean, the round was over before it even really began. Badger's able to get 1 exit frag, but that's all he's going to be able to nab. Psychosis just puts him in the dirt, just to add insult to injury right before the clock runs out. It's 5-2. So defense will strike first in the new half. West Garfield with a 3-round lead. They have a whole site's rotation worth of a buffer above Juicers, as now they look to defend onto dorms.
Yeah, that 3-round gap. Basically a full flawless site rotation difference between these two rosters right now. And with West Garfield still with Dorms on the board here, still haven't gone to meeting. They don't even know how Juicers are going to approach that one just yet. I mean, this is certainly a situation favoring West Garfield tremendously. Not going to count Juicers out. This is the exact comeback we've seen them make in the past, but they have got to start now because with just one more round under their belt, West Garfield will have eyes on match point. They can close things out quickly and, heading into map 3, which is, extra important to have that momentum on your side. I mean, that could be all West Garfield needs to put them over the edge. We've seen them strong on those map 3s before. So either way, they'll be setting up dorms now with a little bit of an extension down below. That's going to be Matt Bonger currently setting that one up. Often we will see these first floor extensions because that is often a target for the attacking teams to clear them out. If they want to go for something of a, big window, white stairs push, establishing vertical control from kitchen and dining is often a priority.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So yeah, West Garfield defend this top floor. And again, if you would like to be like Juicers, like West Garfield, competing on our SES stream along with NerdStreet, you can sign up for our second set of qualifiers for Stage 2. First one being this weekend from the 7th to 9th, the next being the following week from the 14th to the 16th. Exclamation point play for more info. You can be competing over the course of a month with the best teams in T3 and the best teams in CL for $5,000 and a spot at the Pro-Am, just like Juicers and West Garfield are competing for right now. But his bio gets taken off the board. That is a fantastic opening pick for Juicers. You've just taken out the smoke.
And maybe that's a sign that Razor's going to start heating up, because everyone on this Juicers side of things needs to start heating up. They're simply not fragging out. Gingy is quiet. Razor is quiet. Badger, who we've seen hit double digits before, is also relatively quiet. As I say that, though, it is Gingy who steps up, gets the down onto the Jaeger. Rudy will now tuck himself in the corner, and he is as good as dead. The nade from Razor to finish him off, claiming that kill. Psychosis, though, will respond. A good headshot onto Badger. Quickly answered, though, by Pixel, who will step up and deal with Forrest. And even though we are a minute 20 into this round, there are 4 players already dead. Psychosis now wants more. He's going to be detected outside, so Juicers know they've got to have their head up and pay attention. Dunny will be looking right in the right place at the right time, and there goes Psychosis. Last alive is Matt Bonger. West Garfield throwing their lives away in this round. Not sure what struck them there. They just wanted to take fights and lose them, but either way, a very quick round. About 90 seconds total, and everyone on the side of West Garfield is dead.
Yeah, I think that was definitely an apt way to put it. West Garfield just kind of throwing their lives away. That's all that round was. They were getting over aggressive, maybe a little overconfident, especially with the Jaeger on attic, Psychosis swinging outside the master balcony, not looking far enough for that Finca. I mean, that was just over aggression. Again, overconfidence, West Garfield throwing their lives away, as you said, and that's really all there was to it. So they'll forfeit a round to Juicers and immediately go back to dorms, and I imagine we're not going to be seeing West Garfield do that again. They'll probably play a lot more close to the chest. They will be playing a little bit more passive. I mean, it's probably still aggressive, but somewhat more passively, and they won't be peeking out every opportunity like we saw in the previous round.
They got to be careful, though. I mean, even though, that round did seem kind of loose and silly from them, right? They didn't seem to have too much of a care about which gunfights they took, which gunfights they didn't, especially after losing a couple of those early duels. But, this is the winner's bracket team, so they were watching, likely, in the loser's bracket final, and they watched how Juicers made the comeback. So they should be aware that when given the momentum, the Juicers can seriously make something happen. I mean, they came back from the very same deficit, 5-2 against the Wolves. They could absolutely do the same thing here. I mean, we're going to dorms again. Juicers clearly handled that site well. Just one round to go, starting with the opener. And if West Garfield don't, settle down and get a little bit more patient, they could see this lead slip away. They cannot get complacent here because Juicers, they want this. You've seen it. They really want to get this win. They want to head towards that Pro-Am. And they want that $3,000 grand prize, of course, but they aren't too far away. 2 rounds is what separates these two teams. We'll have the beginning of this round start with an approach on the master side in combination with approach on the big tower side. Psychosis now steps up, downs Dunny, who immediately revives himself, though. So Psychosis will slip away without actually claiming that kill, but a good early bit of damage onto Dunny.
Looked like that Finko was just a little bit unaware of the open window right next to him. Rudy is still playing aggressively in Attic, though, watching these Mav holes like a hawk as Razor goes ahead and opens up the wall. He'll drop down, be droned out, and fall back to the basement, looking to maybe come back up and join his teammates on site later in the round. He's actually with Forrest. Actually, there's 3 players from the defense downstairs. Only one of them has C4. If Juicers read into this, we could see a very fast push onto the site. Basically a 5 versus, maybe even 4 versus 2 here as Gingy continues to drone down Attic. He'll spot the Banshee right around the corner, do away with it. He also saw the shield in Pit. That's likely going to be his next target, but Psychosis comes back to the site. He finds Pixel actually from below, right through the breach. Well played by the Malusi to give his team that opening pick.
Yeah, that main door is open, but because nobody is staffing it, Psychosis was able to retreat and actually rotate back into Classroom for free. Now Razor's going to set his sights on this mission. He knows there's someone below, but that player knows he's there.
Wow.
And what a shot from Psychosis. A brilliant shot onto Razor, shutting down the Maverick, who we've thought is basically unkillable so far. Quickly, though, Juicers will respond in kind. Psychosis, though, he will line up a triple. Another kill from downstairs, and Juicers are showing that they've got, I mean, a couple of kinks to work out, no doubt about that. Somebody downstairs who should have been dealt with and killed really early is now the biggest problem in this round they could ever have. Psychosis with the ace in round 9. He does all the work for West Garfield. He will take it for himself. 3 kills downstairs, 2 up above, and a brilliant win. So give West Garfield match point.
What a play. That's what we know and love about Psychosis. Just running around downstairs first, taking the Finka down to very low HP, rotating in beneath the breach to kill Pixel, dumpstering Razor around Z, coming back upstairs and just frying everything in his path. It looked like Juicers had some fight in him towards the mid-round. They equalized 3 versus 3, but after that, Psychosis just continued doing what he does best, and that'll put West Garfield on map point. We are 1 round away from heading on to map 3 of Villa. And it's going to be laundry supply room for West Garfield. They'll go down to the basement, and Rudy will don Cap Can.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
All right. So Rudy has been bringing out the creative picks, no question about that. Cap Can, his EDDs, those entry denial devices there. I mean, could be effective at slowing down Juicers as they enter the building. Plus, he's got a C4, always a piece of valuable utility, especially for the late round. Razor's bringing out the Ying as well. So we're having, you know, a bit of both of these players, bringing out a little bit of spice here. Love to see the Ying, though, especially on the basement. Often you can really get some good E-box plays, pretty aggressive plays with those Candelas and the combination that the smokes can bring as well. So we'll see how he works with that, but of course you've got to avoid those EDDs first.
That'd be pretty funny if we see a kill with that.
It's always fun to at least see
Actually,
some
we
damage,
did,
you know?
didn't we, against Wichita Wolves? I'm pretty sure that West Garfield actually got a kill with the Cap Can against Wichita Wolves last time. I think it was last night. Juicers are quick to dispatch of the elbow shield, though, and it looks like that player from West Garfield is immediately going to go ahead and reinforce that off. So a little bit better from Juicers so far, except Dunny is going to throw a nade by accident.
Oh my.
And need the air jab to be replaced. So 1 less air jab for Pixel that could have been allocated somewhere else. A little bit unfortunate, but not really the end of the world considering this is a tower take. You don't really need all that many air jabs, but big thing for Juicers is not only getting that opening pick on a Psychosis, but also this Ying from Razor. You can see there's a lot of bodies for West Garfield stacked up watching this bunker position, and that Ying is going to try and act like a wedge that cuts all through that.
Right, I mean, they've got the control they need here in bunker. They've got, I mean, these Rotero drones rolling through and dealing with all that utility. Also spotted out what they're dealing with down below. They know where Matt Bonger is positioned. They suspect he'll have some support from Pillar or E-Box at least, and that's why that E-Box hatch is next on the list of priorities. Now that that's opened up, a push can actually finally begin. Razor will throw in one, now two Candelas as he tries to make this push. Here comes Pixel as well, supporting that from the tower stairs at the same time. The only thing they'll find is death, though, as Matt Bonger lines them up. Gingy with a nice trade, and here comes Razor. He'll swing in, get one. Gingy on a triple now, and it's all up to Forrest, who quickly gets taken care of. Great shot there from Razor, and a great take pushing in from the back. A bit of a surprising use of those Candelas, but perfectly done, allowing the players to push down from tower stairs in combination with some bunker pressure. Great trade game as well. Juicers got the job done.
Like I said, that Ying acting as the wedge to cut through the manpower West Garfield had put over on that side of the map. First of all, Juicers was able to get the opening pick onto Psychosis and E-Box. The Banshees went down. The elbow shield went down. Bio was trying to play passive on the Mira, but in comes Razor. Despite the tower players both dying, Dunny and Pixel really unable to make anything happen. I think it was those two trying to push down the tower stairs, both dying to Matt Bonger. Razor and Gingy still more than made up for it, again, off of the back of those Candelas. Razor blinding his opponent by the mirror window, getting himself into sight, and Gingy really operating off of the distraction that those two dead players created on the tower stairs. So beautiful tandem play from Juicers off those Candelas. And now Rudy is immediately going to don the Warden and try and put a stop to Razor.
Yeah, I do not want to deal with those Candelas again. They're going to head back towards the basement, and now they've got the perfect counter for what did them in last time, the Warden. All Rudy has to do is be careful not to get picked early before the actual Candela play comes through, because, of course, then those glasses would be unable to actually help the defense succeed. Forrest will not be able to shoot the drones that are sitting over on the tower side of things, but he will be able to just continue to rotate around, set up a couple of those, possibly those Grismont mines on those entry points into the site. As Rudy sets up that deployable shield over there in blue. We've got, two deployable shields in combination with those mirror windows. You've got a lot of this utility, perfect to set up these power positions. And, even with some Candelas in play, that is a lot of utility to clear out. And again, those Rotero drones, they can be so effective in doing so, but you've got to get those Rotero drones into the building and into the site before they get shot out. All of that is easier said than done, of course.
Yeah, I really want to see where Rudy places himself, because it doesn't look like the Ying is going to be coming through bunker once again. He's in freezer. So Rudy is now staring in that direction. I'm sure if Razor blindly rushes in with that Ying once again, Rudy will have something to say about it. He's opening a little bit wider of an angle to watch down towards Freezer. Laundry barricade also now being opened. Freezer hatch being opened as well. Bio is kind of stuck behind the bomb chassis, but he's got that mirror window to play off of. They'll also be opening up E-Box, so if Juicers start pushing in from the front, they could have one of their sneaky players push in from the back late, as that shield and Freezer now goes down.
That's great use of the Rotero drone, just working its way in, not, nobody walking in and getting spotted out, no nade having to come up. Just drive that drone in, deal with that shield, and clear out that utility slowly. But here is what I'm potentially concerned about if you're the Juicers, right? You're going with a very similar approach from last time. In fact, the same approach, putting Razor as that primary entry over towards, that bunker side of things. And this time, Juicers, they're going to have to deal with the adjustment that West Garfield make, right? Look, that reinforcement has been put up all over that breach. And, Matt Bonger, he's going to run all the way up into bunker uncontested. He gets two. Where did that even happen from? Forrest, he'll get one. Psychosis takes down Mr. Pixel, and we are in for what looks like a map 3 here. Badger, last player standing once again in a 1v5. Last time he chose to, save his gun. This time he'll walk into Bio and get torn down. West Garfield, they'll take it 7-4 at the end of the day. They will take Oregon, and we are in for map 3, ladies and gentlemen, in this series. It is going the distance in this grand final.
That round being an adjustment from the defense, putting their Warden wherever they spotted the Ying, but in the end, it really wasn't the Warden that mattered. It was Juicers switching up their push for whatever reason and not having any info on Matt Bonger, who really made the game-winning play at the end there. You figure the Rotero drone would probably check that, but he was so tunnel-visioned on clearing elbow that he didn't bother to check that corner, especially because he already kind of fumbled with the Rotero drone once, so he was running out of time because those Rotero drones are on a clock. So he doesn't check the corner. Matt Bonger gets an easy frag through the barricade, lines up a second, and from there, your entire bunker push is done. All the defense can turn their guns into the direction of those last 3 attackers, and there was really nothing that Juicers could do after that. Well played to Matt Bonger and the rest of West Garfield, pushing us on the map number 3 of Villa.
Yeah, going to Villa here, I mean, not too excited about the map itself. We already saw that one earlier, and these teams just seem to be addicted to going to this very map. But map 3 with these two teams, just the way they've been trading rounds, the play style they've been putting forward. I mean, we saw it here on Oregon. I know they are going to deliver, hopefully, a thrilling matchup, right? We saw it here on Oregon. It was back and forth, but Juicers weren't quite able to bridge that gap and make it happen. West Garfield, I think they're walking into friendly territory. They just took down the Wolves here. They didn't go to overtime. They won in regulation. All they've got to do is make that happen once again. As before we go to a break here and before we send to map 3, of course, we've got to say 2 more things. One, shouting out our wonderful sponsor, Mike and Ike's. You can take your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors can help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. And, you know, off that, if you are playing at your best and you think you've got a shot at playing with the best and competing in that Pro-Am, you yourself could make a stack and make that happen. We've got our qualifiers for Stage 2 coming up this weekend and into the following week. We've got January 7th to 9th. That's our first our second set of qualifiers from January 14th to 16th with your chance to qualify for Stage 2. Split 2, it is going to be a blast. We've already got a lineup of incredible teams set for that. We'll announce that shortly. It's on our Twitter. And I mean, if you want a shot at Pro-Am, at making a name for yourself, at marketing yourself, at putting yourself out there, and, you know, hey, maybe you've got a rivalry in your mind. There's one pro player you want to take down, one pro team you have your mind set on. You can do that at the Pro-Am. You win that split. You win our last chance qualifier. So many more opportunities. So exclamation point play in the chat for information about that. We're going to say goodbye to you for now. We're going to be back in 3 short minutes with map 3 of this grand final.
Have to get aggressive. Breach looking for it, and Hill got it. Have to push for the kill. Have to kill the Maluski. Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2 and 5-1-half for certain. aggressive. Reach looking for it, and Hill got it! Have to push for the kill. Have to for the Maluski. Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2. And 5-1 for certain.
Welcome back to the final map of the night. Our grand final has been pushed to the third map between Juicers and West Garfield. West Garfield just now taking their pick 7-4. Juicers definitely looking a lot less put together on Oregon than they did on Chalet.
Yeah, and they couldn't make the miracle comeback that they made against the Wolves either, right? I kept hinting at it. I was kind of hoping it could happen. I wanted to see that one go to OT, but they just could not quite chain those rounds together. They had the one round with the Candelas in the basement where they just made that push happen, and they looked good doing it. But the second time they tried the same strategy, things started to fall apart. That was match point. That was it for them, and they no longer had a shot at bringing that one back. So now they had got to turn their sights to Villa. Now this one is going to be tough. A map that West Garfield just took down the Wolves on, and they did it relatively cleanly. They looked good on this map, and we really don't exactly know what to expect, but we know that West Garfield have an advantage. Last time we said that, Juicers came out and took the first map, so you never know what we've got in front of us, but, well, let's take a look at least our operator bands so we can get a clearer picture. The Jackal first off the board is a little bit unusual, but the fact that we've seen him very consistently throughout this entire tourney, but especially tonight, is not exceptionally surprising to see him taken off the board. These roamers, they do not want to be tracked down as easily.
Yeah, so Jackal is a good ban. I mean, West Garfield have been using that all night so far. Juicers don't want to deal with it. Thatcher will be the next. Default ban on Villa makes sense, as is Valkyrie. Very powerful on Villa considering all of those destructible floors, like 90% of the top floor is C4able, so don't want to deal with that. And Mira, again, being left up for the most part today. I think both both Oregons we've had Mira up, but we will not have her for Villa. Much more standard bans, except really, I guess, with the exception of Jackal. That also means all 4 hard breachers are up. Hibana, premier hard breacher on this map, is still up, as is the Ace, as is the Maverick. And there you go. Hibana and Maverick are both going to be taken instantly by the attack.
And a reminder to everybody, these two teams did face off in the semifinals, and they did play on Villa. Yes, in the decider. It ended up 8-6 OT win for West Garfield Park, something that they will certainly be looking to emulate here again tonight. And that one went 4-2 defensive sided, with both overtime rounds going the way of West Garfield. So that is what they'll be looking to continue. But Juicers, they've learned a lot from that series, I'm sure. They've learned a lot from the 2 maps they've just played up against this team yet again, and now they have their chance to make those adjustments. They're starting out on the defensive half. After all, this is where they were more successful last time. They've just got to keep up that energy and keep things firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, they'll start out with a relatively standard main stairs hold with the shield. Well, my discs, I'm sure some ADSs from Dunny as well. Not downstairs, but kind of covering over towards the study side of things. West Garfield will have to clear the downstairs first if main is where they want to go. Otherwise, we could see them go master over, completely ignoring that side of the map and completely ignoring all that utility that the defense is allocated towards main stairs. And look at that, 3 players spawning towards master. This is largely going to be a master over east side clear. And, well, I wouldn't blame them. Having to deal with main stairs with all that utility can sometimes be extremely troubling, but as Razor gets aggressive, he deals a lot of damage to Matt Bonger before starting to fall off back into Astro.
Yeah, Razor, the player now, trying to once again get aggressive on the roam, contest these attackers early. Even if this site is all the way over in Aviator and Games, he wants to contest in Statuary. Bio, however, has a perfect line of sight with this little drone onto his position. Bio will now take up the rappel on this window, and Razor's got to be careful. He'll find himself trapped in the corner, but he'll make a quick escape. Wow, very surprising. He was able to get away. Nobody else from West Garfield pushing into bathroom to support the player on the rappel, so Razor will escape with his life. We'll actually be able to pre-place that C4, I believe, for later. Metal supplement the C4 that Pixel has in his pocket as well. He'll also retreat, pre-place that C4, and look to use some intel from the rest of his team in order to step up and eventually get that kill. But we are, under that 90-second mark, and nobody from West Garfield has really stepped up and taken the control they need just yet. It's a multi-pronged approach. You've got a little bit of pressure coming from down below. At the same time, you have your pretty standard approach happening. Finally, the clear all the way over from Trophy has occurred, and Rudy on the 90 Repel is trying to apply the pressure and that cutoff onto the classical Hall. Razor will strike first.
Yeah, knocking off the sledge. That's a set of nades gone. There's no mutant play for the defense, so the vault wall is very easily done and dusted by Rudy. The attackers establishing that long line of sight into vault. Forrest is still downstairs, hunting for the Goyo of Pixel. He'll be able to spot the shoulder, but can't connect any of the shots. So they do know Pixel is down here, but he's going to continue just roaming around towards Bike. Forrest will now turn his attention over towards main stairs, but he sees the shield and does not want to tussle with it. Meanwhile, Psychosis going out with the Iana clone trying to gather any extra info, but will not spot Pixel just yet. This Goyo still downstairs distracting this attack. A nade goes in, doesn't find any damage on anyone. Another one sent out over towards Bar, does not land, and the shotgun finds Psychosis, but in Forest, he gets two. Dunny refrags Rudy, attempting to take Study, but it's still a one-man advantage here for Juicers. 3 versus 2, Gingy finishes off Biologic. It's just Forest. He'll have to ace if he wants to win this round. He's got 3. He's only got 2 to find, but only 10 seconds to do it, and I'm sure Gingy and Pixel are going to play oh so passively. He got 1 behind Skull, 1 behind the Bar. Pixel will almost go down, but Gingy is there for the save, and Juicers take round 1.
Yeah, good start from them and good patience in those closing seconds, not allowing themselves to be caught off guard too much by the play that Forrest made, pushing his way through Study. Initially, it caught them off guard, and that's why Forrest was able to get that triple kill by the end of the round, but West Garfield were not able to recover it any more so than that. Really good heads-up play. Who was it who swung out with the shotgun? Was that Badger on the smoke who did that? Really good play from him, whipping out, the shotgun and just taking down the player who was cooking the nade. I mean, how many nades did we see thrown through that door? Like 4 nades all at the same time, and Badger's like, I am not allowing that last nade to come through. The wide swing and a well-timed shotgun shot straight to the gut to, finish that player off, and actually forced the other player who was sitting there, I believe, to back off, because with that nade it dropped to the floor, and that last player had to be careful to not die by their own team's drop nade. So a good start for Juicers on the defense. Aviator and Games going their way.
Yeah, well done on the first defense. Of course, there's plenty of time for West Garfield to recover from this. Now it's Trophy, very similar operator lineup, only instead of the Wamai, Gingy is now on Cade, looking to stop that Master Breach, either force nades from below or force Bio to get active on the Mav Torch. You see one Cade Claw all the way up in the corner above Bricks. The second one, I'm not sure where it is. Maybe downstairs? I'm not quite sure. It could very well be downstairs. There's a lot of nice little hiding spots that you can put kind of in the ceiling and such. But West Garfield are oh no, it's just above. Okay. I didn't see it before, but yeah, it's just above there. Okay. That makes sense. So it'll be a little bit harder for the nades to find it, but I mean, if West Garfield can cook the nades properly, they shouldn't be too much trouble.
They will have to, begin with figuring out whatever trouble they've got to deal with on this Aviator and Games side of the map. They don't have to deal with anybody. As you can see, the only player really in position is Dunny, who is positioned on the red stairs. No active pressure or utility being applied towards that Aviator and Games side of the map whatsoever. Dunny will be spotted, and so he'll look towards Study. So, reasonably inferring that somebody is working their way up towards that barricade, as Psychosis has done, but Dunny has since backed off and rotated away. Bio's drone will now position on the red stairs and establishing that flank watch if it is needed, because Pixel does roam down below the red stairs, so you could always step up and try to catch West Garfield off guard. But as far as the rest of the defenders go, they have all retreated over towards this north side of the map, right? You've got now Matt Bonger pushing in, seeing if anybody's positioned in Closet or in Master, but everyone is on the site itself except for the odd player who's tucked downstairs.
Who is that? That's probably a Razor, right? I feel like that's probably a Razor. No, it's actually Pixel. Okay. Pixel's kind of over towards bottom red, maybe playing for a C4 later in the round. Bio's got a drone right there, though, so the Goyo will have to be careful. Fortunately, the Electro Claw won't do a complete job of denying the breach, but it'll deny a lot of it. You see the Hibana X Kairos are a little bit wonky there. Pixel looking like he wants to make his way up red. Psychosis not going to check for it, though. He's just going to send his Iana clone into sight, spot out Gingy before the Cade falls back through the Astro split. So we're sub 1 minute now. I think Razor is also downstairs. Forrest catches Pixel just standing on top of the red stairs right above the railing. That's a good angle from the Twitch to find the Goyo. Deny any of that C4 coverage from below. The Cade will get droned out once again. Psychosis already pushed in the site, finds him. Bio's getting this plant down. It doesn't look like there's anything from the defense to stop him. The C4 goes up, but it completely misses. But there's the kill from Badger. I don't know where the hell he came from. He'll deny the initial plant attempt, but it's still a 1 versus 4 now for Dunny. It's a triple kill for Forrest. 3 more players for Dunny to find. And he's got to do it against Rudy and Matt Bonger while Forrest plants, but in comes Matt from the bathroom. He denies any clutch attempt, and now we're tied 1-1.
And now Forrest is heating up. That's back-to-back triple kills, something that, West Garfield have not seen from him in the last couple of maps that they've played. Finally, Forrest is now really getting into the groove, and that is exactly what West Garfield need if they want to continue this success. Of course, the first round they're not able to win, but the second, everyone else still able to get those frags. Forrest was not the last player alive. He had 2 other attackers working with him to make sure the plant could go down and that final kill could be found. A good wraparound from Matt Bonger to deal with the last standing defender. Now, as far as that attack went, that was nothing too crazy. They worked their way in from Aviator and Games and worked their way all the way up through 90 and through that statuary door. The one, highlight of that round, I'd argue, is the fact that they had really good flank watch and they knew where Mr. Pixel was well before Pixel had any idea. I don't even think Pixel knew he was spotted at all. Likely wouldn't have maintained that position had he seen Bio's flank drone just sat there in the corner. But all of us saw the moment that the call went out that, oh gosh, somebody's down below on the red stairs. Both Psychosis and Forrest just whipped their heads around, turned their focus to the Goyo. Maybe tried to bait him out, but he stayed in position, so Forrest found a nice angle, shut down the Goyo, and since they had already forced, I believe it was Dunny, back from what was his initial extended position on the red stairs, they had firm control of that map. They had no more flanks to worry about, and site control was theirs for the taking.
Yeah, big play by Forrest. Now we're going to try Trophy and Statue again for Juicers with the exact same operator lineup. Maybe having Pixel closer to the site will work out better. As Razor's downstairs in Art trying to catch an unwary player, and there's Bio sprinting across the courtyard to be felled first. That's also Case now dropped all the way outside. Someone from West Garfield is going to have to go and pick that up. And Razor's attempting to maybe watch over it, maybe expecting to be hunted. He's also killed the Maverick. That's a big pick. You'll no longer be able to avoid those Electro Claws, and you've also taken a set of nades off the board. But it looks like West Garfield, there's one player attempting to clear over towards Study. That was Rudy, who had opened the wall, but the rest are going in towards Master.
And they recovered the diffuser, right? Matt Bonger has picked that one up, so no need to run back towards Razor and contest the Mozzie any further. They may have to run into him if they want to apply some pressure from below. That's going to be Psychosis' job right now, right? He's going to work his way in down below in Dining and Kitchen, trying to figure out, oh, is there anybody down here, and can we contest from below? He's got 2 nades after all, which can be the perfect piece of utility to do that. But Matt Bonger, as he jumps in to try to pre-fire the corner and deal with Razor, he gets immediately shut down. Razor, again, eluding capture. He just cannot be killed tonight. The story continues here in round number 3. That's 2 opening frags for the Madman, and he will be looking for more as West Garfield try to recover this and try to track him down and kill him. But once again, that is not an easy task, as Forrest and Psychosis will now clear from below, leaving Rudy up above to fend for himself.
And Matt Bonger dropping the case in closet as well. Rudy will likely have to vault in to recover it. Psychosis now Iana cloning up Astro stairs, sees that the stairway is clear and the smoke is playing behind the luggage. Psychosis now has enough info for perhaps a nade, but he just kills himself. All right. Now it's just Rudy and Forrest in a 2 versus 5. And Nade, again, what? I don't know why that indicator was there. That was probably just a visual bug because no one from the attack actually has nades left. Razor has finally been finished off. He was low HP, I think still playing inside of Master, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a 2 versus 4 now. Rudy nearly finding Dunny from behind the shield. He'll try and get aggressive on it, though, with the Bearing 9 out, flashing before trying to push, but no. Instead, backing off, regrouping with Forrest, who finds Gingy, able to light up the Cade, but not finish off the kill. In comes Rudy. He's got marks, downs off Badger. Looking for the Cade, low HP. He'll get the C4 up, but it doesn't land on anyone. We've now equalized, but Dunny takes out Forrest, and it's just Rudy, 1 versus 2. Barely any time left. He's on a triple, looking for the quad, but can't free fire Pixel. Juicers take round 3 and ensure they still hold the 1-round lead.
They will. They will get it back and take the lead again. Successful defensive performance from them. Once more on the shoulders of 2 early opening picks from Razor. First, the spawn peek onto a completely unaware player, and then just kind of winning out the gunfight against Matt Bonger, who had the ping onto Razor's position, but chose to just jump in there instead of maybe nading it out or getting support from a teammate. At least I think he knew Razor was there. He did pre-fire that corner, but Razor was still ready for him as well. He heard the vault animation, he swung, he got the kill before Matt Bonger could land enough body shots to down the Mozzie. And just like that, that was 2 opening picks that West Garfield had to work very, very hard to get back in their favor. And even though they eventually did a couple of impressive shots, and Forrest is just lighting up the scoreboard right now, at least in terms of the first couple of rounds, he wasn't able to actually finish off a kill just then. Everyone was able to contribute in some meaningful way, but they just weren't able to bring it back all the way through. A valiant effort in the end, but could not quite close it out from Rudy. So now we're here in round 4, and we're hitting the reset button. We're heading back to Aviator and Games for Juicers, a site they succeeded on last time and are hoping to do so again.
10 seconds to insertion.
We got the exact same operator lineup as well from Juicers. I know last time we saw, I think, 1 C4 kill from below from Razor. Pixel might be playing downstairs for that as well. Dunny getting aggressive on the study balcony, looking nearly finding a headshot, but was not quick enough on the trigger. He's still got main stairs to watch over. He's got a shield at his side. Again, Wamidis and ADS is to support. In fact, Pixel is all the way down in the basement. We're looking to come up for a flank, but of course, now that Forrest is on Nomad off of Twitch, he'll be looking to put a stop to that once again.
West Garfield, though, this time, they are trying to open up as many barricades as they can right now. As many sight lines into this map as they can, because they know they need as many possible cutoffs to shut down any roamers, to shut down someone like Razor from sneaking around from below. And that is exactly what he's doing right now. He'll spot the head of Psychosis, and there he goes. Despite what should have been a very prepared attacking team, Razor will single-handedly start to tear them apart. He should have been droned out there. Now he will be doubly so as Rudy's drone, and I believe Forrest will spot him at the same time, and now he'll come in with the pinch. Rudy can't quite get the kill, though, but now Razor is trapped in the corner.
Oh,
C4!
what?
Perfect toss, and it Razor with a double kill. He's going to be looking for another, but it's Pixel to support him, taking down Matt Bonger, and with all that focus, tunnel visioned onto Razor. I mean, that has allowed other Juicers defenders to step up. Pixel will get one. Razor will continue to tear this attack apart. There's a triple kill. It is all up to Bio. I mean, yeah, 100 HP, but has to fight against 5 players and doesn't have the utility or, I mean, honestly, the time to do so. Good luck to him, though.
I mean, well played from Razor. Not only killing Psychosis, but that C4, that prediction onto Rudy. That was 2,000 IQ from Razor. And then just the third onto Forrest, who was sprinting downstairs, attempting to claw something back. You had the assist from Pixel, too. Now is West Garfield looking like they had an easy pinch onto Razor, but in actuality, biting off more than they could possibly chew. I was Bio in a 1 versus 5, and I'm sure he's now taking this as an impromptu tactical timeout. These are both pug stacks, after all. They don't have a coach, so they're just discussing amongst themselves, figuring out what the hell happened in this round, what the hell happened in the previous 2 they lost, and how they can amend it. Razor's hungry, though. He's going to keep peeking under the study balcony. He's going to dare Biologic to peek Pixel. We got some banter out in the chat as well from Pixel. But I mean, other than that roam clear going Ari, there's really nothing to say about that round. Another gas canister comes out just to make sure that Bio can't make any headway. And, well, this round is over. It's now 3-1 Juicers.
Operators, you are out of time.
Did you see the roam clear went Ari?
Yeah, Ari means the same thing as Arai. It's a different word.
It is. Huh.
Yes.
Good to know.
I know Carter questioned me on that one, too, and I had to pull up Google.
I mean, if anyone's going to know the answer, it's going to be Carter. So, I mean, I suppose it's you. But hey, during that tactical timeout, what Bio could step back and talk about. I mean, there's one thing that comes to mind, and it is Razor. I mean, yeah, there's not much you can say other than, I mean, how are you going to let him tear you apart like that? Again, that's 2 rounds in a row where Razor has done the exact same thing. This time it was even more effective. Why was that? Because West Garfield got even more obsessed with killing him, and as a result, they got a bit more complacent with, one, what kind of tricks Razor would pull out of his sleeve, but 2, what other defenders were doing. There are, 4 other defenders after all, and if Razor is single-handedly killing 3 of them and distracting the other 2, then that gives the other defenders an opportunity to step up, and that's exactly what Pixel was able to do. I mean, he's only found 2 kills so far, but I mean, one of those kills in the previous round was a direct result of Razor running around downstairs, tearing the attack apart, and providing Pixel with that opportunity. So all Razor has to do is continue that. I mean, he did it on the Kaid, no less, in the last round, and even though, I begun that round by saying, oh, look at this. West Garfield are opening up every window imaginable. They're trying to establish these cutoffs. They're trying to, I mean, they know what Razor's about to do, yet they could not stop it. And that just speaks to the way that Razor is playing right now, the way this entire team is enabling him to play right now. It's something just different that West Garfield just haven't gotten a handle on. As you said, the pseudo-tactical timeout, the minute and a half they just took to work things over, maybe that is enough to get them back on their feet.
We'll have to see. Of course, Juicers are looking very well put together, similarly to how they did on Chalet. I think this is very similar to how they played on map 1 rather than map 2. Map 2, they looked like they were quite a mess. Now they'll be defending downstairs on dining and kitchen, and they've got the pulse of Gingy. Plenty of infill at their fingertips, and they have 4 C4s to play with as well. A lot of explosives that the attack is going to have to be very wary of. You see Gingy already spotting someone who's entered the upstairs. They could be the first victim. It's Psychosis running around, making sure he doesn't stay in one spot for too long. Otherwise, there could be a C4 at his feet. So smart play from the attack so far, being cognizant of the potential explosive presence there is down below. Zoe charge from Forest goes up, but there's Gingy with the first C4 onto Matt Bonger, and Forest looking for a sneaky play. He'll get spotted out. Ends up just being an opening pick for Juicers onto the sledge of all operators.
Yeah, losing Matt Bonger early, especially on kitchen and dining. Not ideal when there is so much vertical pressure to apply. The rest of the team will have to work on applying that pressure. Forest is the really only one with that explosive soft destruction potential that you might need. Frag grenades aren't going to open up the floor for you, but those breaching charges might. Not using those right now, though. Instead, focused on just pressuring the site and trying to just build up the pressure here. I mean, Forrest now just manning the angle up above. It was messy. He took a shotgun to the feet, but he did end up getting the kill. So Badger has now been taken care of. There is no smoke in play. That was the only SAS defender. That was the mute, and he is off the board. That's a C4 that you're not going to have any longer. A little bit of a run out here from Gingy. Not quite able to do it because that run out was a little bit too lengthy, and because of that, oh, no way! Gingy with the flick up above who says goodnight to Forrest as Gingy's feet finally get taken off from behind by Rudy there. But my, oh my, was that a shot from the Pulse. Now it's a 3v3. Either team still has a shot in this round. Gunny gets a bit too over-eager, and as a result, the angle up above, he just steps up and gets a kill anyway. Rudy, another trade, but Juicers, they are running all over West Garfield right now, and oh, look who it is. It's Razor. He'll take down Psychosis, last player standing. He's gotten 2 this round, but Pixel says no more. The final blow dealt, and Juicers take a 4-1 lead.
Wow, that round was incredible from the defense. I mean, more so on the shots they were hitting than the actual play itself. But, I mean, starting things off with the C4 kill upstairs, that was on the sledge. You already cut down a majority of that vertical play. Matt Bonger was really the only person who's going to be able to do that efficiently. You saw Force then had to step in with his breaching charges. Sure, he gets one on the Badger, but I don't know how Gingy landed that shot. That was insane. And sure, he was finished off, but it seemed like the upstairs angles meant to flush the defenders out were pushing the defenders into the attack, as they should have been, but it was the defense winning the fights. Like we saw Dunny. Psychosis trying to kill Dunny from up above, forces Dunny over towards Laundry, sprints in, and dumpsters Bio. Just destroys the Himana. Then we're in a 2 versus 2. Razor kills Psychosis. It's a 1 versus 2. Rudy can't do anything against the Crossfire. I mean, Juicer's up 4-1 now, playing tremendously. Again, this is Chalet Juicers. This is not Oregon Juicers. They've gone back to their roots, and they are looking good while doing it. They're back on trophy now. We might be preparing for a 5-1 half here if things keep up.
Right, and then we're forced with the question, will this kind of play style translate to the attacking side? And if not, what are Juicers going to do to continue their attacking or, translate that attacking success if they can, right? We still have 1 round to go. And even with just 1 round, West Garfield can make this a completely fair fight. 5-1, it's not a fair fight when you go to the second half. But 4-2, that's typical. When these two teams played each other, they went 4-2 on the defensive side. That is what we expected coming into this, and that may be what we're seeing right now. West Garfield got closer in that last round, but they couldn't quite get it done. They only just need to make 1 more round happen. And yeah, it's not that easy on Trophy and Statuary, where they have won this one time. Their 1 round did come on this bomb site. There is no better place to do it than here.
Once again, we're going to have a master side push. Only difference is this time the utility has been burned and the shield in bricks has been dealt with. So already a better round from West Garfield. We didn't see that in the previous attempt. And I think it was, who was it? I think it was Dunny on the Jaeger who was playing behind that, who ended up being a thorn in the side of the attack. That is an interesting shield in the corner of Statue. I guess the defenders are heavily banking on the fact that, no, the attackers will not be coming study side. I guess Razor barricading it just for good measure, just so they have an early warning sign if anyone's coming towards Badger's backside. But there's the Electroclaw trick, perfectly played by the Cade of Gingy. Down goes a lot of Bio's X-Kairos pellets. Well, actually, only 2. So it's not that big of a deal, but we still got impacts from Dunny. He'll attempt to trick. He'll actually do away with all of it, despite it being placed rather low on the floor. But now there is no more opportunity. Never mind. Dunny was actually able to get back in time. But 1 of them will get blown up. So not the biggest deal in the world for the defense, especially as Razor finds Rudy. That's an opening pick. Matt Bonger will refrag, but still, sub 1 minute. 4 versus 4. The wall not opened, and Bio with no X-Kairos left. This is pretty good for the defense so far.
Dunny now playing dangerous, though. He's playing close on the, I wouldn't call it a breach, but the couple of holes that have been established in the triple wall. Psychosis will get 1 back right after Matt Bonger goes 1 for 1.
Okay.
Now he'll go 2,
What?
and he'll go 3. West Garfield take the round just because Psychosis walks in and does it all himself.
Yep, that round should have been Juicers. Again, wall not opened. West Garfield were forced to walk through doorways and hallways and nothing else, all from the same direction. But Psychosis decided that he was going to will this round into existence for his team and kill everything in his path. Well done to Psychosis. Again, that's what we know and love about that player. He hits shots like that. Well done, Psychosis. And if you want to be like Psychosis, featured on our stream, I do too. Jeff is incredible. If you want to be like him, You can sign up for our Stage 2 qualifiers, be featured on our stream, hit nasty shots like that against PL level, against CL level talent. You can sign up, and our first set of qualifiers are this weekend from January 7th through 9th. Next set being next weekend, 14th through 6th. So you can hit !play in the chat for more info to sign yourselves up, figure out how the qualifiers work, figure out how much we're charging you to sign up. It's $50 for each one. That's only $10 per teammate. Relatively cheap. And you can even get a qualifier pass for just $80. So that'll save you some money. You get access to both those qualifiers. And even if you don't make it in, it's still a valuable experience. But again, if this game and this tournament doesn't prove that you don't need an established team, you can make it as a pug stack, then I don't know what will. You can sign up for SCS and make this the third event in a row that a Challenger League team does not win.
I mean, yeah, Challenger League teams are having a rough go of it here in SCS 6, and hey, I mean, if you're not putting in the work, you're not stepping up to these the T3 fraggers, the pug stacks, so be it. Still a lot of work to do for a couple of these teams, right? I mean, Surf on the way to the top, they took down what, 3 CL teams? They took down 1 shot in the final. They took down the Wichita Wolves, and they also took down Aqualix. But here, focusing on this match,
all right,
we are going to see the opening pick found by Dunny here. Rudy maybe trying to pull a Razor, get aggressive early down below.
Was he in the hallway? You see his gun on the floor, right?
Oh my.
Wow, that is just simply unlucky. Wow.
Okay. That's an angle and a half.
Just pre-fired through the wall, and it just happened to catch Rudy. I mean, you can't even blame Rudy for that. How do you fight that? I guess just don't be there at that exact millisecond that Dunny is sending a bullet through. But Razor's going to hot breach into 90. So he's just taken 90 control just like that. I'm sure someone from the defense is probably wise to it. Razor's very worried about 90 retake that could be happening. But if anyone's going to be doing it, it's Psychosis. Now creeping in on the Malusi. Forrest goes down to Gingy, though. You've just lost your smoke. In comes Psychosis, now barreling into 90, and he has absolutely no idea Razor is here. 5 versus 2 now. Bio will slam Razor, though. Beautiful shot on the SMG-11. Gingy now down. Another kill for Bio. And what was a 5 versus 2 is now a 2 versus 2. Pixel and Badger, the 2 support players, have to clutch up, and what should have been a Juicers round through and through has completely slipped out of their control.
An aggressive move from Matt Bonger. I believe he ran out on the study Balk, found a player to be sitting out there and not quite prepared for it. Unclear if they were on the rappel or just sitting tucked in a corner. But yeah, it was tucked in the corner. The Twitch, probably on our drone. Ended up, wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Gingy, I guess, who that was. Troubling. Troubling for Juicers that they just gave West Garfield their way back in this round. Not out of the question, though, that Juicers can still pull this one off. Badger still has all of those X-Kairos pellets, after all, likely to place those on the vault wall. No Mute Jammer in that position, and Bio does not have another to reposition and put over by the vault. Also an angle established over towards the bar. Matt Bonger in that position. He'll land a couple of shots on Pixel, though, as a push into Aviator is all but inevitable. Pixel gets a kill anyway, and now it's all up to Bio. An SMG-11 shot will miss. C4 in pocket. He's not going to bother. A couple of bullets instead. Somehow misses that headshot, though, and he's got all the pings he needs. He knows they're bunched up, but where is the toss of that C4? He's waiting for the plant, but he swings the angle, and he gets fried. Pixel on the coverage. Bio refuses to whip out the nitro cell, and he'll die because of it.
I mean, those 2 players were grouped up, being spotted up by a prox alarm, and stuck in a Banshee, and still, Bio couldn't do it. Neither could Matt Bonger. Matt Bonger getting taken out, I believe, by Pixel, re-peeking the same angle that he once did. And while Juicers, it went from a 5v2 to a 2v2. They nearly lost the round. They still recover it and go up 5-2. I also got to say, Biologic, even without the C4, had that round at his fingertips. Badger was in the corner, next to the bomb chassis, reloading. That was a freebie for Bio. That dude wouldn't, I almost swore. That dude didn't even shoot back. And Bio still whiffed. And it's not even like that guy was all the way down a hallway. That was like 20 feet away. You should not be letting the SMG-11 recoil get to you there. But what could have been an easy clutch for Bio ended up being a round win for Juicers. 3 rounds now separate Juicers and West Garfield as West Garfield go back to AVG.
Yeah, they're going to try to run that one again. Troubling, though, the way that round started. It was close in the end, but it wasn't really that close. I mean, that was a decisive early take from Juicers and West Garfield. They were lucky to even get into that 2v2 situation. I mean, extremely lucky. That Juicers made a couple of mistakes and gave them, gave that edge back. But now maybe West Garfield will set up and be a little bit more prepared for some early Juicers success. At least one can hope. Juicers last time, they had a good combination of pressure from, the north side and the south side, both from Trophy and Statuary and from Study itself, to make sure that, nobody on the side of the attack could, the defense could be comfortable on the bomb site they were holding. But now it looks like, once again, we're seeing a lot of pressure being applied over towards Trophy and Statuary. They suspect there's going to be a roamer on that side of the map. They'd be correct to expect that. Rudy is still alive this round, so that's already a positive change. He has not gotten randomly spammed through the wall. He is now just sitting calmly on the main stairs. He's got some support from Forrest up above as well. And Matt Bonger will kick things off with a good kill. The roam is paying off this time as Gingy is the first player felled.
That's her Twitch dead. Gingy's been doing a lot of work so far. For utility picks, no longer on the board. Psychosis gonna sprint his way out of living room, nearly get wall banged into oblivion. Here's the cutoff from the main door, and Badger, despite being distracted by a fight on main stairs, still lands the kill. You can tell West Garfield were going for a bait and switch, but it does not work against the Hibana. Badger is more than aware of the trickery that West Garfield were attempting to implement. Now we're in an even 4 versus 4. So the kill on the Gingy, although it's late, does not go unanswered. We only got 2 men on the site as well. A lot of these Juicers players setting up over towards the skull side of things. The shield on main will be useless if that ends up being where the main push is coming from. 90 control also in the hands of the attack. Dunny's starting to drone up over towards main. He'll spot 1 player. Nade the floor where nobody sits currently. Actually, never mind. Forrest walks over just as the nade gets sent up. There's no kill, but Forrest is still very lit up. Worse for wear after that explosive. And Juicers are looking like they might take this round if Forrest goes down easy. But of course, there's still these Study main players that could come into effect.
And Bio still has that C4. If he can learn his lesson from last time, toss that up, deny that plant, deny this push through Aviator, this could be a very different round. Forrest as well. There goes one of those toxic smokes, but he still has 1 more in pocket, and that's going to be effective at delaying a little bit more of time off the ever-dwindling clock. Badger knows they've got to step up soon. Pixel has rotated around towards the Study window, hoping to provide this cutoff. Razor wallbang, nice shot onto Forrest. Now he's got to find a couple of more, though, and push into this site. Pixel, great coverage, takes down Bio. There goes that last C4. It's Rudy and Matt Bonger to do the rest of the work. Matt Bonger gets 1. That's a double kill for him on the round. But now Rudy, on a bit of a Study retake, has to go unnoticed, and Razor, I believe he knows his position. Rudy doesn't know exactly where to look. He'll go for a pre-fire, but he'll get downed in the process. Matt Bonger taken down through the wall. Juicers, they'll take another round, and just like that, they will work their way to match point.
This is the best that Juicers has looked all series, and they're about to have their revenge on West Garfield and a spot at Pro-Am. They only need 1 more point. In that last round, the roam clear did not start great, but there was the refrag, and from there, the adjustment from Juicers was beautiful. They send 2 players over towards Study. Razor gets the wallbang onto Forrest. Pixel on the coverage gets a kill, making sure that plant goes down. And at the end there, the Zofia, still outside Study door, ends up getting the last 2. That was a 3K on the round for Razor. That puts Juicers on map and match point on Pro-Am point, Jonah. Not only is a T2 team not going to win this event, we might have the more seasoned roster of West Garfield not taking it either. Juicers, again, Juicers has 1 pro player, and then 4 people who have never touched anything beyond T3. And they might be about to send themselves to Pro-Am.
That's incredible. That would be quite an accomplishment.
Against 3 ex-pros
I know.
And a challenger and a top-rated Challenger League player?
Whew.
especially for Pixel. Pixel's like 16.
That'd be
Wow,
nuts.
actually, he and Ashen.
Imagine
and
just
Ambit.
traveling to Vegas and
Oh my God.
That's
We're gonna have
crazy.
at least like three 16-year-olds at Pro-Am.
that'd be wild. Cannot wait to see how that happens, especially if that's actually we get that LAN event as is planned. If
That
we
would
get
be
the LAN, I mean, man, that would simply be an incredible
hope so.
experience. And I know these players would be absolutely thrilled to do so. Remember that you can still sign up, still have a chance to make it into the Pro-Am yourself. So !play in chat for information on that very thing. But here we are on match point. Juicers sit at 6-2. They hold a 4-round lead. I believe the greatest margin we have seen other than the 4-0 previously held. Also, I believe, by Juicers on that first map. This is, again, the greatest lead that either of these teams has secured in this series. A clear now. Working its way towards the trophy and statuary side begins on the AVG side of the map. They're clearing through study. They're working their way up through 90. Nobody from West Garfield contesting early. They're all sitting back, waiting for Juicers to make the first move.
Juicers has been making the first move in a lot of these rounds. Even if, West Garfield get the first pick kind of in the roam clear, these Juicers executes have been something fierce so far. They have not been afraid to walk into the bomb site and take these gunfights. They're going to start moving over towards the master balcony, try to establish this split onto site, but Psychosis will land the first blow onto Pixel, who's been having quite the game so far. He's 6-3. He held double digits last map as well on Oregon, but will have no effect in what might be the last round as we now eclipse the halfway point.
Yeah, past that 90-second mark, as you said. Juicers are now the ones, for the first time in a while, who have to work their way past a odd disadvantage here. Gingy will spot out Forrest, knowing that the alibi has now rotated down below, but they haven't spotted out Matt Bonger, who's just sitting in the corner behind a shield. He'll be able to get another. Now, Dunny trying to hold these two players down below. He'll be able to hold one of them, but not the second, as Psychosis is insane. Just walks out and slams Dunny into the dirt. It's going to be Razor and Badger left alive after that atrocious, or rather exceptional shot, but atrocious coverage at the same time. Juicers aren't quite able to get a handle on these West Garfield defenders who decided to just channel their inner Razor and just run around, get kills, and just evade capture as much as they possibly can. It's worked for them this time. Forrest is still alive, very surprising to say, considering he was all the way up in Master just moments ago. But with only 24 seconds left, it is Juicers who have to make quite a move. Badger has been unable to find much. Razor will accidentally stun him here, and Psychosis will line up his triple kill. Razor will retaliate with a triple kill of his own, but now he's got to find 3 more. He'll land a bullet onto Rudy, and a pre-fire towards Matt Bonger will be a little too high. And that'll be the round for West Garfield. They will stay alive.
That was a little bit unfortunate for Razor. At the end of that round, he shot up a stun, and it got caught in the wall. But West Garfield doing what they do best. Peeking out, getting aggressive, catching Juicers off guard. First Pixel dies downstairs. Dunny unable to supply the coverage that he wanted to, even after he got absolutely smoked by Psychosis. Even put the LMFAO in chat, knowing that he just got dumped on there. It was pretty funny. And at the end there, I mean, Juicers were walking into, what was that, like a 2v4, 2v5 with all those players on site. That is just not going to work out their way. And now it's dining room and kitchen for West Garfield. Psychosis donning that pulse. Forrest on the vigil, looking to cause some havoc upstairs and on that roam, evading the drones of Juicers. But still, that's only one round. That is 1 out of 4 that West Garfield needed to bring us to OT. I'm sure Juicers are just shrugging that one off and saying, well, we kind of fumbled on that one. On to the next. We got this. Don't worry. And I'd be hard-pressed to disagree with them. I mean, Juicers, again, they've had a couple slip-ups here and there, which is why West Garfield have 3 rounds. But other than that, they have looked absolutely incredible.
I mean, they have. And, they had a 4-round margin. Now they have a 3-round margin. I mean, of course, every round that they lose, it gets a bit closer to that, terrifying reality of OT and, oh my God, we're about to choke this lead. But they still have a 3-round gap. And while it isn't the greatest gap we've seen from them so far, it's not 4 rounds. It certainly is one of the most dominant margins, I mean, we still have seen in these best of 3s at all. I mean, between all of the semifinals, I mean, the winners bracket final, lowest bracket final, we have not seen a lot of leads like this. Juicers still maintain the control they need So now their attack, though, will shift to kitchen and dining. Last time, again, it was a lot of just opening picks, a lot of kills that Juicers were able to find, and West Garfield were unable to answer. And we'll have to see how they lock this one down. We don't see any, I mean, just looking at the outlines, we don't see any West Garfield presence on the top floor. So Juicers should have a relatively easy time taking control of up above if that's what they want to do.
It's Cade, because obviously be a little bit of trouble as well if they're unable to spot it. Rudy is also now on the FMG9, maybe looking to play that aggro smoke. Is that Razor? Is he already outside Memo Door? No, that was Gingy on the Twitch. He's looking to maybe get aggressive. Actually, Razor is right there with him. The Twitch now abandoning the top floor, and he might get caught by Forrest if he's not careful, but he slips right under the Vigil's watch. Wow. That was unlucky for Forrest. He could have found a kill there, but Gingy was just a little bit more cautious than the Vigil expected him to be. And after he runs out, he pretty much gives himself up. In comes Razor, aided by the Finka boost. He's just in there like swimwear, as CJ likes to say, and Bio will be the first pick. Razor already in, looking to maybe get even more aggressive, but the Finka will now join him. The double LMGs taking in through Memo, but now Gingy and Razor will abandon Memo. Dunny is just in the site. He's got 2 kills. I don't even know how that happened. Matt Bonger's on the floor. It's Forrest. 1v5 to try and save the game. He spots Pixel jumping down. He's able to line up another 2, but he can't land the killing blows. And Gingy finishes it off. Juicers are headed to the Pro-Am. They squeeze the life out of West Garfield. 7-3 on Villa, the most dominant map we've seen all night.
What a way to close it out, putting on a show on Villa. And what a result. Razor dropping 15, everyone else around the same, all contributing evenly, which is good to see from them. And yeah, that is the $3,000 grand prize going straight into their pockets. That is a Pro-Am spot going to this roster. What a way to end this tourney. It was a fantastic grand final with, I think, surprises at every turn. I don't think anyone expected Juicers to be the one to come out on top here. They worked their way back from the losers bracket, and they worked their way through One Shot, an unexpected win. They worked their way through Wichita Wolves, an unexpected win, and they end with another one of these unexpected wins. I guess at some point we've got to start expecting them to perform this well, but keep an eye on this stack. I mean, it's Razor. We all know who Razor is, but this stack of Gingy, Pixel, Dunny, and Badger, they are now going to the Pro-Am. What a way to make a statement and come out of nowhere.
And I'm pretty sure this is the most money that, well, aside from Razor, the most money that any of those 4 have made in Siege. Again, I've known Pixel for a long time. He's never won anything, actually, at all, let alone something this big. So congratulations, Danny. Congratulations, Badger and Dunny. And congrats, Gingy. Someone who I have literally never heard of before, ever. I don't know if Gingy is like someone else on an, someone on an alt account? Or if he's just his own player and is just nuts and I've just never heard of him before for whatever reason. But if he's not someone on an alt, I will remember the name Gingy, because that was an incredible performance from him and from Juicers as a whole on Villa. I mean, they looked the best we'd seen all series. Forget Chalet Juicers. Villa Juicers was built different. And as we take a look at the bracket, you can see Juicers initially lost to West Garfield 2-1. They went down to the lower bracket. They beat Wichita Wolves. They had actually previously had beat One Shot, and they land themselves here taking their revenge, winning that $3,000, the majority of our 5K prize pool, and sending themselves to what we hope will be the Pro-Am LAN. Congratulations, Juicers.
Great for them. Congratulations to them, of course, for getting the win today. I don't know exactly what the dynamic on that team is. I don't know if Razor was taking like a more of like a, a helping everyone out kind of role, kind of guiding the team. Maybe he was the IGL. I mean, Reason would say that he would be with that most experience, but maybe the IGL role is not somewhere that he wants to be, right? We don't know the dynamics of that team, but whatever they did, it worked. Definitely curious to talk to some of those players in the future, get maybe an eye into exactly how the process worked, because that was fun to watch, and they had some really big moments. I'm not sure if we're doing a little play of the day. We saw a lot of incredible plays today. And we saw a lot of good stuff overall. I mean, we saw Psychosis with a nice 3K at the end. Obviously wasn't able to, wasn't the one who actually made things happen for his team because they weren't able to pull out the win. And we saw, I mean, a couple of very impressive kills as well. But I mean, of all the things we saw on stream, I mean, a reminder to you all that you can be the ones on these streams. You can be the ones showcasing your talent. I mean, not only can you keep an eye out for a tournament like this, another standalone tournament, but we have got a qualifier right around the corner. And I mean, days away. There's still time to sign up for our first qualifier for our second stage of SCS 6, starting the 7th. That is in, I guess, a day if you're on the East Coast, because we're already on the 6th, but it's 2 days from now. We are starting our first qualifier for the second split. And if you can't sign up for that one, you can sign up for our second qualifier for the second stage. All of that gets you into split 2. If you win that, you work your way into that Pro-Am. You get yourself a nice $3,000 check, all of which I know everyone is looking forward to.
And of course, that will bring us into the sweet play of the day, sponsored by Mike and Ike. Thank you very much, Mike and Ike, as always, for being one of our proud supporters of NSG and SCS. I have no idea what the sweet play of the day is. I think if I had to choose, it'd probably be the Psychosis ace, because that was the only ace we'd seen all day. And indeed, it is. He starts off downstairs, completely blindsiding Pixel. I thought that was up through the floor, but it was actually Nomad, for whatever reason, just kind of walking out of garage. And Psychosis then just dumpsters, well, everyone else in his path. I mean, lest we forget, he previously had downed Dunny outside the classroom window, and he still wasn't pinned down. And I guess he gets a call that there's someone in Z. That was a beautiful shot onto Razor. I mean, from Razor's perspective, when we saw on stream, he didn't even see Psychosis. That dude just ghosted him. There was nothing there. There was a little bit of fight back there from the attack as well. We saw 2 kills in a row to equalize, but Psychosis then up through the floor, through the breach, takes out Dunny, rotates back upstairs to join his team on the site, and kills both of the last 2 players. Wow! That was an incredible shot onto Badger, and then just sprays the last one through the smoke. That was the only ace that we had seen all night. And it's going to go to actually the only T2 player in the lobby.
Very impressive stuff. I mean, hell, there was a lot of T3 players and T1 players in that lobby who did not deliver as much as that. Razor, of course, had some ridiculous flashy plays. I think if there was an MVP for the night, I think we would give it to Razor naturally. I mean, had some ridiculous plays, but I mean, everyone on that roster, I mean, Gingy comes to mind the most, especially because you highlighted this unknown name. We don't know exactly who Gingy is, but now we do. I mean, we certainly do. If Gingy is someone making, a statement onto the scene, this is quite a way to make a statement. Going toe-to-toe in terms of frags for Razor, I believe on that second map, even the first map, really showing up when it mattered. And everyone on that last map contributing in a big way as well.
Yeah, I mean, everyone showed up at some point, really, in this lobby. At the end of the day, Juicers take it. Huge stuff to them. And I guess the last order of business is not only congratulating Juicers on joining Surf as our, I guess, technically resident T3 team, joining them at Pro-Am, but is also, Jonah, to go over the next teams for Stage 2. Because our qualifiers start very soon. And lest we forget, the next event after our standalone tournament is Stage 2 of SCS. So the way we work the invites this time, you saw it on Twitter, is that we have the top 4 teams from playoffs being previously known as Surf, now soon TM. They signed with an org, don't know who it is just yet, but it's the team previously known as Surf Esports. They obviously came in first place, so of course we're going to invite them back. That would be wrong not to. Next, One Shot coming in second. Of course, we'll be inviting them, and we decided that we'd go with the top 4 teams. So Gasher's Goons, previously known as Aqualix, as well as the Aerial Arise Academy, the only pug stack that we're inviting back. They will join these Challenger League teams, as well as Surf, our previous winner, in being invited. So that was Surf, One Shot, Aqualix, now Gasher's Goons, and Aerial Academy being invited from the top 4. And then we decided to invite the top placed Challenger League teams that we had in our Stage 1. And of course, those spots will go to Investigation File, the Wichita Wolves, Team Mystic, who were previously known as Two-Faced, as well as Karn and Co. So these are your 8 invited teams for Stage 2. If you want to compete against the top of T3, against the likes of Surf, against the likes of Aerial Academy, as well as plenty of Challenger League talent, then, of course, like you said, Jonas, sign yourself up for a qualifiers. We got one this weekend. We got one next weekend. $80 will get you a pass to both. If you can only make one, it's only $50. That's only 10 per player. And you can not only play against such experienced rosters as what we have already, but you can win a chance to the Pro-Am where you can fight T1 teams. And that, I cannot wait for.
Yeah, super excited to make that happen. Super excited to be a part of this. I mean, this Pro-Am this year is hopefully going to be an event for the ages. I mean, last year, obviously, the Pro-Am, an innovative experience, but, all online. Everyone, just trying to get their bearings. This year, hopefully we can get that crowd in person. And so again, for the price of you get one meal instead of ordering takeout and paying the service charge to get DoorDash to your house, just maybe eat some leftovers and bam, you're in the qualifiers. That's it. It's $10 a person. It is easy. Just make it happen. You can join, again, some of the big names in our next split. But I think that's going to do it for us, Harrison. That's been a fantastic standalone tourney. I mean, just watching the last 2 days of content has been amazing. And then today we saw some fantastic gameplay, including, the matchup that, came over from last night. We've seen a lot of crazy Siege. So thank you all for tuning in over the last 3 days. We had a crazy amount of viewers, whether you're tuning in on our stream or you're watching on one of the players' perspectives. We want to thank you so much for being a part of this. And stay tuned. Follow us on Twitter. Stay tuned for all sorts of information we have about upcoming events. So thank you so much, and we hope you have a fantastic rest of your week. We'll see you this weekend for qualifiers. So long.